Stepping forwards, Caius nodded his head respectfully as he passed over his bronze badge. The man swept it up, pressing it to something hidden behind the rise of the counter. A few moments later he looked back up, recognition on his face. "Oh, Caius! Ro mentioned I should keep an eye out for you. I thought it might have been, since you're so tall, but I wasn't sure." He reached a hand over the desk, standing from his chair. "Name's Frist. I've seen you round, but I'm not sure if we were ever introduced." Caius clasped the receptionist's hand firmly, finding it like trying to wrap his fist around a block of granite. It seemed like a measure of strength was a requirement of holding a position in the guild, even for the lower ones. "Nice to meet you, Frist. You mentioned Ro? She told me to seek her out when I got back." Frist nodded. "Yeah, that's what she told me too, though if you want to know why, I can't help you. That hellion never tells me anything," the receptionist replied, returning to his seat. "She's just down the hall." Frist pointed down the corridor leading deeper into the guild. 8 doors down from the silence room. Has her name on the door and everything. Caius thanked the man and took his leave, hurrying over to fetch Porkchop and the Yanmas from where they waited quietly at a table tucked away in the corner. Walking through the hall, still large enough that its comical size made him feel like a child, Caius found the door quickly. Made of thick oak, with a darker stain and a smoother finish than the rest, it had Drorom engraved on a thick steel plate. Forcing down the nerves at letting the woman know they had something to share, Caius reached out and knocked 3 times, a deep, booming sound that bounced off the masonry walls. "Come in!" Ro yelled, muffled by the heavy oak. Caius pushed the door open, his team filing in behind him. Ro's office was quite something. Built to a similar standard as the Guildmaster's, it had none of the ostentatious flair that someone might expect from a guild member of import. However, where Rieker's office was an austere space of regimented focus, Ro's was closer to the site of an alchemical mishap. A dozen shelves and drawers, bursting at the seams as what looked to be a whole library's worth of paper, was strewn on every available surface and packed into any cranny they would fit. Hells, there was enough of it on the floor to write a whole book with. Caius stood rooted to the spot, staring at the mayhem with a cocked eyebrow, while Ro watched on with narrowed eyes. At the very least, he was holding it together better than Yanmas, who was making half-stifled, strangled noises behind him. Meeting her gaze, he couldn't help but smirk. "I have had a sudden revelation on why you hate paperwork, Ro." "Oh, fuck off," Ro replied, rolling her eyes at him. "Wait until you're steel to start getting smart with me, greenhorn. It'll make your life a whole lot easier." "Yes, ma'am," Caius replied, his smile unbroken. Ro reached into her desk, shoving aside roughly stacked notes to pull out an inscribed metal disc. It was one that he recognized. Father had used them as an example of classical uses of High Lothian. A communication amulet, though a fairly basic one. He doubted the linked artifacts could connect over anything more than a couple of blocks. "They're here. You free?" Ro said, channeling some mana into the disc. "Send them up." Rieker's low voice rumbled from the artifact a moment later, tinny and distorted. "Will do," Ro replied, before sliding her line to the Guildmaster back into the same drawer she'd pulled it from. Slapping her hands on the table, Ro stood up, sending more than one leaf of paper fluttering to the floor. She watched it for a moment, before admitting defeat and ignoring it. "All right. I know fresh meat like you are want to quake in your boots at the thought of a dressing down. But don't be. You know you fucked up, and how. Rico won't rub your noses in it," she said, her face settling into a calm confidence as she stepped into her role as guild manager. "What's the chat for, then?" Caius asked, curious what the guildmaster wanted from them, if not to lend them a lesson. He'd expected Rieker would tear them to shreds over their failures, especially with how he had punished their hubris last time. Caius scratched at his wrist,
the thought of the itching regrowth of his hand sending a spike of phantom sensation through the limb. "A debrief, a chat about your earnings, as well as your next mission, and what training will look like before you undergo it," Ro replied. Caius nodded before he glanced at his team. They met his eyes, nodding. Now was as good a time as any to mention that they had something important to share. Ro narrowed her eyes at them, catching the look. "What shit did you get caught up in this time?" she asked, exasperated. "Nothing like that, I promise. We've just got something to share with you and Reeker. It's big, but it'll potentially be beneficial to the wider guild." Ro tilted her head at him, her curiosity burning holes into his eyes, like she wanted to reach in and pluck the secrets directly from his mind. Then, just as the silence was starting to grow stifling, she gave him a curt nod. "Always room for more world-shaking impossibilities, I suppose. They seem to follow you like flies on shit," she said, before she turned and marched her way to the stairs that led the way up to the guildmaster's office. "Come along," she said.
Chapter 224. Payment. Watching the guild administrators across from him, Caius tried to work off some of his tension by balling his hands on his trousers. They'd done it. Shared that they had aspects. It had been tough, but the right decision. Now he was just waiting in silence for the guildmaster to deliver his verdict. Reeker was silent, staring at them with a stony intensity as he digested his words. His expression was schooled, not giving them the slightest hint on whether he was thrilled, shocked, or furious that two of them had already unlocked aspects. After they'd had a small dressing down, where Reeker had made extra sure that they were aware of what they'd done wrong about the boggling hunt, the guildmaster had requested they start with their little secret. He'd thought that it would be best to do so if they thought it was likely to impact their plans moving forward. That, at least, was undoubtable. Reeker was thorough, and Caius would be surprised if learning of the achievements up for grabs wouldn't radically alter his choices on their missions, let alone the fact that Porkchop wanted the man's direct help. Inwardly, Caius couldn't help but wonder if they'd be able to crack his composure as the conversation continued. Aspects were one thing, but he hadn't even gotten to honors yet. The silence continued for a moment, Reeker chewing through the news they had given. "So, the two of you have unlocked your aspects," he said, nodding at Caius and Iamus. "This is a grand development. A few others in the program have started to feel a resonance, but nothing concrete. If you're able to share what you've learned, we might be able to accelerate things. I do wonder why you waited so long to share." Caius cleared his throat. This was the moment. They had that information, but they needed to tell him about honors. "We can, but there's something else tied to it. Another way of gaining power that is applicable to everyone who has the strength and luck to grasp them. Unfortunately, some of them are limited, so at first it made more sense to monopolize the resource." Reeker narrowed his eyes, leaning in. The intensity of his focus was palpable, raising the hairs on the back of Caius's neck, as he felt like he was a 10-year-old staring down a dire bear. Ro wasn't much better. Her eyes thinned to slits. He could only hope that their secrecy wouldn't lead to her disapproval. "And this mystery power, would it be the source of your unnatural strength?" Reeker asked. He nodded, keeping his expression schooled. "It is. They're called honors," Ro hissed, slamming her palm on Reeker's desk with enough force that the wood screamed in protest. Caius jumped at the sudden noise, the woman too fast for him to react to.
"Bullshit!"
"Sorry?" Caius asked, not expecting the reaction. He'd expected incredulity, But for Ro to just disbelieve them upon even hearing the name of the system's rewards was outside of his expectations. Ro held firm, glaring at him.
The oldest guild records mention honors, the source of the observed's strength. So yeah, bullshit. The records of their strength are well known. You don't even come close to matching up.
You already know of honors? Porkchop asked in surprise. That should make things easier.
You persist with this farce?
Rose said, flicking her attention to his brother.
I don't know what you're playing at, but calm, Ro, Reeker said, cutting her off with a raised hand. We both know the old records are spotty. We only know the name, not what honors are. Besides, those records are tightly held. How would they have learnt of it otherwise?
The guild manager huffed, but held her tongue and slowly lowered herself back into her seat. She still stared at them with narrowed eyes, but it was clear that they'd at least have the chance to explain themselves. Thank the gods. As Ro settled back down, Reeker nodded before turning his attention back to them. Saying you have honors, that by that very nature are observed, is an extraordinary claim. As I mentioned, the records are spotty, but they're clear they were the source of the observed's unnatural strength. A strength, mind you, that you do not have. Nothing you've done comes close to those impossible feats, Reeker said slowly, before he fell silent. Ianmus cleared his throat, drawing the room towards him. That, at least, is easy to explain. There are clearly many honors. Caius and Porkchop helped me gain one, but have a lot more themselves. It's also a scaling bonus. Reeker and Ro looked at Caius, curiosity and surprise in their eyes. Is this true? You shared the strength with him, Ro asked. Caius nodded. It was the easiest way to ensure his loyalty, and make it so that our secrets were also his. It would have made long-term cooperation impossible otherwise. Reeker hummed, rubbing his chin. You've got some sense then. But please, don't dangle the answer to the oldest mystery in the guild. What do they do? How do they work? Caius took a breath and started to explain. The honors they had discovered, the different tiers to their strength, and the bonuses that could be acquired for achieving them alone, or being the first to do so. That and the rest of the small secrets they had kept. The truth of their classes and their experience in the depths. The one thing he'd held back is their role in the phase shift and their subsequent brush with the divine. At first, Ro and Reeker had been clearly skeptical, with small frowns and furrowed brows. As Caius continued to talk, that slowly changed. By the end of it, the guild administrators were leaning in with their hands clenched tightly around their armrests, hanging off his every word. Fascinating. This could change everything. Sure, it would be more effective the earlier you started, but even Ro and I could benefit from this. A fine gift you have brought me, boy. Especially after the disappointment of missing out on aspects. Reeker replied. I'll say, you've convinced me, Greenhorn. I'm in your debt for this secret you have gifted us. Ro said, following up from the guildmaster. The guildmaster fell silent as his fingers drummed a staccato beat on his desk, providing a brisk tempo to his thoughts. I doubt you did this out of simple goodwill, though. Tell me, what do you hope to gain? And how does this relate to aspects? Caius nodded. Simple. The aspects come with an honor for being in the first 5 to found one. Ianmus and I already have it, and Porkchop is right on the cusp. He was hoping that you'd be able to assist him. He's certain that he needs to persevere in the face of physical adversity to get over the final hump. Turning to Porkchop, Reeker gave the melees a long and calculating look. Done, We'll discuss how at the end of our meeting. If it's urgent, I can clear my schedule for the afternoon. However, I doubt that's all of it. Porkchop chuffed, palpable satisfaction that the guildmaster had agreed to help so easily, bleeding across their bond. It's not. It was my idea to tell you. I've always thought that the two-legged focus on secrets was ridiculous. Half the reason the dens are so powerful is we share our legacies. It makes it a lot easier to discover new, merged skills. I thought we could do something similar and piggyback off of the aspect network that the guild is creating. Rika cocked his head in surprise. Oh, you wish to spread it widely? Are you not concerned that you will lose some of those bonuses you mentioned? Caius felt the faintest hint of heat wash over his face. Having the guildmaster immediately pick at the core of his secrecy felt a little too revealing for comfort.
Especially since he had now fully embraced Porkchop's plan, the requirements for honors would be priceless. It was, and is, a concern. But if the guild is focusing resources on a promising group of people in the first tier, then enforcing a sharing of honor requirements will benefit us more in the long run, Caius replied. Besides, I'm more than confident in our strength. I doubt there is anyone who could beat us to the punch, he continued. Ro nodded at his words. Forward thinking. For once, I approve, Caius. This is significant, though we would be smart to delay its spread until you've reached a measure of strength to ensure your safety. This will bring attention, no matter how much we might try to hide your involvement. It is unavoidable. I agree. This is big, but too big to enact immediately, Rieker said. However, aspects are another matter. Are you able to share what you have learnt? Caius reached into his pocket, searching for the folded page where he had meticulously inscribed the informational package that the system had shared with him, as well as some of his and Ionmas's own insights into the process of igniting Mentis. He placed it on the desk, sliding it over. Rieker snatched it up, folding it open and holding it up so both he and Ro could read it quickly. At first, their expressions were focused, eyes flicking back and forth as they scanned the page. Then, they quickly grew incredulous. Shock spelled out in bold through wide eyes and open mouths. This! Where did you get this? Ro said, looking at them in open surprise. The value in this is incalculable. It was part of the bonus for being the first to found an aspect, Caius said plainly, still feeling the sting over the likelihood that similar knowledge had been lost about legacy skills. Ro and Rieker seemed to catch on quickly, dissatisfaction marring their features as they looked between him and the page. You think there was one for legacy skills? Rika's words were not a question. Caius nodded stiffly before Ionmas spoke up from his right. It would only make sense. The loss is staggering, if it is true, though. Rieker grunted, taking a last look at the page before he folded it up and placed it in his breast pocket. All of you have earned a great deal of goodwill with this. You can be sure that this will be spread widely. Though, much like the honors, I'll delay sharing it until you are strong enough to survive the acclaim and rewards that will come, he said. Caius nodded, relieved that the guildmaster wasn't going to rush the process. Setting up an information share on honors won't be too difficult, but Ro and I will have to start quickly. Thankfully, I've still got enough pull with a couple of higher-ups that they'll humor me in building out the infrastructure, as long as you don't mind me telling them that I'll be able to share something good in a year or two if they do. Rieker continued. Thinking it through, Caius didn't see the harm in that much, at least. He could only imagine the kind of resources that would have to be mobilized to get such a program underway. Will it be shared with all? Porkchop asked. An important question, Caius realized. He could definitely see the benefits of spreading it to every guild member, It would be a massive force multiplier for the growing chaos. On the other hand, that could be dangerous. If everyone pursued the sort of feats honors required, many reckless delvers would die. Aspects, almost certainly. I doubt everyone will be able to ignite them. From the sounds of it, it's quite difficult, and few have as much drive as you do. Honors, however, are dangerous. I'd be shocked if the higher-ups didn't make it conditional on Guildmaster approval to share. Especially for these unclassed honors. They'd kill overconfident younglings by the thousands. I'm of the mind to keep them secret entirely, for more than one reason.
Riker's words made Caius confident that they had made the right decision. For him to realize immediately that in many ways honors were a poison chalice was a credit to his intelligence. On the other hand, he could easily see a couple of scenarios where a controlled delve might be beneficial. A team of 4 unclassed, loaded to the gills with artifacts and consumables, spending their last year in the depths, would have a good shot of acquiring a minor honor, and perhaps a few champion-related ones, if they had the right skills and skill, that is. It was a dilemma, though. Some would invariably die, and while he didn't regret his experiences in the slightest, it was a hard thing to stomach. Riker hummed, drawing Caius back out of his thoughts. Those unclassed honors that you acquired, they point to something. Something large, obvious, and dire. Caius's stomach dropped. Riker gave him a hard look. I will only say this. We will not discuss it. We will not reference it. I don't want to know. As far as I'm concerned, the state of the world is due to divine intervention, not the actions of 2 ludicrously lucky children. Ro nodded, equally as severe. In fact, half of these honors will not leave this room. Riker and I know how dangerous it would be for you if these got out. It doesn't take a genius to connect the dots when the pieces are all laid out. I can feel my oath tugging at the very mention of sharing them. Caius sighed in relief, a palpable weight leaving his shoulders. Their role in the phase shift was their greatest risk, but they'd managed to navigate the high waters. Riker rapped his knuckles on the table, getting his attention. Now, with that out of the way, we can move to more enjoyable topics. Your reward for your missions. Caius smiled, his heart racing at the thought that the next step towards upgrading his sword might just be within arm's reach. Riker grinned back at him. Oh yes, there's plenty to be happy about. Officially, Ro never left Deadacre, so the reward for that whole Bogart cull is yours, on top of the fee for the imbued stone seam. He reached down under his desk, pulling out a stack of 3 boxes. 2 were made of simple pine, but one was a dark, inscribed hardwood, held shut by a bronze latch. A deep thunk echoed through the room as Riker set them on the table. Who wants to go first?
Chapter 225. Payment.
Caius grinned as he looked at the stacked boxes on the table, the first of their rewards, and a source of gear they would otherwise likely not have the funds or connections to get a hold of. He'd hoped that they would be able to get some today, but after Ro and Riker had warned them that it might take more than one mission, Caius hadn't wanted to get his hopes up. A quick glance at his team showed him they must have been feeling similarly excited, both Ianmus and Porkchop looking on with undisguised avarice. Between the platinum piece and the extra 100 gold for the mineral seam finder's fee, which was unfortunately reduced due to the current difficulties in exploiting that resource, we were able to pick out some good pieces for you, Riker said, smiling at their obvious anticipation. We were even able to come up with a little workaround for our problem with finding if Caius's blade would resonate with any of our materials on hand, he continued, eyes flicking to Caius. Or, at least, Ro was able to. Ro nodded, though she frowned at the latched box at the bottom of the pile, the same expression he'd seen her make every time administrative work came up. Sometimes he wondered what she was doing here as a manager.
It clearly didn't suit her. Took 2 days of asking around and combing through our records, but it turns out we're within our right to create samples. That bottom box contains a scrapping of everything we have on hand. If your blade resonates with any of them, we'll either give it to you now or reserve it until you've completed enough missions to earn it, Rose said. Caius nodded, staring at the box with open yearning. To know that it potentially held all that he needed to finally awaken his blade made him want to dash out of his seat and snatch it up immediately. It took considerable will and squeezing his own knees in a death grip to stay still. After all, it made sense for him to go last.
His teammates were getting hand-picked gear, and it would be cruel to make them sit through him rifling through who knows how many materials. "You two pick between yourselves who goes first," he said. The looks of gratitude were almost enough to quell the hoarding dragon inside of him that squealed in outrage at the prospect of waiting. "Ianmus can go first. It's his first time getting loot. At least the good kind," Porkchop said, nodding to the mage. "Are you sure?" Ianmus asked, surprised that Porkchop had forfeited without a fight. Porkchop rolled his eyes. "Just hurry up. I don't want to wait all day." Ianmus nodded and approached the desk. Rika and Ro watched them with wry smiles, clearly amused and well used to the antics of a delving team deciding their loot rotation. The guildmaster nudged one box forward, indicating to Ianmus which one he should take. The box was long, by far the largest of all of the boxes at what looked to be just over 6 strides, though it lacked the heft and depth of the lacquered box holding Caius's materials. Hurrying back to his seat, Ianmus lifted the thin pine top, revealing an interior wrapped in cotton padding. Laying inside was a staff. Caius thought it was a pretty thing, the wood somehow grown in a tightly bound spiral, like the braiding of a rope. At its top, the strands of honey-coloured wood unravelled, weaving themselves into a cage that had tightly bound some sort of stone, streaked with seams of glittering yellow. Runes covered the faceted stone by the dozens, dense workings revealing few secrets. The telltale script of the depths hiding its intent from even Caius's trained eyes. Ianmus reached out with a shaking hand, touching the inset stone with what looked to be awe. "Infused sunstone," he muttered to himself, lifting his new staff out of the box and setting its container on the floor.
As his friend turned his newest focus over in his hands, Caius took the opportunity to analyze it with true sight, curious at what had gotten Ianmus so excited. Staff of the Woven Corona, unusual, Tier 1, a dawn maple, waiting for purpose. The essence of the sun, waiting for a home. Sacred to the weaver, their destiny is made manifest. A union of the disparate, and an act of worship. Made from dawn maple, directed to grow around a faceted chunk of high-grade sunstone. This staff has been lacquered with an infused stain. Being made of materials that are almost exclusively aligned to the solar affinity, this staff provides an exceptional boost to mana control and channeling speed when using that affinity. Solar spells cast through this staff are empowered, and it has been inscribed with a meta-magic to drastically increase the speed at which Tier 1 solar beam spells may be cast, at the expense of drastically reducing their range. Depths Wrought Artifact. Casting Focus. Staff Durability 1. Solar Empowerment 1. Solar Focus 3. Self-Repair 1. Quickened Ray 2. Caius nodded in appreciation of the artifact. Even just the simple increase to the efficiency of Ianmus's casting would have been a potent boon, but the fact that it also allowed the mage to cast more swiftly in close quarters was astounding. That one was a lucky find. There's a delve near Deadacre with a solar-themed biome at the 15th layer. Most avoid it due to the difficulty of dealing with enemies that have attacks that are difficult to block or dodge, Riker explained. How'd you get it then? Eonmus asked, getting a feel for the staff's balance. Had a steel team with a mirror mage come through a few years back. They were uniquely suited to it. Let me tell you, that mage was apoplectic when their best champion reward was a staff that he couldn't use. Riker chuckled, shaking his head at the memory. I can understand why. It's an amazing piece.
I'd be furious if I got something like this, but found out it was useless to me. Eonmus mumbled, still cradling the staff like it was made of glass. Ro waved him off. Don't feel too bad. He managed to trade it in for an amulet that increased the potency of abilities that deflected or redirected attacks. He made out like a bandit. She paused for a moment, looking to where Porkchop was patiently waiting. His brother looked like he was using all of his concentration to avoid tearing Riker's carpet to shreds with his honed jade claws as he continually readjusted, restless anticipation flooding across their bond in waves. Perhaps we let Porkchop check his reward before Riker's floor gets ruined, eh? She continued. Eonmus jumped before he looked to the side and shuffled his chair to give Porkchop room. Sorry. It's okay, Porkchop replied before he loomed up on his hind legs, towering over everyone else in the room. Gods, it was easy to forget just how big he was, filling the room like a dire bear, when he so rarely stood up to his full size. With a surprising delicacy, Porkchop pinched the next pinewood box between claws on opposing hands and placed it in front of him as he settled onto his haunches. This box was by far the smallest, perhaps the size of a large book. Porkchop flicked it open, revealing a similar lining to the one that had been inside of Eonmus's package. Laying on the bed of cotton wadding was what looked to be a bracelet, a length of flexible metal plates, each embossed with a series of runes. Caius leaned in, peering closer with true sight. It was Icardian, he realized. He'd recognize those standalone glyphs anywhere, combined with some unknown script. Without the system's help, he had to fall back on his mortal training. Thankfully, that had been considerable due to his father's efforts. While he had no clue as to what the unknown script was doing, he could recognize about half of the sigils on the bracelet. Armament, stalwart, empowerment, reinforce, and shield. A defensive artifact, without a doubt. Satisfied that he still had some of his capabilities, Caius looked up to find Porkchop watching him expectantly. Yes? Caius asked, confused. I don't have identify, Porkchop said plainly, looking at him like he'd been dropped on his head. Oh, right, sorry, Caius replied, scratching the back of his head. He pulled up the item's description, curious as to if his assessment had been correct, and read it out to Porkchop. Bracelet of tangible ghosts. Unusual. Tier 1. The Chitauri militia has a simple doctrine. Gear that is summoned needs far less logistical support and allows resources to be funneled to more useful purposes. Indeed, their harassing skirmishers are let loose to nip at the heels of their foes, with only a pair of boots, a pack of rations, and a single bracelet of tangible ghosts provided to them. Crafted from mirage-infused steel and a length of alchemically treated mithril bindings, this bracelet significantly improves the durability and effects of all summoned armaments produced from both skills and items. Depths wrought artifact. Accessory, bracelet. Durability 1. Stalwart apparition 5. Self-repair 1. Resizing 1. Porkchop hummed appreciatively when he learnt of his latest artifact's capabilities. Caius, too, could appreciate its benefits. Something like this would empower Porkchop's armor and, if he was correct, the blades of mana that coated his claws thanks to one of the artifacts they had found on their initial delve. Where'd you find this, then? It's perfect, Caius asked,
curious about the object's origin. No idea. It's been sitting in the vault for decades. Not many people focus on summoned equipment, so it's been languishing untouched. If anything, you're doing us a favor by taking it off our hands, Rieker answered. Technically, we pushed the limits with this one.
We had to get an artificer to add the resizing enchantment, and working with a depth-rot artifact is always expensive due to the difficulty. It was too perfect not to, however, Ro continued. Caius nodded before he got out of his chair and helped Porkchop don his bracelet. The metal warped unnaturally, stretching to a size where he could easily slip it over his brother's dinner plate-sized paws. Standing back up, Caius had his focus immediately latch on to the final remaining box. It was deeper than the others, perhaps a stride tall, and made of far higher quality furnishings. He looked at it with hunger, eager to see what waited within. Rieker saw his face and grinned. Leaning forwards, the guildmaster flicked open the latch and opened the box. As he did so, the lid slid back and up, revealing cleverly hidden cantilevered metal struts. The box split into 5 distinct parts, the wood having joined so closely that the seams were hidden even to his enhanced sight. Each part moved back and up, revealing 5 interior shelves that were covered in a soft gray velvet. Glass vials lay inside small holes, each one holding the barest grains and drops of material. The bottom was the most complete, with dozens of bottles stacked in tight. As Caius moved his eyes up the tiers of the container, the vials grew fewer in number, the 5th compartment holding a bare handful. With the box opened, a thin mist of mana wafted free of its confinement. It was a churned mixture, dozens of different affinities blending into an undifferentiated whole. Still, as the thin energy rushed over him, Caius felt the blade at his hip keen in excitement, hungering for something within. "There's something in there. My sword is reacting," Caius whispered, surprised. He'd half expected that they would have had nothing. The sword rousing itself on the simple basis of trace amounts of emitted mana set his heart racing, and his nose tingling at the myriad unexplainable scents. If the resonance was this potent, how would his sword react with a whole piece of the material? Really? That's good. Records on how growth items work is spotty. We'd been ready to let you touch the materials to the blade directly, Rieker replied. Caius set a hand on his hilt, half expecting his sword to fly out of its sheath of its own volition, so strong was its want. "I'm not sure if that is a good idea. It feels even hungrier than when I found the spent forge heart." Rieker laughed at that, leaning back in mirth. "I'm sure you'll have it handled." Then the guildmaster nodded to the box. "Before you figure out which one it is, I'll explain how this will work. We've separated the materials into value. The lowest sections are the cheapest. Anything from the lowest 2 you should be able to afford straight away. As you go higher, though, you might have to save for another mission or 2, depending on its value. Potentially a lot more. For the highest tier, those have more variability in their price than the rest of the box combined." Rieker continued, waving his hands across the various open compartments of the box. Caius nodded, still fixated on the many vials before him. "Let's hope it's nothing at the top, then." He stepped forwards, reaching out to start searching for what had his blade so excited.
Chapter 226. Payment.
Staring at a case of what looked to be easily over 100 vials of materials was rather overwhelming, especially when he had no easy way to tell which one would be the material that Caius's sword hungered for. If it even was just a single material. For all he knew, there could be multiple. Caius hoped so, knowing that all it would take to upgrade his blade was a few missions would take a load off his mind, and would exponentially increase his effectiveness in battle. Using his true sight to analyze each and every one would have taken far too long, so he decided to simply start his way from the bottom.
The least expensive materials were probably the least likely to be what he needed, but he decided to work his way through them all the same. Every bottle he picked up held something new: pinches of electric blue dust, droplets of sparking metal, even splinters of wood that writhed and wriggled its way around the bottom of the glass. That was just the first layer. As he picked his way through the low-hanging fruit, Caius moved his way up the container, laying his hands on samples of more expensive and rare materials. By the third layer, things got truly strange. A flake of what looked to be gelatin, except formed from condensed fire that flickered and blazed with contained fury. A grain-sized shard of a pitch-black hole in the world, except when he rattled the vial, it tinked of the glass like common metal. Halfway through the third layer, he found what he was looking for. As his fingers brushed against the lid of the next vial, he felt his sword yank on his bond, hungrily crying for whatever the bottle contained. Caius snatched it up out of its velvet housing, holding it up to the light to get a better look at what was held within.
"This is it,"
he said confidently, staring at a small metallic bead that rolled around the base of the vial. It was small, barely half the size of a grain of rice, and a deep red color, like clotted blood.
Curiously, it seemed to be a liquid, though one of a density and cohesiveness he'd never seen. It didn't streak or spread, but as it rolled across the glass, he watched the metal droplet deform and mold to the surface. "That's good," Roe said, nearly sighing in relief. "We were worried there wouldn't be anything. Deadacre is a bit of a backwater, and we have nowhere near a comprehensive stock. Everything of real value is exchanged with other guild halls in places where they'll actually get used." Caius nodded before he set the vial to the side, ignoring his sword's primitive dismay as he did so. "Just want to see if there's anything else. I might be able to leap straight to awakening a father's gift if there is." Reeker merely nodded, waving at him to go ahead. Thankfully, his team seemed happy to wait, both Porkchop and Ianmus more focused on fiddling with their latest artifacts than what he was doing. Continuing his exploration of the materials, Caius found nothing of note within the rest of the third section. Nor, much to his disappointment, did he find anything in the fourth. There was only the top compartment of the box left, holding a bare 7 vials, all of which were the most valuable of the lot. Even if he did find something here, Caius doubted he would be able to get access to it anytime soon. After all, Reeker had said some of them were expensive to the extreme. Still, if there was, it was an option he could pursue if the opportunity arose, though he would wait until after he had updated his armor to start saving. The topmost compartment held materials that were by far the strangest, and blazed like the sun to his mana sight. Ash that whirled in a vortex of its own creation. Grains of sand floating in a ball in the vial's center. A shard of bone dripping with enough magical potency that it visibly distorted the very air around it. Caius nearly buckled as he picked up the vial. So strong was the desire of his blade.
It hungered for the bone, needed it in a way that Caius had no name for. A simple fact of its existence, a bundle of unliving desire that the blade may have been, Caius instinctively knew that this material was far better than anything else he could hope to secure otherwise. Regardless of its cost, he had to have it. Caius placed it on the table, his hand shaking. "This one resonated too," he said, looking up, only to be surprised to see a Reeker letting out a sympathetic wince. "I was afraid you'd say that. It's bloody expensive. Not the most economical thing to save for," the guildmaster said. "I can also tell that it's invaluable for the development of my sword. It'd be worth the cost." Reeker nodded, scratching his chin in thought.
You'll see why it's so pricey when you analyze it. I can't, in good conscience, let you funnel all of your rewards towards it, at least not until you're in a new suit of armor. Caius frowned. Even if it was costly, he'd been hoping it would be an attainable goal with enough work. How long? He asked. For the first material? Another mission would net you that, and some proper greaves to go over your boots. Another 2 missions would finish off the armor. You'll be earning more with each one. By then, you should be well into iron. If I were to guess at the growing difficulty of the missions you could take, I would say it would take another 15 or so before you accrued enough for that material. And that's with us fudging the numbers on its value significantly, Rika replied, giving him an apologetic smile. Caius's shoulders slumped as he realized the magnitude of work it would take to earn that final material. 15 missions was far too much. If he delayed acquiring other equipment for that long, he'd be vastly undergeared, especially considering the rate of their ongoing advancement. He couldn't be brushing up on the 2nd tier and using uncommon equipment. It'd be suicide, especially considering the caliber of threats that they came up against. I see you understand the position we're in, Rieker said, before he leaned over and gave him an encouraging clap over the shoulder. Listen, there's a chance we can make it happen. Upgrading your weapon is a worthy goal, but I'm bound by my oaths to the guild. I can't just give it to you. Rieker paused for a moment.
However, extraordinary service to the guild would allow me to bend the rules. There's nothing that would count at the moment, but with the phase shift, it's just a matter of time. If a settlement under Deadacre's sphere of protection falls under assault, or there's a beast wave, like the old tales, well, if you're strong enough, let's just say it's likely there will be plenty of opportunities to prove your value to the guild. Hells, if we didn't have to hide your sharing of honors and aspects, that'd be enough right now. If you still need it by the time those are revealed, you can have it then, the guildmaster continued, giving him an encouraging smile. Caius nodded, feeling somewhat mollified. Clearly, Rieker wasn't being difficult because he wanted to, and if there were alternative ways to secure the final piece he needed for his sword, he would do so. Besides, if worst came to worst, he would still be better off than he had been before. There was always the hope that his enhanced Guardian rewards would provide him a viable alternative when they next delved. Hells, if the final material he had picked from the guild's stores was truly that good, he could always stockpile valuables of his own to trade for it. Thanks, Rieker, he said, before he turned his attention to the 2 glass vials he had set on the guildmaster desk. He picked up the first one he had found, the material he would have his hands on by the end of their next mission. Swirling the strangely liquid bead around the glass, Caius analyzed it with his true sight. Elder Blood. Unique. Tier 1 affinity. Blood. Metal power is the essence of blood. Congealed and crystallized, it becomes accessible. A potent metal, found only in the ancient gravesites of powerful beasts. Where enough blood has spilled, the iron gravitates to the locus of residual power, shifting and transmuting in the presence of blood and metal affinity to become something more. Reagent Caius read the notification in surprise, blinking it away when he was done. Unique. That was more than he had expected. After all, it had only been from the middle layer of the box. If something from there was that valuable, how expensive was the bone he had pulled out? I'm glad that you picked out that one. It would have been terribly disappointing if the only things you found were out of reach, Rieker said when he looked up. Where'd it get found? Rieker looked to Ro. It seemed she knew far more of the logistics of the guild than the guildmaster did. Hells, for all Caius knew, she was the one who had collated the samples in the first place. A Guardian drop, Layer 17. One of the local steel teams found it recently. They're rushing for silver with everything that's happening. None of them had much use for a material, so they traded it in for gear, she explained.
Caius nodded. It made sense. He even suspected that the reason he could even get access to a unique so quickly was that it was a raw material. Few artificers in a place like Deadacre would have the skills to make full use of the stuff, so he doubted there was any great demand. That only made him more curious about the bone shard. Things tended to get increasingly expensive per tier increase, but even with that, it would have to be something singularly potent to fetch the price that the guild was asking for. Caius placed the droplet of elder blood back on the table and pulled up the description of the last material. Infant wyvern bone. Epic, Tier 1. Affinity, arcane, draconic, primal. Even the least of dragonlings will raise an empire. A scrap of bone from an infant wyvern, the lowest member of the lowest order of draconic lesser beasts. Even with the barest hint of the power of their primogenitors, wyvern remains bristle with the potency they burn with in life.
Reagent Caius was suddenly very glad he had left the vial on the table, because he doubted he would have been able to keep a grip on it after reading its description. Epic and draconic at that? Where in the great heavens had this come from? Even the least of draconic creatures were feared for a reason. Possessing singular magical potency, a body that would put even a greater melees to shame, and terrifyingly powerful breath weapons, they were usually given a wide berth. It was often easier to leave them be and hope that they were simply migrating than it was to drive them off. When they did prove too much of a threat, the cullings were the stuff of bard song. He'd heard of people gaining a rarity increase in their class simply from participating. Though, now that he thought about it, that was probably an exaggeration. Caius looked up at Rieker and Rowe in shock, still struggling to believe what he had seen. "Where the fuck did you find a wyvern?" Caius asked, causing his team to snap towards him in shock. "Wait, that's from a dragonling? I didn't think you'd find them out here where the mana is so thin," Porkchop asked, looking at the shard of bone with curiosity. Hianmus only watched the guild administrators closely, interested in their response. Grinning widely, Rieker jutted a thumb to his chest. "That'd be me. A rut flew down from the mountains and settled in the Hanset Woods. I had to cull it before it grew out of the first tier. Letting it do so was a dire enough threat that I couldn't trust it to anyone else." Caius gave the man a nod of respect. That battle must have been legendary, even if the guildmaster had out-leveled the creature significantly. Even an infant draconic beast was no wilting daisy. "I've got its skull mounted above my bed, but I sold everything else back to the guild. A single femur is all that's left after the other guild halls got their mitts on the choice cuts." Caius's eyes drifted back to the shard of bone. A dragonling. That was a powerful resource. One that he could see benefiting the growth of his sword immensely, especially since it was the first epic anything that he'd ever seen, even if it was simply Tier 1. He made up his mind. Regardless of what he had to do, short of stealing the damned thing, he'd get his hands on that bone. He could already imagine how good a father's gift would look with a dragon bone hilt.
Chapter 227. Payment. Finale. Rowe cleared her throat, pulling Caius's attention away from the sample materials he had found resonated with his blade. "Now, as we mentioned earlier, it makes sense for you to invest in your blade, but not to the extent of ignoring all else. Once you've gotten that first material, we'll have to insist on you upgrading your armor," the guild manager said, giving him a firm look. Caius nodded in easy agreement. "I know, I am set on that bone, but I'll have to be content waiting until I can complete a meritorious enough service to earn it. It's too expensive otherwise." Rowe nodded, giving him a small smile. "You seem to be getting smarter by the day, Greenhorn."
Regardless, after your next mission, it should take you another 1 or 2 more to complete your armor. By then, you should be closing in on strong enough for the delve we have access to. Our hope is that once you enter there, you'll keep pushing down until you reach the 2nd tier. If your skills aren't capped, or you still have aspects to ignite, do not feel pressured to cross the threshold immediately. Reeker nodded in agreement.
Ro is right. With your strengths and your ability to fight monsters stronger than you, you'll be able to complete your skills in no time. I have no doubt your aspects will be much the same. Rushing into the 2nd tier would be a complete waste of your potential.
Caius nodded. In that, they agreed. While he didn't relish the thought of spending years at the level cap working on a final few stubborn skills, he doubted that would happen to them. Not with how quickly they'd managed to progress them so far. A few months at most. That was always the plan, but it is good to know we'll be back in the depths soon enough. If we spend significant time there, would I be able to trade in artifacts to put towards the wyvern bone? Caius asked.
Ianmis perked up. I hadn't thought of that. I'm sure we'll be lousy with them if we turn through as many champions as you have in the past. Caius gave his teammate a grin, happy to see the man was already on board with the idea of squeezing the depths for all it was worth. It would be a waste not to, with the honor they had gained that would let them track down the powerful monsters with ease.
Of course, depending on their value, it might take a few of them, though. Draconic remains are exceptionally valuable, even when compared to other things of the same rarity and tier. They're just too damn uncommon.
Reeker replied, gently trying to mediate their expectations. Caius nodded. Before we move on to the matter of our training, I did want to ask something. Do either of you know much about growth weapons? I'd just like to know if waiting for the bone is the right move, or if I'd be better off using a cheaper material if one comes along, he asked. Reeker tilted his hand back and forth. A little. They're famous enough that the guild has some records that I can access, though they're also rare enough that the notes are spotty at best and more than a little vague, Reeker replied. In essence, yes, it's probably worth it. Both Ro and myself spent the last few days reading as much as we could, and it seems like the first development of a growth item is the most impactful and the easiest to get. The results seem to be based on the materials used, and once they're awakened, improving their rarity is the effort of a lifetime, and improving their rank is tied to your own. Though I'm not sure of the specifics beyond that, Reeker replied, his gravelly voice filling the room. Caius nodded. That cemented the matter in his mind. He had to get that bone, even if he was forced to use a replacement blade for a little while. Hopefully, he wouldn't. But no matter his sentimental attachment to his weapon, he would not let that get in the way of practicality.
Well, if that's all settled, it's time to discuss your training, Ro said, drawing their attention away from their current and future rewards. Ro was as focused as ever, her stern features demanding their attention. Last time, we focused on your general skills. That was important. They're the foundation of your strength, and were abysmally low. Now, however, our focus is shifting. Your class skills, they're the core of your abilities and drastically impact the actual threat you can bring to bear. The next few missions will be much more aligned to your strengths. Single, powerful targets. Ro continued before she stood up and began to pace back and forth. Caius had noticed that about her. She seemed incapable of sitting still whenever she was working through a thread in her mind. Improving your ability to hit hard has become even more important with you sharing the existence of honors. There is only one additional one we can be certain of: killing a monster 100 levels above you before you reach Tier 2. That is a lethal challenge. Even with your strength, that will require much preparation and the selection of the correct foe. We will help, but your best chance will be to stall out at level 200 and cap your skills first.
something you will want to do anyway. Ro came to a stop, turning and focusing her attention on Caius. Your goal for the next couple weeks will be your glyphs. They are curious things, but you're using them without much skill. Caius clenched his jaw, suppressing his urge to bristle defensively at Ro's criticism. I see that look. Trust me, Greenhorn. Your magic may be new, and you've already mentioned how little influence you have over them with mana manipulation. That is one thing, but even rune rites can influence their workings with focused intention and will. Caius looked at her in surprise. That was news to him. Father had never mentioned anything of the sort.
You can? He asked with a quiet voice, his surprise mirrored by his team.
Ro nodded. You can. It's not something that's taught to new students. It's barely worth mentioning when it's only useful with significant intelligence and will, let alone that by the time it's truly viable, everyone almost invariably discovers it anyway. You'll be focusing on trying to control how your lash moves and what the secondary arcs target. For your evasive skill, you should focus on trying to influence the timing of the flickers. It'll be far more useful that way, the guild manager continued. Digesting her words, Caius mulled the thought over in his mind. In a way, it made sense. One thing that he did know was that all forms of magic had some level of interconnection with every other. A lot of the gray areas had fallen into place with his discovery of glyph binding, but the influence of free casting on the art had been mysterious. Mana manipulation was almost useless, but it seemed the dominance of will in free casting bled over to his own art. He gave Ro a swift nod, determined to discover what he could of what she had mentioned. Every edge was something he could use to grow strong, even if it was difficult. Do not expect great results. Even for you, I doubt you'll see anything extraordinary. However, while your team will likely outstrip you in pure firepower for some time, the ability to fully blind something in a single cast will be invaluable. Additionally, I expect you to be using your hypercharged spell metamagic continuously. With its scaling, you should be aiming to reach a point where it is something you can use consistently. Ianmus nodded, accepting Ro's direction. Pacing the room once more, she stopped with a snap of her heels on the hardwood floor, spinning to Porkchop. Unfortunately, due to the nature of the skill, we won't be able to effectively train your Bulwarks challenge. My advice is to use it as often as you can in a real combat scenario, even against those that serve no significant threat to your team. Porkchop winced. Caius knew that his brother had been wanting to improve the skill. It was the first he'd received that helped to truly define his role as a bastion. What will I be focusing on instead? Porkchop asked. Your armor. The largest rewards will have to wait until we enact our planned program, but you've earned yourself a few training aids, to say the least. His attention flicked to Caius. You'll also be drinking more toxins. No point wasting time when we can level up your resistance and healing skills at the same time, though you've already burnt through the stock of readily available affinities, so I doubt we'll be adding more resistances. Caius groaned inwardly. He knew he should be thankful. Tonics were not cheap, but he couldn't help but dread the experience of feeling his body dissolve from the inside out. At the very least, it would be good to train his focus through the distraction. Rika grinned at his obvious distaste. Life sucks, boy. May as well get used to it before you have to do it while something is trying to eat you. Done with his teasing, Rika focused on Porkchop. Now, you mentioned you needed help with your aspect. Care to explain? I'd be more than happy to help right after this, if I can. Porkchop perked up, excitedly launching into an explanation of his insights into Corporus. How it was centered in the physical body, and how he believed he needed to force himself to overcome his physical limits if he wanted a hope of igniting it. Rika leaned back, scratching his chin. After several moments, he slowly started to speak. Well, I have one idea.
It'd be dangerous, but it'd definitely work. Ro snapped her eyes towards the guildmaster, narrowing them dangerously. Caius swallowed, impressed that Rika took the look without even flinching. Rika, you can't seriously be thinking of that, can you? The guildmaster shrugged. What?
Ro gave the guildmaster a withering look, the kind that Caius half expected to eat made its way through the man's head and the wall behind him. Caius looked between Rika and Ro with a moderate amount of alarm. Whatever they were talking about, it seemed serious, especially if Ro was concerned for Porkchop's safety. What exactly are you talking about? Caius asked cautiously. The trial of will, Rika and Ro replied simultaneously.
Chapter 228. Thy Strength.
Porkchop pricked his ears, the guild administrator's words grabbing at his attention. Pushing against the delicate wooden floors, ever careful to avoid gouging the expensive materials that Two Legs seemed inordinately fascinated with, he rose to his haunches. The trial of will? What could that be? It certainly sounded like the kind of thing that could help him push through the final blasted barrier that had been haunting him. Ever since that delicious fight against the Boglings, he'd felt the ember of it burning away in his chest, a heat that penetrated deep in his bones, promising to remold him from the inside out. By the matriarchs, he wanted it done. The tantalizing promise of fire was almost too much to bear. If only he could just think himself to the finish line, like both of his companions had been able to. Unfortunately, he had yet to resonate with his pillar mentis, and even if he had, he doubted it would be as easy for him. Even with the help of his bond skill and the reinforcement of his mind from the racial trait it had brought, he was still affected by the curse of greater beasts. Worse, since it seemed like their slower skill development stretched to the revelations required by aspects. Corporus, at least, seemed to be a little better. He could feel it right to his core. It was an aspect of action. All he needed was the right environment. He wouldn't fail, wouldn't stagnate, not like the others. It sounds dangerous, whatever it is, his bond brother muttered, the scent of simple, honest concern wafting richly from their bond. Porkchop rolled his eyes. He didn't understand how Caius could be such a stalwart and fearless fighter and still manage to worry more than a nanny whenever he had to do something a little risky. He was a Malays. Pig-headedness was his birthright. "I'll do it," he said, projecting his voice to the room.
It still felt a little weird, structuring his thoughts into something as limiting as words, but he'd gotten a lot more comfortable with it over the last year or so. Rika, patriarch in a skin suit that he was, grinned at his words, clapping his hands loud enough that Porkchop had to flick his ears back to avoid the stinging reverb. "See, this crop is tough, Ro. He can handle it. If he really needs to be pushed to his real limit, the trial is perfect." The guild manager huffed, pretending to be furious. Not for the first time, Porkchop wondered why they persisted with pretending that they were simple allies. He could smell them all over each other. Then again, humans seemed oddly uncomfortable with the realities of living so close together for people who seemed to do so at every available opportunity. Perhaps it was just some nicety he didn't understand. "I can't, in good conscience, let Porkchop agree without knowing what he's getting himself into," Ro insisted. Rika waved to continue, unconcerned and clearly convinced that Porkchop would agree anyway. Which he would. The trial could involve being sawn in half, and he'd still agree. Else, it would probably work. Watching him closely, Ro groaned as she realized that his mind was already made up. She still explained anyway. "Crossing through to silver is a large jump. The threats and dangers that are faced by people in the second tier vary wildly,
as does the capabilities of delvers as the stat gap between rarity grows. There's a number of trials to assess where someone falls on the scale. The results are used to ensure that priceless delvers aren't sent off on a suicide mission, Roe explained. Cocking his head, Porkchop watched her curiously. That sounded interesting. If there were multiple trials, perhaps he could try the others if this one didn't work. The Trial of Will is a looping corridor built into the earth beneath every guild hall.
It's one of the few trials like that. Most are too expensive to create to be economical if we were to build them everywhere. With every step, you'll grow heavier. At first, it's just a few extra stone, but get far enough and it will feel like your organs are being pulped. Roe continued, jumping into her explanation of the trial. The guild manager reeked of discontent, clearly unhappy with the idea of him undergoing the challenge. He didn't mind, as long as she didn't try to stop him. It just meant she was nice, even if she tried to hide it by being as bristly as a boar. That's not all. With every revolution, a new torment starts to build. The temperature will start to fluctuate between hot and cold, the difference growing more extreme with every stride. Then, a droning noise that grows louder and louder. Then fatigue, discomfort, hunger, and thirst. It rarely kills, it's entirely illusory, but I've seen it push people to madness. Roe finished, watching him closely. Honestly, it sounded perfect. It was exactly the kind of thing he needed to see where he really stopped. How far he could...
Rika replied, shifting in his chair as he smiled with genuine pride at Porkchop and his team. Not dangerous, he says. Fucking greenhorns, the guild manager muttered under her breath, folding her arms. Idiots, the lot of you. But fine, I at least have the sense not to fight the inevitable. It's on your head if this goes wrong, she said to Rika. Then she looked back to Porkchop, her lips pursed, even if her bright eyes gave away her true feelings of concern. Try not to die. It'd be such a waste. Porkchop nodded, and then she was gone, sweeping out of Rika's office in a blur of motion. Well then, guess we best... Those that did were usually those with weak nerves, the constant assault of pressure and sensation enough that their heart gave out. Even then, it was only a real risk if their strife went unnoticed. Madness was a possibility, but one that Rika thought was unlikely. He'd seen many undergo the trial, and had done so himself. In all that time, the guildmaster had said he'd never seen... Caius finished, this time with less biting anxiety and more warm support. Porkchop grinned before he stepped back onto the track. Rika gave him a nod, and a faint haze of the man's mana infused the medallion. A second later, a haze snapped into place, cutting off the trial from the track that ran parallel to it. Wait. There were no crowns amongst his people. It was not their way. But leaders? Those of action and strength? They were there by the dozens. If he could just prove what could be gained from interacting with the world outside of their cloistered burrows, they would change. He knew it. At first, it had been a childish fancy, a simple want to show his people what should have been obvious. Yet every day since he had fallen into the depths, it seemed more and more like a possibility. He hadn't told Caius yet. They had far more pressing issues, none the least the vermin behind his father's death. He knew when he did, he would have his brother's support. It wasn't about rule or glory or leading his people. That was not the way of the Malays. They did not have kings in the ways of men. They just had to be forced to see the error of their ways, stopped from falling into petty infighting and nonsensical isolation. He just had to prepare himself for it. This little trial was only the first step. When he was ready, he would force them to accept the reality of the situation. He could only hope he would get there before the growing changes of the integration caught up with them. Porkchop took another step, the weight on his shoulders pressing him ever harder into the flagstones below.
Chapter 229. Thy Strength. Porkchop took another step, grunting in discomfort as the weight increased again, joined by a baleful scream that stabbed into his ears. Caius's constant attention flowed through their bond, his worry and his pride. It was a muted thing, though, easily pushed to the background. His bond brother knew that he had made his choice and respected it. Porkchop was coming to the end of his second revolution, each step arduous as he kept his measured pace. This was nowhere close to his limit. A little burn and a loud noise wouldn't stop him. It was simple discomfort, minor and forgettable compared to the hurdles he had set for himself. Life wasn't an easy path. It was one of striving to reach the next meal, of slaying competitors and prey alike. His heart pumped strong with the blood of greater beasts. His body was tough, his joints and bones hard and stable in the face of the growing pressure. Corporus hadn't even started to resonate yet. His lungs were calm, each breath slow and steady as he walked. The mantle of the Jade Warden was his by right of conquest and victory, a hunt that had taken him through the depths long before he should have been able. A low growl rattled his chest, claws clinking on stone as he took another step. This trial would break his body, but it would not break his will. He knew that much. Even if he had to crawl, shattered and broken, he would make his way forward until he could move no more. Another step. More weight. The searing heat of the fire scorched his skin, turned his fur to ash, and seared his flesh, no matter what he saw when he looked down. It was agony, an all-consuming inferno that was joined by the weight of mountains bearing down on his back. He ached, bowing as his legs quaked beneath him. Porkchop snarled in defiance, calling out his rejection. This would not break him. The screams of the damned heightened, overwhelming his senses, piercing his mind with directed malice as honed agony resounded through his skull. He would not give up. He did not care if it was stubborn pride, childish misconception, or foolish idealism. He would persevere. His people were wrong. There was nothing to be found in rigid tradition. It was killing them, fracturing them as a people. The arguments over differences in song, art, and hunt, it was pointless. Young as he had been, he could see it. Why couldn't they? Was it hypocrisy to judge them for their own unyielding attitude when he himself was just as stubborn? Perhaps. He didn't care. He didn't know what the right way was. That was a task for people far wiser than him. He just knew that the old ways weren't working. The dens grew more divisive and insular every year, a disgrace to the founding tenets of their people. The grandfather would be ashamed. He wouldn't have it. He'd show them their mistakes, the damage they were causing. By right of claw and blood, he would do it. But first, he had to take another step. Sucking in a deep breath, Porkchop steeled himself against the agonous heat and took another, shaking step. The consuming fury of fire vanished, replaced by the bitter disgust of cold. Tendrils sunk their way into his flesh, petrifying all that crossed their path. Cutting crystals filled his flesh. He should have been a statue. His skin should have blackened and died. But he stood hale and hearty, quaking under the growing strain of the weight. Rooted in place, he shook,
bones threatening to splinter as judgment fell upon him. He refused. Hair's breadth by hair's breadth, his paw rose, quaking from the strain. With the same determination that led him to seek strength beyond the mountains that tradition had demanded he never cross, Porkchop placed his foot down and took another step. The screaming contempt of his people slammed into his back, buckling his knees.
Losing his focus for the barest of moments in the face of burning fire and screaming hate, his knees crashed into the stone below, shattering. The first drops of blood left his body, bone erupting from his flesh in lances of clarifying agony. Health burned, gnawing at his flesh with the persistence of 1,000 gnats as bone was pulled back in place, flesh sealing faster than even his brother could manage with his lesser skill. Ding! Primal vigor has reached level 70. A deep, echoing growl shook within his chest, fighting against the weight that threatened to crush the breath out from him. He rebelled against the pain, the pressure, the heat, and the noise. Muscles screamed, engaging in a unity of purpose as he pressed against the earth, forcing himself upwards. If he fell here, how would he ever have the strength to face his den and say that they were wrong? How would he best his patriarch when he came for his head? How would he gain the might to grant the defeated mercy in rejection of their ways? How would he ever protect what he cared about? His friends? His people? Shaking like a leaf in a storm, Porkchop rose. Ding! Jadebone's earthen blood has reached level 56. Standing once more, he breathed heavy and slow. He would need more than strength to change tradition. He would need to be enduring. Inviolate in the face of fearful rejection and hateful fang both. He could not stop. Not here. Porkchop took another step, and deep within his soul, a pillar began to croon, soft and quiet. The line was right in front of him. A new torment, just another step away. Corporus blazed within his soul, a scream of challenge and victory. It was coming. Porkchop could feel it. His bones, yet with every echoing crack that resonated through his skull, his health raced through, sealing the weakness shut. An endless cycle of agonizing renewal, his very body rejecting the demands he had placed upon them. The pain was immense, but it was a mere candle towards his determination. How could he fall now? Would he step aside as the dens died a slow death? Would he falter when he was all that stood between his team and a violent end? He would not. Not while he still had the barest iota of strength, the faintest capability to act. He would not fall, could not fall, until his flesh burst, his bones dissolved, and his heart beat its last. Struggle was an eternal truth, and he was not one to balk and hide from reality. Sickening cracks drowned out the incessant screaming in his ear as he reached out one leg, his paw falling limp as his wrist snapped. Ding! Primal vigor has reached level 82. He took a step. The weight grew, delicate blood vessels in his nose bursting, his throat filled with the bite of a successful hunt, vibrant red staining the floor below. With the weight came a new burden, weakness. It was a slight thing, his already exhausted body feeling just that slightest bit slower, muscles just a little bit looser. Porkchop paused, giving his failing body time to heal, to adjust. Then he took another step, blood and bile dripping to the floor as he struggled to keep his jaw closed. Porkchop collapsed.
The weight was too heavy, the noise and temperature too distracting, and the fatigue too sapping. Even with all of his stubborn, bloody-minded focus, he could not stand. Yet, he could not stop here. He still had more to give. If he would not walk, he would crawl. Shattered and broken he might be, but he would not halt until he reached his goal. He'd reach it, or he wouldn't. But either way, he would push on until he had nothing left to give.
Ding! Jade Bones, Earthen Blood has reached level 65.
With the vigor of the already dead, Porkchop slid his arm forwards. He was too weak, and the weight too heavy, to lift the limb, so he didn't try. Shuffling it forwards, he snarled against the pain, forcing himself to breathe deep. A shallow gasp was all he could manage. Through sheer force of will, he managed to hook the tips of his claws into the thin seam between the flagstones ahead. Huffing in victory, he slowly pulled his back legs up, anchoring them in much the same way. Tugging on them softly, he found his hold good enough, though it was hard to tell by the way his joints creaked and strained under the pressure that crushed him to the earth. Trusting in himself, he heaved, dragging himself forwards. He could do this. By right, he was a bastion, the first to enter battle and the last to fall. Until his dying breath, he would be a barrier that defended others. Whether it was saving his team from the fury of their enemies, large and small, or his people from their own short-sightedness. Reaching the next flagstone, Porkchop grunted as the weight increased once more, and the air turned deathly cold. Just another stride. He could do this. Minutes burned as his quaking arms reached out, slowly hooking his claws into the next seam. Porkchop heaved. He didn't move. Straining harder caused his joints to pop, separating in their sockets as bones splintered. Still he heaved, fighting against the pain, battling for just another handspan, another hair's breadth. The force of his pull just broke him further, limbs falling limp. He struggled on, trying to drive himself forwards. It was no use. His body had given out. No matter his desire, his need, or his frustration, he had hit the wall. There was nothing left to give. Yet, despite the futility, the marrow-deep knowledge that he had been bested, Porkchop did not give up. In desperation, he raged against the pressure, moving any way he could as skin tore and muscle split in his battle to make it just another hair closer. Corpora saw his struggle and approved. Deep within his soul, Porkchop felt his fire blaze to new heights, a song of unyielding adamant throwing back the screams of the trial, a blaze of surety in victory burning back the chill. His soul pulsed, and his pillar corporus ignited. The last vestige of the barest remaining scraps of his willpower gutted out, as Porkchop realized he had achieved his goal. Black flooded his vision, a last gasp crushed from his chest. Ding! Pillar of Self discovered. Corporus ignited. Would you like to initiate aspect formation? Porkchop lurched back to awareness as the resonant ding of the system notification resounded through his mind. The clean scent of stone dominated his nose, mired only by the biting tang of stains of his own blood and bile, stretching in an unbroken trail ahead and behind him. Silent as it was, he was almost convinced he'd gone deaf. Mind fatigued to the point it took him some time to realize it was simple, blessed quiet. One thing he did not miss was the slight form of his brother crouched beside his head. It was impossible to,
even if he could only see the deep brown of his well-conditioned boots. Their bond made his presence and eminent concern unmistakable. "Hey, buddy, how are you feeling?" Caius's words were soft and crooning. "Like a Shadilian gave up halfway through eating me," Porkchop responded, not even coming close to feeling like moving. His closest friend snorted, shaking his head with a smirk. "I'm not surprised. That was a hell of a showing." A gruff voice cut in, the familiar heavy timbre of the patriarch of Deadacre's Guild. "Most silvers struggle to make it to the end of the temperature swings, let alone the screaming."
I was confident you'd do well, but I definitely never thought you'd make it to the lap of weakness, let alone halfway through it. Rieker continued, clear and genuine respect shining through. "You've impressed me." Porkchop chuckled. Surprisingly, that felt good, having his efforts acknowledged by someone so clearly strong. The guildmaster wasn't the only one. Ian Mouse was leaning on the wall a few strides down the hall, watching him with genuine relief. The half-elf gave him a warm smile, before he nodded to draw his attention to Caius, who looked like he was about to rupture with curiosity. "More importantly, did it work? Did you manage to ignite your aspect?" Caius asked, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially the second he had Porkchop's attention again. He smiled wide in response, baring his teeth. "I did."
Chapter 230. Thy Strength. Still lying prone on the cold stone floor of the Trial of Will, Porkchop huffed in amusement as Caius smiled wide at his achievement.
"You got it? That's great! What are you waiting for?" Caius asked hurriedly.
"Nothing. I'm going to initiate it now. There's no need to risk giving someone even more time to secure that honor," Porkchop replied, still feeling that now familiar pang of anxiety at the thought of losing the system's reward. Caius nodded, scooching back. "You go right ahead. You're safe here." Porkchop gave his brother a quick nod before he turned his attention to the waiting presence of the system hanging in his mind. He accepted the waiting notification. Slipping into his soul space, he saw the waiting pyre burning atop his pillar corporus. It was a stable thing, reeking of duty and determination. It was strange, the sense it gave off, the weight it held. It reminded him of a dozen different figures. The matriarchs and patriarchs, Ikum, even Rieker. There was a little of it in all of them. Porkchop reached out with his will, driven as much by curiosity as he was the gentle guidance of the system. As he connected to his aspect, he drowned in visions. A thief, baring his teeth as the axe came down on his wrist. Blood, pain, and infirmity, a worthy price of seeing their family fed through the winter. A stallion, fighting through the haze of exhaustion and blood loss to feel the splintering crack of the wolf's skull that had harried his herd. A greater beast he had no name for, tearing its way through two opposing armies that threatened to drown its people's home in ash and fire. A general, ordering his men to their death in order to prevent the loss of more. A visionary, smiling as the noose slipped over their neck, certain that their death would be one of the last. A king, leading the charge so that the soldiers behind would not falter. All those and more washed over him in a storm of duty, sacrifice, and indomitable will. The scars of flesh and mind, the weight of ages, and the scorn of many tried to beat them down, to force them to change course. A dozen figures rejecting what was and what should be, in an endless struggle to force the very world itself to accept the reality of what they were. Fighters to the last breath, be it blade or time. He saw them, their plight, their struggles, and their unyielding determination to throw themselves into the crucible again and again to achieve what they must. He saw them, and understood. Corporus surged like a pyre, and Porkchop burned. Fangs of mutation ripped into his flesh, sinking ever deeper as tendrils of energy sank into his bones, only to scorch them to ash. Wrapping around his marrow, Corporus flared. Impurities dissolved, and the refined remnants were morphed, changed to better suit the image of perfection his aspect held. The pain was exquisite, reaching to every facet of his body. It was a scouring unlike any other he had experienced. A judgment that had observed him in totality and found him wanting. A change foisted upon the deepest and most essential parts of him. It blistered the skin and scoured the nerves, blurring into a single moment of incomprehensible discomfort that left no space for words or reactions. Porkchop bore it silently, a price more than fair for the strength he needed. Slowly, the tendrils of agony retreated from his flesh, leaving his marrow polished and concentrated in its wake. He could feel it, the raging vitality that had been left behind. From that deepest part of his flesh, it suffused all. Viciously potent blood surged, nourishing his body and filling him with renewed vigor. An indefatigable resilience making itself known to him. Ding! Corporus aspect founded, the indomitable mantle. Ding! Significant feat of strength performed under observation. You have been awarded an honor, Trailblazer 2. Porkchop's eyes snapped open. He chirped in delight, chest shaking as a wave of relief coursed through his veins. The honor. He'd earned it. He wouldn't be left behind. Filled to the brim with buzzing energy, he surged to his feet, diving to where Caius was watching him with a restless expression on his face. "I got it! I got the honor!" he yelled, pressing his brother down by his shoulders. Caius wriggled, trying pointlessly to escape. He'd neither the strength or mass to present a real challenge in a wrestling match anymore, disappointing as that was. "Get off, you oaf!" Caius yelled, before he craned his neck to scowl at their onlookers, who had started to laugh. Porkchop pulled back, grinning. "Give me a second. I'm going to check what the aspect does," he said, settling down onto his haunches before he pulled up the description of the Indomitable Mantle. The Indomitable Mantle. Pillar Corporus, Seed Stage. A king may die, a general may fall, and a firebrand may hang. Their mantle does not. It endures. Blade and fang, war and destruction, exhaustion and infirmity, all mean little in the face of duty and bond. The marrow-deep ache of sacrifice, the grinding wheel of attrition, the agony of effort beyond limits, all are withstood when action is required. The mantle seeks no glory, vanity, or reward. It is a shield first, a bastion second, and a force of nature last. It does not flinch when the weak cower, nor retreat when the strong demand it. Not because it is unthinking, not because it is fearless, but because it must. Let the storm rage. Let the enemy come. Let the weight of the world bear down. The mantle endures. As an aspect of Corporus, the Indomitable Mantle reforges the body with the resilience and will of those who do what they must. It does not prevent wounds. It ensures survival despite them.
Corporeal reinforcement. Titan's marrow.
The pillar corporus reinforces the marrow, purifying the body with the might of titans. Improves ability to withstand and survive grievous wounds, and reduces fatigue. Seed. Only those who bleed may command. Leadership is an action,
not a title. Greatly improves the efficacy of Titan's marrow when acting in the defense of others or the pursuit of a goal. Caius watched his brother closely, glad to see he was his usual energetic and playful self. The fact that Porkchop had earned the honor was a huge weight off his mind. As much as his bond brother had tried to play at not being worried about being left behind, Caius knew him well enough to know that was false. He also hoped that their bond would work as it had in the depths, and that Porkchop might have also gotten the reward from being first. Hopefully it had, not just because of the additional stats it brought, but because it should mean that the system would also grant him the information package, which would mean he wouldn't have to wait until he'd already formed his corporus aspect to get additional insights into how it was founded. That said, maybe his own informational package had already been updated. Taking a final look at Porkchop, Caius satisfied himself that the oaf was still absorbed in the description of his aspect. Judging by the way his brother's eyes were glazed over and roving back and forth, he was. Understandable, considering the size his own notification had been. Flicking his attention to the informational package, Caius focused on the section where the system had described the core of Mentis. To his delight, there was more following it. Informational package. Aspects. For Mentis, this truth is the waystone of mentality, drive, conviction, and motivation. Understand the core thread that links these facets of the mind, and the aspect is revealed.
For Corporus, this truth is the core of how you move through the world, what and how you will endure, sacrifice, and struggle through in the pursuit of your desires. It is the locus of the body, and it is concerned with the method in which you chose to walk the path. When this is understood, the aspect is revealed. Ignite Pillar Animus to reveal the nature of their truths. Quickly dismissing the notification, Caius heard Porkchop chuffing in delight. "Anything good? I must admit, hearing about these aspects has me feeling rather jealous," Rika asked, his gruff voice carrying through the cold stone hall. Caius felt a pang of sympathy. Anyone who had reached the Guildmaster's strength in the central regions of Vastivar was without a doubt driven and determined. To miss out on a method of advancement due to something as small as the timing of your birth would eat him alive. All things considered, he thought Rika had handled it immensely well, a proof of his experience and wisdom, perhaps. After all, this was the first time he'd heard the man utter anything even approaching a complaint, and it was barely even one at that. Though, more than that, Caius was also curious about what Porkchop had gained. The system's words on Corporus and the absolute trial of horrors that he'd just watched Porkchop push himself through without complaint had him hoping that it would be as significant as his own glass mind. Porkchop nodded his head emphatically before he launched into a hurried explanation of how Corporus had reinforced his body and changed his marrow, how it would make people able to withstand greater wounds without faltering and push themselves closer to the edge. That was a potent ability in Caius's mind. While endurance made people tougher, harder to injure, its impacts on how you actually withstood injuries were much less drastic. Present and notable with enough levels, but much less so.
If your guts were hanging out, or your heart or brain was destroyed, you were in a real pickle, unless you had a specific skill that let you deal with that. The same with exhaustion. Stamina did stop true fatigue from setting in, but it didn't help with everything. As he'd found in their siege against the Bogglings, if you kept going for long enough, it weighed on you, exhausted you in a way that went beyond the expense of resources. The kind of reinforcement that Corporus brought would be valuable for everyone. Even mages. He'd seen the way that Ionmus looked when he'd been burning through his mana pool. If Titan's marrow could help with mana burn, too,
That would align with the benefits he'd seen with the glass mind. Especially when it seemed clear that the basic reinforcement of an aspect was personalized by the seed. Both he and Ianmus had had their glass mind tuned to what they would need to use it for most, and it seemed the same with Porkchop. Only those who bleed may command. A name that sent a jolt of tingles down his spine. Not that he'd ever tell Porkchop that. Did just that. It seemed tailor-made for Porkchop, someone who'd been more than willing to take a hit for him on multiple occasions, and was more stubborn than anyone else he'd met. Seeing Porkchop had finished his discussion with Reeker, Caius decided to jump in. "You should check your honor, Porkchop. My information package updated," he said with an easy grin, enjoying the way his friend's eyes widened in response. A moment later, Porkchop's eyes unfocused, though just for a moment. "It did! I got the bonus!" Porkchop replied, infectious joy shining across their bond. "Seriously, I still can't believe you got a bond skill that lets you share system rewards like that. It's patently unfair to the rest of us," Ianmus said with a shake of his head, though Caius could see his friend was smiling. Reeker grunted in agreement.
Now that you've all secured your advantage, do I have your permission to share some of these insights with the rest of the network? It's likely that they'll push a few of the others that are close over the line, and if we're lucky, we might be able to foist some of the heat about honors onto them, the Guildmaster asked, waiting a moment for their excitement to die down. Thinking about it for a moment, Caius saw no reason to say no. At least, if Reeker could ensure that the information wouldn't be hoarded further. "Can you ensure that the sharing of honors requirements go ahead if someone else gets one?" he asked. The Guildmaster nodded, firm and sure of himself. "I can. I'm not sure if you've realized this, but the only way the Guild maintains its relevance in the face of noble dynasties is by being very good at scooping up unaligned, promising upstarts like yourself. Mutual benefit is a founding tenet of the institution, and those in the honors program all have plenty of reasons to act for the benefit of the many," Reeker replied. Nodding slowly, Caius realized that it made complete sense. Reeker and Rowe had been too quick to act, too comfortable in investing significantly in their safety and development for it to have been anything other than standard operation. "What do you get out of it?" he asked, swallowing his nervousness at questioning Reeker's eminent authority. The Guildmaster raised an eyebrow. "Well, if we speak in general terms, if I guided a new delver into safely becoming someone of note, the Guild would reward me on its own terms. If said person ended up in our proverbial camp, that is." Ianmus nodded, standing up straight from where he was leaning on the wall. "It's the same with the academies, for scholarship students at least. I would have mentioned it if I knew you didn't know. Most institutional dynasties work like that on Vastivar. A whole lot of dice rolls on forging good relationships in the next generation, and being too valuable to challenge outright." Reeker nodded. "Ianmus has the right of it. As for your case specifically, well, what you shared today would have been worth 1,000 bad calls. That was a fair call. If anything, the scales were weighed in their favor after everything they'd shared with the man. Regardless, this has been enough for a day. You've all earned a day of rest, especially after your shit show of a mission." Caius winced after spilling his guts out to the Guildmaster and watching Porkchop walk himself half to death. He'd almost managed to drive their poor showing against the Boglings out of his mind. "Come see me the day after tomorrow. Your training starts then. I'll debrief you on your next mission when I've found something suitable," Reeker finished, giving them all a nod. Getting to his feet, Caius watched Porkchop do the same, rising with surprising vigor after everything he had been through. They followed Reeker out of the trial hall, making their way up the stairs to the guildhouse proper. Honestly, a cold beer and one of Hench's dinners at the stables sounded perfect. A day of relaxation would do him good,
But after that, he'd be pushing as hard as he could to unlock his next spells. After all, he still needed a good handful of examples to truly start puzzling out the mysteries of Vezran runework.
Chapter 231. Pursuit of Mastery. Standing in the underground training hall, Caius looked over at the field of stone pillars that was arrayed before him. Rieker had set them up for them, made of some sort of material that was resistant to resonance, and well grounded, they served as durable targets for him to practice influencing his spells with his will. The first week had been an exercise in frustration, especially since Ianmus had had a much easier time with using his own will to influence his abilities. The mage's gains had been meager, but he'd seen something on the first day, and every day after that he'd managed just a hair of progress. His glyph binding, on the other hand, seemed uniquely ill-suited to the process. His spells had a layer of detachment from him, supported by his glyph and directed collapse of unstable mana. They had none of the personal touch of weaving magic directly out of your mana channels. Still, he'd managed it, even if the challenge had been hellish. Not much, but something. Every time he lashed one of the stone pillars, 2 additional arches would leap to a nearby neighbor. At first it had been utterly random, but now he had some measure of control. A tiny, miserable measure. Perhaps 1 in 5 tries, he'd get a single arc to connect where he wanted it to. It wasn't even really control, more like rigging a dice roll so the odds were ever so slightly in his favor. At least he was improving. Achingly slowly, but he was improving. He shot a glance to his left, where Ianmus was deep in focus, as he strained his mind to adjust the size of one of his light beams without using his manipulation skill. He scowled. The man was far too blasted talented at magic for his own good. Shaking his head, Caius turned his focus back on the pillars. A fugue-like fuzz fell over the edges of his vision as he pulled his attention back from the world to focus on his spell and his target. Slowing down, his heart picked up the tempo of a measured march, endless and rhythmic. Just his target and the spell. With the pillar filling his vision, a dark gray with flecks of reflective crystals, he flexed his will. Lightning cracked, boiling in his hand with a fury that sharpened his senses. It roiled in his grip, fighting against him to rage and writhe in an effort to follow its design. A moment's pause calmed the mind, and Caius swung. Not at his target, its neighbor. Searing gold cut through the air, wrapping itself round the stone pillar, dumping hot plasma and arcane reverberation into the material as streamers of energy burst free. One snapped to the right, the opposite direction of his target. Then the other dominated his vision, filling the center of his focus with screaming cracks of storm's fury. The focus of his will, bound in a destructive web of his own making. Ding! Latent glyph of Drakthar has reached level 60. Caius grinned, satisfaction washing over him at his success. He quashed it a moment later, resetting his stance as he worked on honing his focus once more. Until he was successful twice in a row, he wouldn't be satisfied. A significant ordeal, considering how draining each and every cast was. Even after a bare 5 casts, he could feel the burgeoning throb that was setting in behind his left eye, threatening to pop the orb free with every beat of his heart. Shaking off the fatigue, Caius refocused. Another dozen or so attempts, then he could take a break to drink some poison and reinscribe. The hammer hit him in the chest, shattering his breastplate like glass and cracking his sternum. Good as his dampening underarmor was, the guildmaster hit like a hill giant. Porkchop growled, snapping at Rieker in frustration when his hand got a little too close. The guildmaster snatched his hand back,
wagging a finger at his face. "You're going to have to be faster than that if you want a bite of me, Millis," he grinned.
Porkchop's heart kicked in his chest as Reeker lunged forwards, Warhammer swept up just slow enough that he could track it. It was coming for his neck, he realized. Shoving off the ground, Porkchop reared up, throwing his bulk into the Guildmaster's swing. He took the blow on his pauldron, robbing the attack of half of its wind-up. Throbbing agony rolled through him as his shoulder slipped in its socket, jade shards flying free as the hammer spalled enhanced crystal with ease. Porkchop ignored the pain, letting it wash away in the growing heat of aggression. He dug his back claws in, using the traction to twist into a full-bodied swipe, hoping to catch Reeker in his undefended and unarmored stomach. The Guildmaster only smirked, spinning off his front foot to shatter yet another armor plate, this time one of long segments hanging off his mid-back. A new addition once the skill had crossed level 50. "Come on, Porkchop, you're better than this. Don't just let me beat on you." Reeker accompanied his words with a baleful blitz of smashing hammer swings that left his forearm, ribs, and shoulder blades splintered, shards of jade falling to the floor like rain. Health roared like a pyre, stitching his bones whole in seconds. Forcing mana into the construction of his skill, Porkchop felt the energy surge into his armor, fixing it to wholeness.
Reeker capitalized on the moment of distraction, swinging for his shoulder again. Porkchop roared. He pulled his arm up, letting the Guildmaster's hammer hit him just below his armpit. The plates there were thin, just barely covered from the development of his armor skill at level 50. Blood gushed as the thick slap of steel punched straight through, shredding muscle and caving in his upper ribs. Ding! Celadon Aegis has reached level 70. Snapping his arm down, Porkchop wedged the weapon into his side by the haft. Ignoring the burning ache, he kicked off with his jaw wide open and sunk his teeth straight into Reeker's shoulder. Or, at least, he tried to. Was the man made of rock? It was like chewing granite. Reeker laughed, a booming thing that filled him with apprehension. "Now that," the Guildmaster said, releasing his hammer to grab him by the muzzle. His jaw creaked. "Is more like it." Reeker ripped his teeth straight out of his shoulder, shreds of flesh tearing free. The wound writhed, closing faster than Porkchop could blink. A palm slapped his breastplate, cracking echoed, filling the hall. The force was undeniable. He stumbled back. When someone is stronger than you, faster than you, take the hit and make them bleed. Reeker's bloody joy was infectious, his own hunting fury rising in response. Again. He charged, and Reeker raced to meet him. Mana whirled around him. He'd always loved it. The way it responded to your very wishes, coaxed by will and manipulation. The way it curled around him, caressing him like a warm summer's breeze. If it sounded easy, it wasn't. Mana was a wild tempest, with its own wants and desires. It would make your wishes come true, but only if you had the skill, knowledge, and simple power to prove your worth. He had all three, courtesy of his father and the teachings of Sunspire. Well, he thought he had. Meeting the two maniacs across the hall had disabused him of that notion. That was true strength. Woven from threads of persistence, maniacal disregard for injury, and simple grit. It would have been oh so easy for him to retreat into his shell, to soothe himself with soft whispers that he was the more brilliant, only held back by a lack of access to their advantages. Unfortunately, Caius had made that impossible. Who would have thought that someone with that much bloodlust would have a keen mind for magic? Sure, he'd relied on a class that fed him spells, but Caius had to, for there was no one else to learn from. It wasn't like the man was resting on his laurels,
what with the way he obsessively studied his glyphs every time he reinscribed, desperately searching for minute commonalities between them. Ianmus knew it was only a matter of time until Caius cracked the secrets of Vezran runework. Even if it took a decade, Caius would manage it. If he wanted to keep up, he needed to give it his all. Ianmus hummed a low note, an old habit to clear his mind before a particularly strenuous spell. Keeping his eyes open, he kept his teammates in his eyes, each in opposite corners of the expansive underground hall. He reached for the comfort of Solar, feeling the delicate touch of familiar warmth. Streamers of light coalesced around him, a cocoon of burning heat and nurturing joy. Thread by thread, he began to weave. Sun-drenched strength served as the foundation of the spell. Every good mage had a few basics in their toolkit, and his would be complete when he acquired a healing sorcery. It was a small strain, but one that would weigh on him as he moved to the next phase. His glass mind stepped in, holding the weight of the will needed to keep the spell in place when he stretched it far beyond its design. Hypercharged spell was next. Mana surged with new potency as he fed it through the working, filling his sorcery to the bursting in only a few breaths. This alone was little strain. It was what came next that would test him. Holding firm to his staff, he reached out with his mind, pulling on threads of raw solar might. Spun gold danced to his tune, held in a grip of iron that forced it to obey. Touching his spell form, he unraveled the outermost section of the working. Mana bucked, his glass mind straining to keep the unbalanced sorcery held in place. Moving as quick as he was able, painfully limited by the rate at which he could channel his mana, Ianmus ripped out the targeting solution by its guts. A colossal weight settled on his shoulders as sweat beaded on his brow, half a dozen different class and general skills working in concert to keep the spell from detonating uncontrollably. Latent the destabilization might have been, he could still see it. The eddies in the tightly structured mana that spun around him. Piece by piece, he rebuilt the spell. It was tough, straining him to the edges of his skill. The Academy had only just touched upon the art of will imbuement. They hadn't even seen fit to define it as separate from manipulation, and most of his advancements had come from simple experimentation since meeting his team. Mind clear and focused, he pushed his glass mind to its limits, offloading as much of the strain as he could. It was a simplistic thing, still bound utterly to his own consciousness, but capable of raw computation outside of his mainstream of thought. It was also, unfortunately, terrible at deft work, so he was forced to rely on it only for feeding the work mana and for aiding in stabilization. Grunting with strain, Ianmus felt the last reformed section snap into place, stable once more. Visible to all who had mana sight, a circle of woven mana hovered in front of him. There were no runes. He knew little of the art, and even if he did, he couldn't even imagine the strain. But the geometry of the sigil pulsed with meaning, aiding him just the slightest in keeping the whole thing from collapsing. Another thing he had Caius to thank for. Trying against the urge to sigh in relief, he released the spell. A wave of solar growth rushed out. Where normally it would be a diffuse cloud that would settle into the bodies of his targets in a short range, this one had been split into two tight bolts. Both crossed the hall in seconds, sinking deep into the bodies of Caius and Porkchop, filling them with empowered physicality. Ding! Sun-drenched strength has reached level 67. Ding! Solar manipulation has reached level 76. Ding! Hypercharged spell has reached level 43. Ding!
Starlit efficiency has reached level 68. Ding! Focused attention has reached level 69. Ding! Magician's potency has reached level 67. Wiping his forehead, Ianmus grimaced at the sheen of sweat that had left on his palm. His circuits ached, the metaphysical pathways through his body fraying under the burden he'd placed them under. Understandable, after pushing half his mana into the spell. A good result, all things considered. A year ago, and he would have been ecstatic to level 2 class skills and 4 general skills with a single spell. Now, it just felt like there was more to do. He couldn't fall behind, not when they were his ticket to understanding the secrets of mana.
Chapter 232. Communique. Leaning back into the plush padding of their chosen booth at the stables, Caius let out a soft gone as he drank deeply from his tankard. The malty beer did much to soothe his bone-deep exhaustion, but it wasn't a cure-all. Every fiber of his body felt wrung out, beaten, shredded, and abused. His mana circuits ached, something he hadn't even realized was possible. Turns out, if you spend a few weeks doing little else than casting, drinking mana potions, and inscribing spells, you'd figure out right quick exactly what mana burn felt like. Despite their theories that he was immune, it just seemed like he was rather resistant to its acute effects. He suffered them just fine with chronic exhaustion. The rest of his team wasn't much better. Ianmus was nurturing a drink much like himself as he stared out their little window with a vacant-eyed look. Normally quick as a tack, the man had grown ever more quiet in the last week, too exhausted from their training to use his mind for anything other than shallow conversation. Porkchop, on the other hand, was destroying a plate of roast meats with gusto, though Caius had noticed that his bond brother had been exceptionally reticent to move unless absolutely required. Still, it had been well worth it. They'd made significant gains across the board. Most of his growth had been seen in his 2 glyphs, both responding incredibly well to his dogged attempts at influencing his spells with his will. Initiate's Blade Right hadn't quite languished untouched, but in comparison, he'd only made a token effort at its use. Still, even that was enough to increase its level substantially. Much of his general skills had been left untouched, but a few had also been stressed quite handedly. The toxins he'd imbibed had done their work to raise the level of his resistance skill, and both tonal weaving and resonance amplification had done wonders with all of the casting and reinscribing that he had been doing. Though he had a growing hope that the damaging resonance that the latter imbued his Drakthar spells with would develop to boost his other spells as well. He'd felt it at the edges whenever he cast Slipstep, a tenuous link between the two. Out of reach for now, but one he hoped was a portent of things to come. Deciding to review his gains more fully, Caius pulled up his full status. Status: Name: Caius. Dynasty: Unterstern. Age: 19. Race: Human. Dynastic: Greater Beast-Blooded. +1 end strength, willpower, and free stats per level. Layer reached: 2. Class: Runeblade Initiate. +3 int, +2 end, +2 strength, +2 dex, +1 vit, +1 will per level. Level: 59. Resources: Health: 3,400 over 3,400, 18.7 per minute. Stamina: 3,270 over 3,270, 25.1 per minute. Mana: 4,350 over 4,350, 28.6 per minute. Free mana: 3,350 over 3,350. Reserved mana: 1,000. Stats: Endurance: 207 plus 57 plus 29%, 340. Vitality, 88 plus 57 plus 29%, 187. Strength, 197 plus 57 plus 29%, 327. Dexterity, 138 plus 57 plus 29%, 251. Intelligence, 247 plus 72 plus 37%, 435. Willpower, 138 plus 72 plus 37%, 286. Stat points, 0. Aspects, Pillar Corporis, Na. Pillar Mentis, the Veteran's Edge. Reinforcement, Glass. Mind Seed, Campaigner's Reason. Pillar Animus, Na/A. Class Skills, 3/10. Latent Glyph of Drakthar, Heroic, 43 to 78. Initiate's Glyphic Bladerite, Unique, 26 to 44. Latent Glyph of Alina, Heroic, 15 to 63. General Skills, 10 out of 10. Rapid Adaptation, Heroic, 69 to 86. Liturgical Blade Form, Primus Ordo, Heroic, 47 to 65. Explorer's Toolkit, Unusual, 39 to 53. Tempered by Dissonance, Heroic, 45 to 55. True Sight, Unique, 39 to 54. Tonal Weaving, Unique, 49 to 64. Resonance Amplification, Unique, 38 to 63. Lesser Regeneration, Unusual, 60 greater than 67. Uncanny Dodge, Unique, 37 greater than 57. Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus, Heroic, 48 greater than 75. Hymn Book, Glyph of Drakthar, Stormlash, Tier 1, 120 mana. Glyph of Alina, Yelia's Slipstep, Tier 1, 80 mana. Honors, Born for Slaughter, bonus. Sublime Prodigy, Glyph Binding, bonus. Birds of a Blood-Soaked Feather, bonus. Persistent Survivor, minor, bonus. Kingslayer, major, bonus. Ruthless Underdog, bonus. Ruthless Underdog 2, Trailblazer 2, bonus. Bound Artifacts, A Father's Gift, common. Growth Longsword, growth conditions gain a class, 1/1. Absorb suitable materials, 1/3. Forge a link, 1/1. Humming to himself in satisfaction at his gains, Caius nearly jumped out of his skin when a soft cough sounded from just beside him. Dismissing his status, Caius looked over to find Hench waiting patiently, his arms crossed behind his back. Yong was there too, as he always was. Caius couldn't remember a time that the large cat hadn't been within a few strides of the man, peering out from behind Hench's legs. "Ho, Caius, sorry to interrupt," the innkeeper said, giving him a warm smile. "Nonsense. What can I do for you?" Caius asked, wondering why Hench had come over. The innkeeper was friendly, but he was almost religious about giving his patrons privacy unless they were actively including him in their conversations. "A letter for you. Went to the guild, but Roe had it rerouted here. Arrived about an hour ago.
but the lot of you looked like you could use a bit of time to relax. Hench grinned, nodding towards the quadruplet of empty pints at the center of the table. Caius's brows raised in surprise. A letter? It must have been from Three Fields. He couldn't think of anyone else who would know where to reach him. A flash of concern crept up the back of his neck. He hoped that it was something innocuous, not a warning or plea for help. With the growing danger, the communities at the edge of the sea would be worse off compared to most. Not only would they have to contend with more dangerous beasts compared to the plains, but there could be real threats wandering down from the mountains at any time. Something that would no doubt become more and more frequent as the mana levels rose enough to comfortably support the denizens of the mountains and deep regions of the arboreal sea. "Thanks, Hench. I'll take a look," Caius replied, trying to keep his face schooled. He must have done a bad job because a hint of concern crossed the innkeep's face as he handed over a small tube, the kind that was used to secure a letter to a bird. "Before I leave ye to it, Ro got the runner boy to mention that she could handle sending out a response. Just leave one with her when you next see her," Hench said. Caius nodded gratefully, and the innkeep gave them a final nod and returned back to the bar. "A letter?" Ianmus asked, curiously, the sudden change enough to rouse his interest despite his fatigue. "Do you think it's from the elders?" Porkchop asked, tilting his head at the compact tube.
Caius nodded, uncapping the package and unrolling a tightly wound page.
"I don't see who else it could be. I just hope everything is okay."
The letter was written in a neat cursive that immediately identified they had been correct. Yanmi's handwriting. Caius dove in, eager to see what had caused them to reach out. "Dear Caius, it gladdens this old woman's heart to think that you have settled well in Deadacre. We've heard from passers-by that the delving work there is proving lucrative, so I truly hope you have found what you were looking for when you left us. The council is well. We were successful in our plans to secure our heritage in the region. The others were ornery, as us old coots are wont to be when sudden change is afoot. But they saw the wisdom when they saw what was on the table, and what we risked by inaction. Our next generation have hope now, of stable walls and a strong future. One more varied than ever with how everyone has come to work together. It's proven more successful than even us hopefuls thought, so much so that it seems we might be able to have more than a few fields and hunting grounds. I reach out to let you know we've relocated. The bonds of culture were strong enough that we could all work together, but a new future requires a new founding. Plus, expanding any one of the settlements would have been far too difficult. Except for Gloomhollow, but they've been affected by the change the most, considering how far into the sea they are set. Laying the foundations has been easy work. We're a hardy sort, and with all of our hunters and builders, things are going well. We founded a site some 30 leagues east of Three Fields, about 2 before Oakstown and the start of the foothills proper. Jakar and the head hunter from Oakstown found the place. It's an old plateau, worn down into a large, flat-top hill. Good bedrock foundations and natural rock formations acting as walls.
As I write this, the earthworks and palisade have been completed. Masonry blocks this time, and work is ongoing on common areas until a proper city ship can be built. There's even a depths entrance inside the walls, something we considered prudent with all the changes in the world. Layer 1, set into one of the rocky outcroppings, there's a second, barely a league away, but being the 10th layer, it's far too dangerous for most. The youngsters have taken to the change well, as they're wont to do, especially those who have earned their statuses in recent months. They've had a fire lit under them by the growing danger. Much better than some of the weary bones who live out here at the edge of nowhere, at least. Seaborn, they are. I hope to hear from you soon. I ache to hear of the goings-on in the world,
and all that you have experienced in your adventures. Your absence is felt most keenly. Yanmi, Mayor of Dawntown. Caius leaned back in shock as he finished the letter. He knew what the villagers had planned, but for them to have founded a new city, whole cloth, that was an impressive undertaking, especially to have found a site that was both defensible and had easy access to a delve. Still, there was much hidden in the soft language of an old friend catching up. He'd need to discuss this. "Perhaps we best head to our rooms," Caius said, meeting his team's eyes. They nodded, and as a group they filed out, giving Hench a thankful nod as they went. Sitting on the bed, Caius watched his teammates finish reading the letter. Ianmus rubbed his forehead, looking up. "Well, one thing is clear. There's a lot written between the lines." Caius nodded. "Yeah, it seems like they got everyone on board, and managed to convince others to share their skills as well. At least, I hope so. It would have to be. More than a few fields and hunting grounds. More varied than ever. That screams more legacy skills." Porkchop agreed. Caius nodded. That wasn't all. It seemed like they were already training the youngsters who'd just awakened to the system. They were moving fast. Faster than he'd dared hope. Seaborn as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the name of their future dynasty. The question is now, what do we respond? No doubt she is hoping for some additional information, Ianmus said. Caius nodded. Aspects, for one. It was an easy choice. The faster that the new power block that was Dawntown had access to what they had learned, the quicker that they could capitalize on it. Unless somebody was hiding their presence very well, everyone in those communities was in the first tier and would be well served by completing their aspects. Porkchop hummed, clearly thinking something through. "I have an idea, though I'm not sure if you're going to like it," his brother said after a moment's pause. Caius cocked his head. Porkchop had proven to be wise about topics that he was likely to reject out of habit, so he'd hear him out regardless of what it was. "Oh? What did you have in mind?" Porkchop shuffled, readjusting as he slowly started to talk. "Well, if they have a wide variety of legacy skills, a full city's worth of talent to pull upon, and access to a delve, they should probably consider especially talented teams of 3 spending their last year and a half unsupervised in the depths," Porkchop said, watching him cautiously. Anxiety lurched through his chest. Porkchop's words were startlingly close to his fears surrounding the risks of releasing honors at all. Before he could bite out a retort, he swallowed his tension, releasing a slow breath. "Okay, clearly you know I'd be nervous about that. Why don't you explain?" Caius replied. "I'm also curious. Every piece of common sense points to that being a grand way for people to end up dead." His brother sagged in evident relief. "It would definitely be dangerous, but it would be far from what we experienced, Caius." Just think, Layer 1, in a delve that has been well mapped for a couple biomes in any direction. All of the locations of champions, the composition of enemies, and the types of guardians laid out. Caius nodded, keeping up with Porkchop so far. That would have made a large difference, but he still thought it was reckless to expect unclassed to do what they did, even at a lower layer. Few had their advantages, and they'd still almost died on multiple occasions. They get escorted to a specific biome, to a safe room. Then they park up, working on capping their skills and stats while getting combat experience against the depth spawn. After a year, they get a minor honor, worth it by itself. Hopefully by then they're capped and can follow a planned route to kill 10 champions in a group of 3, netting them another honor. If they still have time and can fight champions they've already fought as a group, 3 each, netting them a 3rd. Porkchop continued, getting more enthusiastic as he went. And the Guardian? Caius asked. What Porkchop suggested actually could work, though it would be dangerous beyond belief. They don't attempt it. They can return to where they entered and either get escorted through the rest, or they can wait for class selection, gain their first few easy levels, and do it themselves. Porkchop finished. Ianmus leaned back. You know, that actually doesn't sound like a bad idea. It utterly flies in the face of conventional wisdom, but that only exists because the risk is utterly pointless until you factor in honors, and no one knew about those. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree, Caius replied. The influence 3 honors would have on the people of Dawntown was immense. Not only would it help them strive higher with the additional stats and scaling, but they, and the experience in the depths, would no doubt grant them a considerable boost to their class rarity. A lesser mirror to he and Porkchop's own development.
Reaching over to their spatial pack, he pulled out his writing supplies.
Help me write this out. We're going to need to be really careful in how we word this. It should only be attempted by groups of the most competent and careful. That, and we're going to have to be careful about the message being intercepted, Caius replied. Someone else reading the letter was unlikely, if Ro had promised to sort the delivery herself. Guild courier services were legendary for their discreetness, but it was still something he wouldn't take a chance on. His team gathered round, preparing to help him pen a response. One that, he hoped,
Chapter 233. King of the Jungle.
Grave-Eye watched the team enter the guild hall. His room was utterly inadequate. Who the hell used pine for flooring? Was the owner born in a barn? Unfortunately, it was the only place available on short notice that had a view of the guild hall from its window. Like every day, they entered shortly after the morning bell, and, like every day, he expected he wouldn't see them leaving until dusk. It was unbelievably suspicious. They had to think him a fool. Having his time wasted like this burned. There were much better uses of his time than sitting by a blasted window in a moldering room, running his business, visiting the ever-worsening theater, buying vintages, something that would finally prove how worthy he was. He could already taste it. The fine wine, the respect, the fear. If those 2 children turned out to be the real deal, they were his ticket to real prospects, a seat at the high table. The authority that he was owed would finally be his. Reeker's office was becoming a familiar sight. While they didn't come here every day, it was seemingly the Guildmaster's venue of choice for any sort of official discussion. Considering they were about to receive their next mission, one that promised to be far better suited to their skills than the Bogglings had been, this fit the bill. With his team at his side, Caius waited for the Guildmaster to speak. Normally, it would have been unneeded. It was impossible to avoid building up a rapport with someone that you spent so much time with, especially one as driven and capable as Reeker. He was surprisingly easygoing, and had often invited them to speak up when they had questions, or wanted to make simple conversation. This was not one of those times. Reeker the man was absent, and sitting in his place was the Guildmaster, War Dog of Deadacre. Even the ever-fiery Ro was acting as her station demanded, standing to Reeker's right, her arms held behind her waist. It was impressive watching him don his mantle, the way his spine straightened and gravitas oozed from his very pores. "You've done well, all of you," Reeker said, breaking the silence. "Caius." The Guildmaster turned his head just a hair, eyes boring into him. "You're on the verge of your next spell for Drakthar, and your other skills are not too much further behind." Reeker turned to Ianmus next. "You too have done well. An impressive development across the board.
Your meta-magic is more potent than ever, and you managed to reach the point of Sunbeam casting a second ray. An important achievement that will make you far more effective at hampering your foes.
The Guildmaster continued, before his eyes settled on the last member of their team. Porkchop, you've done the best. With Corporus backing you, you managed to seize not one, but 2 developments to your armor skill. The strain you put yourself under would have killed most lesser folk, and you shouldered it with ease. Well done. His eyes roved over them all. I mean it. All of you have done brilliantly. A warm smile broke on Riker's face, his pride and satisfaction at their progress making Caius set his shoulders just a little squarer. The Guildmaster was many things, but he was not a man that dolled out praise without it being earned. The change in his demeanor also signaled the end of his stoic facade. Ro stepped forwards, taking a seat next to him. Fizzing excitement welled up within him, almost bubbling over as he anxiously waited to learn more about their upcoming mission. I know you're eager to get out of the city, and I'm happy to say that we found something good for you, Riker said, an infectious grin on his face. Ro jumped in. We had something come in a few days ago, something special that will be a tough challenge even for you. Something special? That caught Caius's attention. There was such a variety of threats roving the countryside since the phase shift that it had to be something truly stand out for Ro and Riker to treat it as special. He could only hope that it would be something fun, a fight against something big and tough that would push and stress their capabilities. Even if such a thing had been Riker and Ro's plan for them, if something unexpected had cropped up that would provide them a valuable learning experience, Caius had no doubt that they'd end up on another mission that would force them to adapt. It seemed Porkchop felt similarly. Beside him, his brother leaned in, tilting his head in curiosity. Is it challenging because it's a tough fight that we're well suited for, or because we'll be out of our element? His brother asked.
Riker laughed, shaking his head. No, nothing like the last one. I think you learned your lesson there. It'll be a tough fight, tough enough that you'll have to fight smart, but one I think you'll enjoy. I'll let Ro tell you more. Ro nodded. We got reports of a large reptilian beast settling down into a forest east of Deadacre, just above the Handset Woods. Without any concrete information, I checked it out myself. Caius's eyes sharpened. There was no way that Ro would have gone herself to investigate mere rumors, unless they had reason to think that the beast could have been a threat that only her or Riker could have dealt with. For it to be fostered onto them after its identity had been confirmed, it had to be something that they had to analyze directly to ascertain its strength. A beast with a high capacity for growth. Oh, sure, it could have just been a case of mistaken identity. But why would they call it special if that was the case? A slow smile spread over Ro's face as she watched him. I confirmed it as a lesser drake. It either appeared with the phase change and was missed before it grew to its current size, or it snuck in from the mountains under our noses. Caius hissed through his teeth, the rest of his team reeling much the same at the reveal. A drake, even a lesser one, was a potent threat. Pseudo-draconic, not closely related to the most fearsome of all greater beasts, but one that was a far distant cousin nonetheless. They lacked the breath attacks of true draconids, but still had a ghost of their strength and magical potency. Even a ghost of a dragon was enough to put most delvers 6 strides under. Smelling the challenge on the horizon, his blood song woke within him and crooned with desire. A lesser drake. That would be a fight to remember. Its level? Ianmus cut in, his eyes sharp and focused. Caius could tell the mage felt at least a shard of the anticipation that was growing in his chest. The growing flush creeping up the back of Ianmus's pale neck was a dead giveaway. 104, Ro responded, giving Ianmus a nod of respect for jumping to the most pertinent information. Though it might be a smidge higher by the time you arrive. It's not an elite, but it doesn't need to be, Rieker added. It's not the largest level jump that you've ever fought, but this thing is tough, strong, and less of a perfect matchup than the assassin spider. With its earth affinity, it'll be tossing boulders around with ease, and its scales will leave it heavily armored almost everywhere. Caius nodded. He didn't know all that much about lesser drakes, but all pseudo-draconic beasts were supposed to be consummate users of their element. No doubt it would wield the earth as well as its own limbs. The armor was a bit of a worry, but they'd learned from their mistakes with the boglings. They'd check the archives for weaknesses before they left. The two of you are strong, Rieker continued, looking at him and Porkchop. Strong enough that I wouldn't be surprised if you match or exceed its total stats. However, it's a drake. The thing's almost as big as a house, 12 strides at the shoulder, and will be meaner than a dire boar. That raw physicality is a tough thing to equal, and you should expect it to survive wounds that would slay a lesser creature. On the other hand, this will be fantastic experience for all of you, Rose said, jumping it. Plus, it's relatively close to a village, so the rewards for slaying it will be higher than if it was in the middle of nowhere. If you decide to accept, the reward will be 10 platinum. If the hunger in his belly for a good fight wasn't enough, the sudden lurch at the size of the reward sealed the deal. They were taking this, no two ways about it.
That much coin would do much for the greatly needed upgrades to their artifacts that they were working towards.
What of the body? Ianmus asked. I know the price of beast remains has fallen through the floor, but I doubt that pseudo-draconids have become so common they've lost all of their old value. I'd hate to leave it there to rot, but we have no way of handling a corpse of that size. A great question, one that Caius wouldn't have thought to ask. He'd been too lost in thought of glory and riches to remember that the beast itself would be valuable in its own right. Scale and bone would be valuable to many an artificer, the blood and bile to alchemists and inscriptionists. Even the meat would be a cut above the fare usually found in the markets, packed with energy that the right classer would be able to turn into a particularly vitalizing meal. Rieker reached into his pocket, drawing out a thin steel token with a dense inscription on its center. He placed it on his desk and slid it over. We'll give you this. If you channel mana into it, we'll be alerted. Use it once the drake is dead, and Ro will come with spatial artifacts to collect the corpse. Caius nodded at the guildmaster in gratitude, sweeping up the minor artifact and pocketing it. Though he was surprised that Ro would go through the effort. Even if the remains were valuable, so was Ro's time. More evidence of the favor they had managed to curry, he supposed. It'll take me about 8 hours to get there, so just hold tight and make camp. We'll have to take a cut, since I'll be working officially, but what's left should still be enough to increase your rewards, and the artifacts we use the funds to take out of the vault significantly. Ro then jumped into an explanation of what they could expect to receive upon their return, a turn in the conversation that filled Caius with delight. The unexpected windfall of such a mission would do much for them.
He himself could look forward to not just the mass of elder blood, but also a full set of rare scale armor. It was an upgrade that would mean setting aside his vambraces of Varkosian deflection, but that was a sacrifice he was willing to make. While the enhancement to his attacks was useful, it was no longer the deciding factor of his engagements. It was simple, really. The enchantment didn't scale. He'd gotten stronger, and his enemies tougher, so with each fight the impact the bracers had was growing smaller and smaller. In the end, finally having a complete set of armor would serve him far better, and keep him safer as well. Ianmus would be getting a new set of robes and a wellstone, some sort of floating crystal he would be able to use as mana storage.
It sounded rather mundane to him, but judging by the way the man's face had lit up, it was considerably valuable. Porkchop was perhaps the most excited with his future rewards. He'd be getting a mobile shield, a niche defensive artifact that would float through the air according to his will. Surprisingly, that had only gotten a nod from his brother. It was learning he'd also be getting an artifact that would give him a spectral hand that had him really excited. Ro had treated it almost as an afterthought, considering it was weak enough to have almost no use in combat. Still, the prospect of no longer being hampered by his lack of thumbs was clearly thought of as the more significant boon. With their future rewards laid out, Rieker cleared his throat, grabbing the room's attention. There will be no additional missions this time. We've managed to circumvent the usual channels, so there will be little need to obscure your movements. I wish you good luck, but I hope you won't need it, the Guildmaster finished, giving them a slight smile. Caius beamed back at the man. Recognizing the dismissal for what it was, they stood up and thanked Rieker and Ro for their time. Filing out of the room, Caius shared excited looks with his team. It was time to hit the archives, plan, and purchase anything they thought necessary for the mission ahead. They had a Drake to kill.
Chapter 234. Drake.
Caius crouched on a branch halfway up a large pine tree, holding one hand to the rough bark of the trunk to steady himself as it swayed gently in the breeze. Jutting out from the top of one of the taller hills that dotted the forest, it served as a perfect vantage point to watch his prey. Their journey to the small woods had taken them a couple of weeks, with a smattering of beast fights and skill levels to tide them over. It was an easy trip, especially with the bubbling excitement that had taken over their moods as they'd gotten closer and closer to their target. For safety, they'd decided to camp a good hour's walk from the forest. Drakes were known to claim large swaths of land as their territory, and they patrolled it religiously. Considering this diminutive collection of trees measured only 4 leagues across at its widest, if they'd set up under the trees, it would have only been a matter of time before the overgrown lizard would have found them. A sharp crack echoed through the air, joined by a patch of the forest's crown shaking as something large pushed its way through the canopy. Honed into his true sight as he was, Caius spotted the drake immediately. His heart fluttered in his chest as he took in its form, like it had every time he'd laid his eyes on the beast in the days he'd been tracking it. It was fucking huge. When Rieker had said that it was as large as a house, Caius had been expecting it to be at least a partial exaggeration. It wasn't. The beast was truly that immense. A long, snouted head as big as he was, shaped similar to the drawings of a crocodile's that he'd seen in a book of reptiles in the archives, poked through the treetops as the drake reared up on its back legs. Pushing past its curled lip, forearm-length teeth shone a bright white in the sun. He knew from the times he'd seen it pass through clearings that it was nearly a full 50 strides from tail to snout, nearly half of that length made up by its overly muscular tail that had a vicious row of spikes running down the top of it. Mottled brown and green scales garbed it in armor as tough as any dwarven plate, their curious coloring breaking up its form, making it hard to track, even with his enhanced vision, at least when it was still. It was only by the dint of the clear tracks it had left throughout the forest, as it broke its way through the canopy, that Caius was able to follow its movements so easily. A hissing snarl left the drake's throat as it grew frustrated with the stubborn oak that barred its path, hardwood too tough for it to simply walk through with ease. It lashed out with one of its 4-fingered front limbs, sword-length claws cutting deep into branches as thick as his leg, before its brute strength tore them free. With its path mostly clear, the drake lowered itself, front limbs curling back into its chest as it lumbered onwards. Caius felt a prickling jolt raise the hairs on his neck as he took in the casual display of power. He couldn't wait to meet the thing out on the field. Though, this time, they'd learn from their mistakes. There would be no running in half-cocked. No crashing through the forest to fight the drake on its own terms. It was too large, too strong, to approach with willful negligence like that. Before they'd left Deadacre, they'd spent 3 days combing the guild's archives for anything they could find that would reveal the drake's strengths and the weaknesses they could exploit to ensure their victory. It had strong scales, tougher than steel, but they were thin on the underbelly and throat. It'd still be tougher than mundane chainmail, but nothing he couldn't handle if he aimed for the fragile seams between the large plates. Porkchop wouldn't even have to do that. His claws of jade would punch straight through like it was paper. It was aggressive and territorial, but stupid. If they could bait it into a trap, there would be little cunning they would need to be on guard for, though they'd have to contend with its unrelenting fury and strength. Blessed with good hearing, he'd had to satisfy himself with following the beast from afar, any closer than he already was, and there was the risk that it would notice him. Thankfully, its sense of smell was good, but not amazing, and it had crap night vision. They'd also found reference that its senses were liable to irritation, sending it into directionless rage and confusion when it was overwhelmed, something they'd worked into their plan of attack. Unfortunately, not all of the drake's strengths had a foil. Earth-aspected as it was, its manipulation skills seemed to come as naturally to it as breathing. He'd watched it shift dirt and stone casually, cutting easy trails for itself through the uneven forest floor. Hells, he'd watched it take down 6 deer with a shower of stone shards it had ripped out of the ground and hurled through the air with the same ease he'd cast one of his spell hymns. A dangerous and lethal threat, but they had a plan. He knew where it slept, had mapped the routes it took through the forest, the routine patrol it took every day, and every night. Just as the moon reached its peak, the drake would rouse itself from its slumber, ambling out of its cave to wander through its territory. Caius had followed it from afar, moving like a ghost through the trees. Without fail, the drake was only half attentive to its surroundings, its walk driven by instinct rather than true need. Without any real threats to challenge its superiority, it had grown confident and lax in its awareness. Even if he didn't quite understand why a beast with poor night vision would be driven to a nightly patrol, he wasn't going to question it. There was a gully, perhaps a half-hour into its route, with steep stone sides and tree-laden ridges. It walked down the middle of that path, every time. That would be the site of their battle. He'd already worked with Porkchop to stack dozens of logs on each side, giving the beast plenty of time to get used to the change in its surroundings. Even if it had the manipulation skills of a true dragon, that wouldn't help it against their trap. Tomorrow night, that was when they would strike. Wide strokes of pink and purple painted the horizon, heralding the coming eve. Settled comfortably around the campfire, Caius and his team enjoyed their last few hours before they had to make their way to the gully and prepare their ambush. They readied themselves. Caius crouched by his pan, stirring a mixture of sliced meat, onions, and spices. The smell of dried thyme and frying pepper filled the air, whetting his appetite. It was a simple fare, but rich in high-quality beast meat, something that had become astoundingly cheap thanks to the considerable increase in beast cullings that had occurred since the phase shift. He'd taken his time in Deadacre's markets, relying on his nose to point him towards cuts that smelt of vigor, alertness, and quick reactions. Things they'd need if they wanted to seize their victory against the primeval monster that had made this patch of wilderness its home. That time shared its worth now. As his dish sizzled and steamed against the enchanted metal of his traveler's pan, waves of alchemical power washed over him. The smell of a battle of dominance, a bloody and battered victor standing tall, joined with the rushing zap of pursuit,
the scent of a stomach-dropping well of energy that revealed itself when things were most dire.
It would be nothing compared to something a true chef's class could make. Explorer's toolkit was a fantastic skill, but cooking was only a small part of its greater whole, and could not hold a candle to the true majesties that could be crafted by those who devoted themselves to the art. But even subtle, the boost would be long-lasting, and he wanted them to have every edge they could get.
"Have you organized our tonics?" Caius asked, looking to Ianmus out of the corner of his eye. Ianmus nodded, placing down the last few bottles into 3 distinct piles. The first was simple: 3 potions that they would douse themselves in, eliminating all of their scent for a full day. A necessary precaution against the drake's sense of smell, even if the risks were only minor. They'd also managed to acquire some quickfire, an alchemical solution that would spread widely and burn hot and long. A match to ignite the tinder that would be waiting and would heighten the flames to an unnatural inferno. Thankfully, the drake was not a true dragon, or even a direct relative. It would have little of those beasts' resistance to mundane elements. He only wished it was less expensive. They'd been limited to only a couple of bottles of the powerful alchemical solution. They'd also invested in a bigger potion pouch for himself, and another for Ianmus as well. His new one wrapped from the back of his left hip all the way around to his stomach. Unfortunately, it wasn't enchanted. They didn't have the funds for that expense. But each compartment was made of thick steel plating, wrapped in a heavy oak-tanned leather. Even without inscriptions, the crafter who'd made the thing had been skilled. Thanks to the care that had been put into it, it had a single level of durability despite its mundane materials. It'd take a mean hit to damage it.
With a new capacity of 20, he'd be carrying a full 10 health restoration tonics, 6 stamina restoratives, 1 of mana, and a final 3 tonics that would provide a short-lived but potent boost to their speed and strength, for if their plan failed. It was a lot, but it was for both him and Porkchop. The Ianmus had his own reserves, though his tonics differed significantly. Only 2 health and 1 stamina restorative, but 6 mana tonics, and a potion that would boost his speed significantly for a substantial length. A last resort if he drew the ire of the drake. That wasn't all. On top of the quickfire they'd be using for their ambush, they'd secured 2 additional tonics for Ianmus to take before the start of the battle. One that would speed up his channeling for a full 10 minutes, and another that would drastically increase the potency of his solar magic for 3. That last one would be vital in securing their victory. He and Porkchop were strong, capable, but a drake was a drake. Even if they hammered it with everything they had, its sheer physical size would work against them. They needed something with punch, something that could ignore the heavy plating that armored the beast and strike straight for the vitals that would mostly be out of his and his brother's reach. Ianmus's searing beams, backed by alchemy and the full weight of his metamagic and mana pool, would be perfect for that. Especially if the drake was pinned under a mountain of burning logs and was stunned by the full weight of his armory of Stormlash. It was a heavy burden to place on the man, especially when he would have to balance that task with the responsibility of keeping both of them healed and empowered with sun-drenched strength. Caius knew that the half-elf could do it. He'd proven his stalwart capability a dozen times over by now. He could trust him to do what was needed. Seeing the strips of meat in his pan had taken a dark golden hue, Caius reached out with his mana and killed the heat. Ding! Explorer's toolkit has reached level 61! Fetching the stack of plates he had left in arm's reach, he served up a third each, heaping portions that would have filled a laborer after a hard day's work. Each plate subtly glowed to his mana sight, revealing the gentle potency held within. Eat up. We leave as soon as we're finished.
Chapter 235. Drake.
The night was almost pitch black, the thin waning moon providing only the barest slivers of light.
Thankfully, Caius had his true sight, and the pervasive gloom of the forest was lit up in gray-toned hues that hid nothing from his eyes. Their rush through the trees had been as fast as they could make it. There was only a few hours between when the drake retired and when it would begin its nightly patrol of its territory. A tight timeline for them to get set up and prepared. He took a final look at their preparations. A sharp, rocky crevasse cut through the earth to his left, like the claw mark of some titanic beast, the final remnants of some long extinguished stream. It was just barely wide enough for the drake to pass through, enough space for it to maneuver a little, but not enough for it to turn around. They'd stacked logs on each side of the crevasse, dozens of them, hardwoods one and all, monstrous oaks and ashes that they had felled nearby. With their strength, they'd been easy to cut down, and only moderately difficult to haul into place with Porkchop's help, even despite the fact that each one had been almost as thick as his chest. That hadn't been the difficulty. The only window of relative safety where they could risk the noise of felling the trees was when the drake was far away on patrol, a bare handful of hours per day. Still, they'd managed, and now they had a precarious pile that was ready to fall as soon as he heaved on the lever that would send them all crashing down below. If anything, the levers had been the hardest things to organize. Considering the size and weight of the stacked logs, they'd spent hours finding branches that were long and stout enough to work. Porkchop was on the other side of the rent in the forest floor behind his own pile, the white ruff around his neck standing out starkly as he peered through the darkness, meeting Caius's eyes. Caius gave his brother a hungry look, his anticipation of the coming conflict mirrored in the emotions that flooded from Porkchop across their bond. His heart thumped, blood ablaze with the promise of future glory. Heavy, cracking thumps echoed through the darkness, nightbirds taking flight as they were shaken from their roosts. It was growing close. Moving away from the logs, he moved towards the sheltered tree line and gave Ionmus a nod as he entered the range of his dark vision amulet. No words were shared. It felt almost sacrilegious to break the silence, even if there was still little risk of their prey overhearing a few quiet whispers. Ionmus reached into his belt, drawing out their flasks of quickfire, ready to light an alchemically supercharged pyre atop the drake's hide. Returning to the logs, Caius kept watch of the drake's trail path. It would have been easy to think of them as fully fledged roads if they weren't strewn with the shattered remnants of broken branches and pulped undergrowth. Eventually, he saw it, and time seemed to slow. A monster of myth, a horror conjured from a child's nightmare. It was his first time seeing it so close, and the only thing he could feel was awe. It was a living weapon, honed in the brutal warfields of the wilds, a conqueror who had known no defeat. The confidence, the unflappable security in its own strength, exuded from its very pores. Whatever hellhole it had crawled out from, it was certain that it sat at the very pinnacle of this little slice of the plains. Unfortunate, since tonight was the night it would learn how mistaken it truly was. Lumbering stomps carried it forwards, the full length of the creature emerging from the trees. Its grasping claws were held close to its chest, while backward-kneed legs flexed to propel its bulk forwards. Caius analyzed it. Lesser stone drake, level 107 beast, pseudo-dragon, magical, brawler. It was one thing to know that it was nearly as tall as the siege ogre that they had slain in the depths, and another entirely to feel the full weight of its presence brought to bear. A titanic physicality that he would never be able to match, with instinctive affinity abilities as well? There was no wonder that most people left pseudo-draconids well enough alone. Even for a normal team of equal level, it would be a Pyrrhic victory at best. They weren't a normal team. There was no fear within him, no trepidation at the hungering death that watched on from the hells. Only liquid fire,
his body rousing as he understood the enormity of their task. Pupils dilated, senses honing as he drank in every facet, processed in full by his glass mind as he turned the total weight of his attention to the approaching monster. Flexing the fingers of his sword hand, Caius grasped the long lever they had readied on their trap as the drake continued on, making its way slowly into the crevasse below. Loose gravel crunched under its feet as soft soil gave way to stone. Stray chips pulverized to dust under its weight. Every stride it moved felt like it took an eternity. A relentless procession of agonizing impatience and anticipation. Until, finally, it was in position. "No!" Caius screamed through his bond, pulling down on his lever with all of his system-backed strength.
At first, it felt like the logs wouldn't move. Too stable under the pressure and weight of the stack. It set Caius's teeth on edge. Their window would only be a handful of seconds. His heart nearly fell out his chest in relief as a terrible groan echoed through the trees a moment later, roughly hewn logs scraping against each other as their precarious stability was shattered. Porkchop's stack joined his own a bare moment later. They fell, hitting the rocky wall of the cut in the earth, bouncing back out to rain down carefully prepared fury on the drake below. Beady eyes looked up, trying and failing to pierce the gloom as a soul-rattling roar tore its way free of its throat, a challenge noticed a moment too late. The first of the logs smacked the drake in the jaw, point first. Bone shuddered with a creak that left Caius's skin crawling. It fell prone, dazed by the sudden ferocity of their assault. The deadly rain kept falling, tons of wood burying the drake. Enough weight that even a draconid would struggle to free themselves. Only its long neck and head was free, everything else entombed under what would hopefully become the drake's grave. It wasn't dead. Caius could see the shuddering of its neck as it breathed, the way its jaw shifted under its scales, slowly realigning its jaw. He cast Slipstep, kicking off the ground as the world lost its hold on him. Ding! Latent glyph of Alina has reached level 68. Reality shifted around him, each step sending him long strides further than it should have. Ripping his blade from its sheath, Caius leaned on his quick senses and deft body, leaping from jutting rock to jutting rock as he flew down the side of the crevasse. Halfway down, he kicked off, soaring towards the drake's limp head. Drawing a father's gift up, he readied to plunge his sword into its eye. The strength of his soul flooded his blade, enchantments empowered beyond reasonable belief as he used Initiate's Bladerite. Ding!
Initiate's glyphic Bladerite has reached level 47.
It almost proved to be his undoing. Light flashed within the smoky crystal of his fuller, sigils burning with empowered vigor.
The glimmer cut through the drake's haze, Caius watching its eyes widen. There was nothing he could do, no force he could enact to change his terminal flight to its rousing maw. Right as his blade was about to punch through the beast's fist-sized black orb, the drake lurched, yanking its head to the side. The tip of Caius's blade punched through a gap in the toughened scales on the top of its head, but skittered off its reinforced skull and glanced to the side. A booming hiss rattled out from the beast's cracked chest. Lurching up, the drake's mouth snapped open, as quick as a bullwhip as it tried to snatch him from the air. Caius reacted. He kicked off the bony ridge of its upper lip, legs burning as he forced as much strength through them as possible. Shooting back, he just barely managed to avoid the follow-up clack of its teeth as the drake tried to punish his retreat, Slipstep carrying him further than the beast anticipated. Ding! Uncanny Dodge has reached level 59. Ding! Latent glyph of Alina has reached level 69. Ding! Tempered by dissonance has reached level 57. Bright white banished the night, a writhing snake of stunning pain and screaming energy summoned into Caius's hand. He smote the beast, a wrist-thick streamer of lightning wrapping itself around the drake's neck. Storm mana and the vibrational force of resonance amplification pumped into its system, circumventing the might of its armored scales. Ding! Latent glyph of Drakthar has reached level 79. The drake snapped its head up, its neck tensing uncontrollably. Caius's feet touched the stone of the crevasse floor, and he rushed back, retreating from the range at which the beast could threaten him with its arm-length fangs.
Porkchop arrived a moment later, forced to circle round to the end of the short gully in a mad sprint thanks to his inability to descend its steep edge. He was garbed in his armor, resplendent and mighty under the weight of dozens of crystal slabs. The changes to his summoned equipment had forged him into an unshakable fortress. Where before it had only just covered his chest, upper back, and head, now everything except his back legs were wrapped in seamless, overlapping heavy plate. It was an intimidating sight, especially as his new helm covered his eyes and ears completely, his senses untouched by dint of system-backed magic. Only his jaw remained free to bite and tear, and even then, a triangular plate was affixed to the bottom of it. "Fire coming!" Ianmus's warning call sounded from above, two glass bottles careening through the air shortly after. They hit the pile of wood directly above where the drake was buried, shattering on impact. Oily liquid splashed, spreading far further than was possible without alchemical miracles. Everywhere it touched, an inferno was ignited. Even fresh and damp, the logs went up in seconds, the night beaten back into the flickering shadows thrown off by the hungering flames. The drake roared, heaving in a mindless panic against the crushing weight, trying to escape the scorching flames that kissed its flesh. Caius saw the telltale glow of solar mana coalescing up above, Ianmus beginning to channel. They only had to hold it for a few minutes. Caius saw his brother plunge his claws into the earth. A prismatic shard wall erupted from the stone. Hurled forward through tortured earth, it crashed into the drake's snout, shattering scales and spraying blood from its injured nose. Caius dashed to the side, the world sliding around him as Porkchop followed up his assault with a roar, Bulwark's challenge forcing the drake's attention on him. He doubted the compulsion would last long, not against a drake, but it was enough. The beast was left open. Only then did he see the building mana emanating from the beast, suffusing the stone beneath the piled logs. Caius's eyes widened. He had to interrupt the spell before it could free itself. Landing by the crevasse wall, he tapped into his storm lash. Their whole battle plan relied on crippling, if not killing, the beast before it could recover from their initial assault. The longer it took to free itself from the pyre they had built, the worse its wounds would be. A prime example of an apex predator it may have been, but its health was still limited, especially at a level of 107. When its healing was shot, it would die just as easily as anything else. He'd come into this battle with 29 casts of Stormlash and 10 of Yelia's Slipstep. Caius burned every lash he has, one after the other. Thundercracks blurred together as lash after lash fell upon the descendant of Fables. The gully cast in a white glow as he burned the drake out from within. Smoke rose, and blood poured, interior organs and vessels rupturing from the continuing reverberations of his assault. His ears rang, and his mind ached, as Caius emptied nearly his entire pool in seconds. Even with most of the tension being managed by his glyph, it was a strenuous thing.
the channels in his hand and wrist aching under the tension of over 24 spells cast back to back with only moments to aim between. He leaned on his will and intent, head throbbing as he directed the crackling arcs to bind the creature's throat, doing his best to concentrate the damage on as small an area as possible. The drake slumped into a smoking heap, the bone fire it was buried under, growing larger by the second. Ding! Latent glyph of Drakthar has reached level 80. Ding! Latent glyph of Drakthar has reached level 86. Ding! Resonance amplification has reached level 64. Ding! Resonance amplification has reached level 65.
Chapter 236. Drake Leashed. Lightning faded, the white light of dawn retreating from the forest gully. In the flickering orange light of the raging flames, Caius saw the devastation he had wrought. Blackened scales peeled back from weeping flesh, clear fluid dripping from the cauterized ring that circled the beast's neck. A moment later, the drake recovered from his onslaught and roared. Battered and bleeding, charred and smoking, it called its defiance to the heavens above. The cry of hatred and fury was immense, a physical weight that pressed on them from all sides. The forest woke to a nightmare, its more humble inhabitants calling out their panic as the angered cries of their king threw them into terror. Heaving up against the weight and burning pain that had it pinned, the drake tried to free itself from the burning weight of the logs that held it down, but its bones had been shattered, its body too broken to fight against the weight. Cutting off its fury with a snap of its person-sized jaws, the drake turned its oversized head to level Caius with a baleful gaze. A pinned arm twitched, and a stone the size of his head ripped itself free from the ground, a crack echoing through their surroundings. Slaved to the drake's will, it shot forwards, racing straight for Caius. He dodged, slipping through space with another cast of slipstep. Porkchop was quicker. His brother snarled and raced in, smashing the rock off course with a heavy barge of his shoulder. It cracked against the jade plate, spinning off to shatter against the edge of the cliff. Caius raced in, refusing to allow the drake to batter them unimpeded. He held his blade steady in an inside guard, pommel tucked into the pit of his arm, ready to parry any further stone projectiles. Porkchop followed close on his tail, shielding his right from assault. He missed a shard of stone that rose behind him. Only a fraction of a moment after a portent of death screamed out in his mind, a last-minute flicker into the space between worlds saved him as a spike as thick as his wrist shot through the ghost of his sternum. Ding! Uncanny Dodge has reached level 60. Ding! Uncanny Dodge has reached level 62. Ding! Latent Glyph of Elena has reached level 70. Whitening at the narrowly avoided doom, Caius continued his charge, keeping one eye behind him as he spun around a half-dozen follow-up shots, his blade burring in an adamant defense. Enough for his vambraces to fully charge. Ding! Tempered by Dissonance has reached level 58. Ding! Tempered by Dissonance has reached level 59. Covering his rear, Porkchop intercepted a dozen more, the shards shattering against his defense, leaving spider-webbing cracks in the jade. Through the haze of motion, he saw Ianmus above. A storm of golden mana surrounded him, brow furrowed in concentration as he wove a series of overlapping decagons. Caius grinned at the sight. He'd shared all he could about sacred geometry, and it was a joy to see the half-elf put the knowledge into practice with such ease. Landing next to the beast's neck, Caius felt the searing heat of the burning logs radiating on his face. He attacked immediately with a thrust. Cutting through the air with unerring accuracy, he aimed for the thin and pale scales on its throat. Half of them scoured away completely, leaving only a devastation of meat in the wake of his electrical assault.
His blade punched in, hot, draconic blood spraying like a geyser from the wound. Droplets sizzled as they landed on the bonfire that raged above and around the drake. It snapped its jaws, narrowly missing Caius as he danced back, before it suddenly hurled itself to the side.
The display of power was not without reason, as its bulk shifted enough to resettle the logs that had buried it, opening up just enough space for one of its long and muscular arms to be free. Claws 2/3 as long as his sword cut through the air, racing straight for him. An echoing cry cut through the crackle of the flames, and the drake's own growl, as Porkchop hammered the beast with another Bulwark's challenge. With its attention forcibly removed from him, Caius slipped under the swipe of its claws and infused his blade with stamina. Sigils glowed with the majesty of his bladerite. Caius tapped into the well of energy held within his vambraces. He slashed, the crystalline edge of his blade biting deep into the drake's ruined throat. Muscles parted, and searing blood painted the stone below in a wave, the gully filled with the scent of battle and war.
Ding! Initiate's glyphic bladerite has reached level 48.
Alas, he didn't cut deep enough. Neither its airway nor its arteries were severed, the additional power from his vambraces lacking against a creature of such power. He turned through his strike, leaving the drake with the parting gift of a stab that punched deep, before he was forced to dance back as two walls of stone smashed together where he had just been standing. Fleet he may have been, the drake was faster. When its instinctive magic failed, it followed up with a backhanded smash, instinctive alarm flooding Caius a moment before it struck. He heeded the warning of uncanny dodge immediately, but he was caught all the same. The backs of claws built like steel beams crushed through his hastily raised defense, a ward too weak to fend off a pseudo-draconid.
Ding! Tempered by Dissonance has reached level 60. Ding! Tempered by Dissonance has reached level 62.
Tumbling through the air, Caius thought for a moment that he'd managed to avoid injury, the force of breaking through his guard enough to send him airborne. Suffocating agony disabused him of that notion a moment later, his lungs screaming as he failed to draw breath thanks to a chest that had crushed like an egg. His health dropped like a stone, restorative energy burning to re-knit muscle, mend bone, and seal torn blood vessels. Rapid adaptation did not leave wanting, the skill roaring as his mind stayed clear, despite the sickening pops of his chest reinflating. A snap rang out as he hit the ground hard, left elbow popping from his socket as it hyperextended on impact. Rolling backwards, it was whole by the time he came to his feet, bleeding momentum in a long backward side.
Ding! Lesser Regeneration has reached level 68. Ding! Lesser Regeneration has reached level 69. Ding! Rapid Adaptation has reached level 87.
Caius bared his teeth at the drake, tasting the iron remnants of his wounds in his mouth. Offhand dropping to his belt, he pulled free a restorative, roiling red held in a square glass vial. It tasted of scabbed wounds and restful nights, his life-saving health jumping back to almost full.
Ding! You have imbibed a tonic. Minor Healing Dreams.
A glance upwards showed a storm of mana whirling around Ianmus. He was almost done. They just needed to give him a little more time. Unfortunately, he wasn't fully recovered yet. Lesser regeneration was powerful, but it wasn't a miracle skill. He'd only be a liability if he rushed in. Porkchop was already on it. His brother was a typhoon, an unrelenting storm of claws and stalwart fortitude. No matter what hell the drake dished out, Porkchop refused to back down, swiping claws from a beast thrice his size, crunching against plates of sacred jade. His brother's style was evident, The way he would throw himself into attacks before they could be fully brought to bear, angling his body so that the blows fell ineffectively on the thickest armor across his shoulders and upper back. Cracked and chipped, the jade plates held strong, suffering abuse uncountable as they saved Porkchop from greater injury. For every blow his brother took, he returned one in kind. Green sickles carved through the comparatively fragile scales on the underside of the drake's jaw and throat, leaving deep furrows that wept the beast's precious lifeblood. "Ready!" Ianmus screamed, a golden storm raging around him, just barely held stable by his will and experience. Porkchop reacted instantly. A wall of jade sprouted from the earth, smashing the drake's head back and obscuring its vision. Porkchop retreated, creating room. Ianmus unleashed devastation. It was like a war god had descended. A lance, as bright as the sun, imposed itself upon reality. So luminous that even his true sight was momentarily overwhelmed, his vision dominated by a white gash in reality, brought forth by Ianmus's demands for the drake's death. A terrible scream of tortured wind emanated from the beam in a wave, and the air reeked of the coming storm as the violent heat tore at its surroundings, the spell overwhelming all senses at once. Even the very heat of it. It scorched him, fine hairs on Caius's face curling under the intensity. As the after images faded, Caius was treated to the sight of the drake lying limp, a smoking hole in the middle of its skull. The spell had carved straight through it, leaving a glowing pool of slowly cooling molten rock on the floor of the crevasse. But there was no ding, no kill notification. Its chest rose weakly, fluttering under their myriad offensive, and its wounds writhed agonizingly slowly. The creature's brain had been boiled, exposed to the world, and its health was failing. Weak and ailing, but not dead. Somehow, some way, the drake had survived. For a moment, it was all Caius could do to stand rooted to the spot, staring at it in disbelief.
No matter what they had read, what they had been told, the truth of the jealous grip it held on life was only now becoming real to him, now that he was forced to contend with it head-on. It didn't make any sense. There was a bloody hole in its God's damned brain. How was it still living? A shudder passed through its body, the many agonies of its wounds revealing themselves in a scream of such potent hatred that Caius half expected his own health to start dropping. Bending the world to its will, the ground shuddered, a wave of stone and earth emanating from the drake like ripples from a pond. It kicked Caius into the air, the shaking ground ruining his footing. Burning logs rolled free, dislodged by the drake's sudden magic. It heaved against the remainders, putting its titanic might to work. Lumbering and slow, the arm and leg on its left side limp and half useless, it rose in a shower of sparks and embers. Crippled as it was, it just barely managed to crawl out of the inferno, revealing the extent of its injuries. The scale and flesh along its back had been scoured clean by purifying fire, revealing blackened bones to the world. Scorched muscle contracted, working to keep the beast moving. Half of its jaw hung limp and useless, sword-like teeth poking free from behind dead lips. Dozens of rents had been opened on its ruined throat, his blade and Porkchop's claws taking their pound of flesh after his barrage of Stormlash had peeled back its defenses. It was dying, that much was clear. But even dying, it was still a drake. And even a rat was at its most dangerous when cornered. With fire at its back, in a crevasse too tight for it to turn, it only had one thin hope to survive. Going through them.
Snapping his hand to his waist, Caius pulled free a pair of tonics. He tossed one to his brother, who snatched it from the air and shattered the glass in his jaws. Caius ripped his own cork free with his teeth, downing the thick orange liquid within.
It hit his tongue with the force of a kicking stallion, his eyes going bloodshot as raw power smashed its way through his veins. It was a heady taste, the stench of physical superiority overwhelming his senses as it burned its way down his throat. Ding! You have imbibed a tonic. Tiger blood. Tossing his bottle to the side, the square bottle seemed to glide lazily through the air at half speed as the enhancement hit his system with an almost feverish and septic heat. The drake growled, each motion exaggerated, as his heart started hammering on the inside of his ribs. Streams of energy leached from the tonic in his stomach, suffusing his bones and flesh, a clarion call that demanded action. With the power came instinct, a familiar one, inflamed to new heights. The rushing joy of weakening prey and the cold focus of a patient hunter settled over him like a cloak, wrapping him tight in their embrace. His glass mind raced, leaning on the support of his skills to plan his assault. The drake was weak and ailing. Explorer's toolkit sensed vulnerabilities everywhere. The gaping hole in its head had left the right side of its body weak and deadened, its moves slow and ungainly. Its physical superiority had been utterly removed from the board. Magic would be the real problem. From what he could see, most of the creature's bloodline skills seemed to be related to its earth manipulation, either meta-magic or sorcery. Instinctive as its casting was, those would have been left relatively untouched, even by the wound that had burned the radiance from its eyes, leaving them dull and unfocused. Still, even if he doubted that it had any other tricks up its sleeves, the situation had grown dire enough that even a beast as dim-witted as the drake would have used them by now. He wouldn't take any chances. He pulled on his bond, melding close as he readied himself for his assault. Porkchop would keep him safe, and he would hammer the drake's wounds. Either he'd kill it, or buy Ionmus enough time for another beam. Blue motes of light erupted from his feet, Aelina glowing as he cast a slip step. Ding! Latent glyph of Aelina has reached level 71. He raced in.
Chapter 237. Drake, Finale.
Caius flickered in and out of the world as he charged towards the drake, his brother at his side and a screaming challenge on his lips. It was in a dire state. Half its body had been left paralyzed and numb from the smoking canal that Ionmus had bored through its skull. Blood poured from a dozen sword and claw wounds, and its back had been scorched until its ribs and spine had been bared to the world. Reacting to their advance, the drake raked its good arm against the crevasse floor. A boulder ripped itself free of the stone, hurtling straight towards Caius. Large as a pumpkin, if it landed, he would be left shattered and broken. He didn't dodge, trusting in the bond he had forged with his brother. A prismatic wall tore across the gully, the thick slab swatting the projectile out of the air like a fly. It shattered against sacred jade, shards of stone shrapnel dousing the surrounding area. Ding! Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus has reached level 80. Ding! Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus has reached level 82. Porkchop roared, pulling the beast's attention to him with a bulwark's challenge. It snarled, showering his brother in a hail of fine-tipped shards. They shattered like glass on Porkchop's armor, a grunt leaving his chest as jade plates cracked under the force of the impact. Halfway to the drake, a golden glow settled around Porkchop and himself, the warmth of the sun soothing the burn of his fatigue.
His health shot up, capping quickly as Eonmus's spell restored his reserves. Ding! You have been healed. Solar manipulation. Caius risked a glance to his teammate on the ridge, finding Eonmus already locked in focus, the telltale sign of solar mana infused with the sparking energy of his meta-magic roiling around him. The mage started to weave, threads of mana forming another complex geometric sigil centered on the tip of his staff. Another beam.
Arriving at the drake with another 2 steps, Caius ducked under a clumsy swipe of its sword-length claws before he flashed from his mid-guard into an upwards parry, knocking away a fast-moving shard of stone that had been racing for his head. Ding! Tempered by dissonance, has reached level 63. Stepping through the skin of the world, he halted under the drake's chest, right where its wagon-sized body met its thick neck. Porkchop unleashed another roar, keeping the drake focused on him as he cracked its jaw with a fast-moving wall of jade, rushing in behind the obstruction to claw at its face. With the beast occupied, Caius tapped into his blade right, feeling another chunk of his stamina bleed into his sword. It was low enough he'd need a restorative soon. Burning with inner light, Caius rammed his blade upwards, towards where he knew the beast's heart to be.
Thin though the scales on its underside may have been, they weren't weak. A father's gift sunk in a handspan, blood running down the fuller of his sword as a pained growl resonated down its length. Ripping his weapon free, Caius forced more stamina through his bound weapon, fire burning on its sigils once more. He rammed his blade home, repeating the action again when his second strike wasn't enough. Ding! Initiate's Glyphic Bladerite has reached level 49. It sunk to the hilt on his third, a high-pressure spray of blood coating him in scarlet. Pivoting through his hips, Caius punched the side of his hilt with an open palm, levering the tip of his sword deep within the drake's chest, widening the internal wounds. Ding! Liturgical blade form Primus Ordo has reached level 67. Ding! Liturgical blade form Primus Ordo has reached level 68. Extracting his sword, dusky glass coated a bright red, Caius rushed away with the last few steps of his spell. A potion that tasted of grass and a dozen cooked meals washed down his throat, soothing energy refilling his stamina. Ding! You have imbibed a tonic. Restful Splendor. Porkchop kept the pressure on, carving his way through fire-weakened scales to tear into the delicate flesh beneath. Blood poured from the wound in its heart by the gallon, and the withering damage of their flaming ambush had left it burnt to the bone. They just needed to play it safe now. The drake howled, anguish and spite ringing clear through the gloomy half-light. Mana surged within it, and it snapped its head forward in a final burst of vigor. Stone ran like water, molding to the outside of its jaw, a second set of fangs, imbued and empowered by draconic fury. Porkchop tapped into his amulet, launching himself straight at the beast. He smashed its jaw shut with a lowered shoulder, jade shattering the weakening drake's skill like glass. Reeling and stunned, the beast had no recourse as his brother plunged his claws into its eyes, grabbing a firm grip on its sockets. In an awe-inspiring display of strength, Porkchop reared up on his back legs before he muscled the drake's head down, snarling as he wrenched it to the side, baring its throat. Seeing the moment was here, Eonmus acted. His spell, 2/3 charged, was cast prematurely. Only a fraction of the might of his previous assault, but still more than potent enough. With needle-fine precision, he threaded his attack into the gaping hole he had bored with his earlier attack, angle adjusted so that it burned straight down the drake's neck. Blinding luminance erupted from the flesh of its throat only moments before the lance of light cut straight through into the stone below. Somehow, its vitality held.
The drake was still standing. Porkchop solved that a moment later, weathering a storm of stone shrapnel as a dozen wounds wept on his undefended flank. He sent a wall of jade straight into the beast's remaining good leg. Swept off its feet, it crashed to the ground. A hiss of agony slipped from its throat, blood foaming at the edge. Caius flashed to his brother's side, another cast of slipstep granting him the fleet footing he needed. With the head of the drake pinned, he leapt onto its skull, blade held ready. Ding! Latent glyph of Elena has reached level 72. Rushing to the point of the injury of Ianmus's first beam, Caius peered deep into his skull. A shocking sight. All blackened flesh and ashen bone. He could see now that the drake had only survived by dint of its own lacking intelligence. Its brain case, small and recessed deep in layers of bony defenses, had only just been nicked by his teammate's spell. The deepest defenses burnt black, but unbroken. The lameness it had experienced had been due to residual heat alone. But scorched bone was brittle. Another bladerite filled his sword with vigor, and Caius plunged it home.
Backed by his weight and the full might of his strength, the remnants of the drake's skull shattered. 2 strides of steel and crystal slammed home. Ding! Initiate's bladerite has reached level 50. The drake stiffened, and still didn't die. Losing control of more of its body, the drake slashed at Porkchop with a final, desperate swing of its claws. Porkchop took it over his spine, grunting as the weight of the heavy hit sank through his armor. Caius kicked off, the sudden movement threatening to take his legs out from under him. Touching the ground, he raced in, carving into the drake's flesh with cut after cut. Porkchop did the same, his claws tearing strips of muscle and gristle free. With its brain ruined, the beast had lost all control over its body, unable to muster even the slightest defense. Lances of sunlight rained from above, 2 at a time, invisible to the naked eye as Ianmus shifted them to a more potent form. They were but a candle to his earlier attacks, but they scoured the drake's body, burning into every wound that had removed its armored scales. By the time the drake finally expired, it looked like a week-old corpse, bones exposed from the hungry jaws of questing scavengers. Ding! Liturgical blade form. Primus Ordo has reached level 69. Ding! Liturgical blade form. Primus Ordo has reached level 70. Ding! Level 107. Lesser Earth Drake. Despot of Stone, slain. Experience gained. Bonus experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 60. +3 End, Strength, and Intelligence. +2 Dexterity, Willpower. +1 Vitality. Free from class and racial traits. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class levels 74. +3 End, Strength, and Intelligence. +2 Dexterity, Willpower. +1 Vitality. Free from class and racial traits. Ding! Class skill available for selection. Caius stood a dozen long strides back from the slowly cooling beast, quietly reveling in their victory under the flickering light of the burning logs as his heart slowly returned to a normal pace. Porkchop padded over, sitting beside him as he looked over the battered remains of their slain foe with a concerned eye. "Something tells me Ro isn't going to be happy about this," Caius groaned. He didn't even want to think about it. Ingol's nerve nearly broke when the dragon had lumbered out of the trees. But she hadn't. Couldn't. You didn't take a job for Grave Eye and not see it through. That was a good way to get your stiff tossed in the gutter.
Pompous maniac he might have been, but he paid well, and life in the city was getting expensive. It was supposed to be an easy job. Nothing too distasteful, the bastard had said. Just follow a few delvers, let him know what they got up to, and how strong of a beast they were fighting. So she'd watched their camp, and followed them into the trees when they'd gone for their final assault. From a good distance, of course. What good was a tracking and surveillance class if you couldn't find out everything you needed from 3 leagues away? She'd scaled a tree, a big one on a hill, and had watched them set up around their little deadfall ambush. A reasonable plan, she thought. They'd definitely prepared for whatever they were planning to do. Then, a fucking drake had lumbered out of the woods. A dragon. An actual fucking dragon. It made her reevaluate everything. How dangerous could one criminal be? By the grace of Khand and all who took their fate into their own hands, she was steel. At worst, she could flee to another city. No one could handle the wilds like her. Even with all the beasts, all it would cost her was a little time. Then she remembered that small stack of platinum that Greyvi had placed on his hideous desk. Just 3 pieces, but that was enough to get her some new gear. Enough that she could gain a few more levels and stay on top of this shitstorm of chaos that had fallen on them half a year ago. Still, she'd readied herself to flee. A dragon, just barely lower level than she was. Whatever Greyvi wanted with them, he'd be disappointed, because they were going to get eaten alive. That kind of threat was for silver, not a bunch of no-names. From what she'd been able to sniff out, they were as green as spring shoots. No way in all the hells would they be surviving this. What on earth was the guild thinking? It couldn't be a sanctioned mission. The rumor mill would have been on fire if a dragon had hit the quest board. They were doomed. And when they died, she would be stuck in a forest with a pissed-off dragon. Even the knowledge there was no possible way it would know she was here, that she would be able to sneak free after the Delver's sudden and violent demise, wasn't enough to make her feel comfortable. It was only the memory of that silver sheen of 3 little coins that stayed her hands, kept her steady as she held on to the gently swaying trunk. So she waited, and she watched. And chaos reigned. Beams that turned night into day, the fury of a storm summoned at a moment's notice, and a beast fighting in crystal armor. The crushing beatdown that the Delvers handed out should have steadied her nerves, made her comfortable that the job would be finished soon, with no uncomfortable hiccups to explain to the ill-tempered fop playing gangster. It didn't. All Ingle felt was fear. Fear when the mage burned the dragon from the inside out. Fear when the strange hybrid summoned the might of the Stormlord without a second of channeling, like he was blessed by the god himself. Fear when the war beast wrestled the dragon to the ground, pinning it with strength of arm alone. Dragon slayers, heroes from song, living myths with impossible strengths, power beyond their levels, might beyond reason. And here she was, about to sell them out for a little coin.
Chapter 238. 4th Skill. Caius reveled in the rush of strength that welled up from his soul, and the joy at having seized his next skill. He took a moment to just let it wash over him, eyes drifting closed as the sensations of his body being remolded and shaped according to the system's will coursed through him from the top of his head to the tips of his toes. 15 levels, an immense achievement for a single battle by any reasonable means, but not his greatest. The pleasure of having his capability grow by leaps and bounds in a single confrontation was a transient one. He knew that much. As the system's demands grew with each level up, their growth would slow faster than they would be able to keep up. It was a simple fact of life. Even if their rate of growth outstripped their common foes,
Eventually, they would simply not be able to fight, or potentially even find, things of a high enough level to secure them the experience they needed. They would need monsters by the bucketful to gain even a single level. Even with the increase in beasts, simply finding enough monsters that presented them a suitable challenge would be difficult. It was an inevitable grind that eventually forced all serious climbers back into the arms of the depths. Dangerous, risky, and lengthy delves might be, but they were rewarding beyond measure. A consistent source of monsters, both in volume and in challenge, thanks to champions, that would serve as the true fuel to their ascension. Thankfully, that day was not today. So Caius stood quietly and enjoyed the feeling of having the strength of his body and mind redoubled. The moment passed, the joyful rush of leveling leaving peace and contentment in its wake. Opening his eyes to the ruined body of the drake, Caius sighed at the state of its wounds. A solid third of its hide had been scorched to the point of uselessness, let alone the gallons of valuable blood that had spilled on the earth below.
Still, with its size, there was plenty of material left. Hopefully it would still be worth plenty of coin, and hopefully Ro wouldn't be too annoyed with them. Though the more he thought about that, the less likely it had seemed. She was one of the ones who had impressed upon them that they should fight smart. It would be a little hypocritical to lambaste them for doing exactly that. Somehow he doubted they would escape a ribbing, though, even if it was light-hearted. Walking forward, he crouched down by the creature's leg. The thick muscle there was still warm, and would no doubt make a good post-battle meal, thanks to their unintentional blooding of the carcass. Unfortunately, his knife would be a poor option for cutting through its scales. Mind cutting some of this out for me? I doubt my knife is up to the job, and a sword is a bit awkward. Caius asked, craning his neck to look to Porkchop. Sure, Porkchop replied, his expression clearing as Caius's question shook him from his own leveling revelry. Porkchop wandered over. Using a single claw, he carved a slab free from the drake. Caius snatched it up with glee, looking at the faint, radiant glow still present in the meat. Few could say they had eaten a dragon, even one so far removed from their primogenitors as a lesser drake. During their research on the beast, he'd spent some of his spare time looking into accounts of meals made with their remains. Supposedly, all draconic creatures were supposed to have a refining effect on your base physicality, the reason for the expense of their meat, in addition to its rarity. For a lesser drake, the effect would be so small it may as well have been non-existent. Even if he ate the whole damn thing, he doubted it would do enough to be noticeable. Not that it would work anyway. The potency faded completely within weeks, even with spatial preservation. You'd need a real draconid, not a stunted runt of a cousin of one, to see real gains. Still, that wasn't the only reason for his interest. They were supposed to taste sublime. No way he was skipping out on a meal like this just for a few extra silver. Holding his prize like it was made of gold, Caius grinned like a madman as he walked away from the site of their battle, much to Porkchop's amusement. Ianmus waved, already having moved to the end of the gully with their bags. Caius hurried over, eager to get cooking and sink his teeth into his latest skill. Sizzling crackles filled the air as Caius pressed the steak into the pan, doing his best to allow the drake meat to form a dense crust. Having already activated their communication token to summon Ro, they could only wait for her arrival and the coming dawn. He'd cut 3 steaks from the hunk that Porkchop had butchered for him, each one as thick as his wrist and twice as large. The only seasonings that he'd used was salt. He wanted to get a feel for the meat by itself before he went about adding to it. Judging by the mouth-watering scent, full of the hardy fortitude of stone, it had been the right move. Satisfied that he had a good 10 minutes before it needed to be flipped, Strong beasts took notably longer to cook. He sat back with a satisfied sigh. Pausing for a moment, Caius eventually looked to his team. "So, who's going first?" he asked. None of them had chosen their skills yet, happy to get comfortable before they went through their options as a team. "You, I think. I'll go last. The reverse of our order for the rewards of the boggling mission." Ianmus replied, a smile on his face. "Yep, it would be only fair." "Well, if you insist, I'm not going to argue the point." Caius grinned. He pulled up his notifications immediately. 3 new skill options revealing themselves to him. Siege Breaker Thrust. Class skill, Tier 1. Affinity, Martial. Arcane type. Spell Sword, Armament Technique, Armor-Piercing Selection available. Unique. I know they don't bother to tell you shit in basic, but you'll understand soon. There's a reason our armies are made up of individuals with a logistics contingent. See those atavist shock troops? They look tough, right? Their shields may as well be city walls for all the good our blades will do. Don't worry, though. Our champion will cut through their ranks like the paper soldiers they are. I've seen him drill his way through a stride of solid mithril with a single thrust. This skill allows the user to reinforce their weapon with the essence of war and magic during a single, overwhelming thrust. Martial attuned mana fuels the blow with unimaginable strength, lengthening the user's range by 3 strides. Honed to an infinitesimal point, the condensed arcane allows the user to sunder even the most stalwart of defenses. Cost: 150 mana. Each level greatly increases the penetrative power of the skill. Each level significantly increases the physical force backing the skill. Every 20 levels, the maximum range of the skill increases by a stride. Bell Toll Blitz. Class skill, Tier 1. Affinity, Martial. Type, Armament Technique, Longsword. Flurry Selection. Available. Heroic. And lo, did John proclaim that with the dawn of each cycle, he would honor his mother with a cut of perfection. One for each day that had passed since the great betrayal, confined to a single, sonorous moment. And lo, on the 10th cycle, did John's enemies fall beneath a storm of swords. This skill infuses the user with the vigor of war, allowing them to attack 5 times in the time they would normally strike once, while maintaining their control and accuracy. Enhanced speed and strength lends the attacks a crushing might. Cost: 150 stamina. Each level significantly increases the strength of the strikes. Every 25 levels, the user can make an additional attack. Mystic's Rend. Class skill, Tier 1. Affinity, Arcane, Martial. Type, Spell Sword. Armament Technique. Slash Selection available. Heroic. The mystic is quiet, but they are not meek. Those that would attempt to cavort with the forbidden, or grasp what should be left fallow and forgotten, will quickly find themselves sundered by threads of the arcane, woven into a volatile edge. Ruination upon those that forego the wisdom of their betters. This skill allows the user to weave a gossamer thin edge of purified mana along their weapon. This edge will detonate outwards shortly after cutting a target, a small shaped explosion that will inflict ruin upon their enemies and leave the user untouched. Inherently destructive and unstable, arcane mana causes everything it touches to degrade, slightly aiding in piercing defenses and corroding flesh. Once formed, the arcane edge of Mystic's Rend will last for 15 seconds before fading. The skill may be dismissed earlier at will, though it will linger for some time as it safely dissipates. Causes affliction, Arcane Blight. Cost: 60 mana. Each level significantly increases the size and force of the shaped detonation. Each level moderately increases the corrosive and armor-penetrating effects of arcane blight. Each level slightly increases the length of time the skill persists. Every 50 levels, the stability and efficiency of the skill grows, allowing an additional slash. Roving across the skills, Caius's smile widened with delight. Sword techniques, proper ones, unlike his blade right, which acted more of an enhancement of his sword itself. Rattling off the descriptions to his team, Caius turned his focus away from the waiting decision, eager to hear their thoughts. Ianmus hummed, pausing to think through the options that Caius had shared with him. "I'm quite partial to that thrust skill. It sounds singularly focused on dealing with highly armored opponents. It would fill a hole in your kit."
"Oh?" Caius replied, tilting his head at the mage in surprise. One skill was a clear standout in his mind, at least for him personally. He could see how each of them would be beneficial to others with different general skills and a different approach to combat. He was leaning to Mystic's Rend. It filled a hole in his arsenal handedly, and the explosive effect called to him. It sounded like it would do the most to increase the actual damage he could leverage with his blade. After all, he struggled with leaving lasting wounds with his sword alone. A forceful explosion of caustic arcane inside his opponent's bodies would do much to change that. Siegebreaker's thrust seemed good. After all, he might have been able to deal a finishing blow to the Drake if he'd been able to pierce its skull on his initial attack. However, in the end, it sounded like it ultimately would only leave simple stab wounds in his enemies. No doubt that would change as the skill developed through the tier increases and evolutions, but that was a while off, and the same could be said for everything else. Armor was an issue, but he'd have other options to deal with that. Stormlash worked well, and he had another Drakthar spell just around the corner. The same went for Bell Toll Blitz. It relied too much on his ability to injure his opponents with his sword alone. Sure, his blade would grow stronger, but that would be just as beneficial for Mystic's Rend. If more of his general skills enhanced his swordplay, or more of his skill set was dedicated to the blade, the scales might have balanced out differently. As it stood, his final skill would bring with it explosive power and an affliction. It was a clear winner. He explained his thoughts to his team. They nodded thoughtfully. "I think, when you put it like that, it makes complete sense. At the very least, Bell Toll Blitz is the clear loser. Both of the other skills will finally give you a use for all of the free mana you're generating during our fights. Your pick is also the cheapest, so you should be able to generate enough to use it every couple of minutes already," Porkchop explained. It was something Caius hadn't considered, and only cemented his decision further. With his mind made up, he selected his fourth skill. Ding! Mystic's Rend class skill available. Would you like to proceed? This choice is pivotal and irrevocable. The power of the system settled around him. Purified potential was woven together in his soul space, clearly visible in his mind's eye. With its speed and power, the process was complete a moment later, and another faceted gem joined its siblings in orbit around his soul and class construct. When the skill settled in place, Caius opened his eyes and smiled widely. He leapt to his feet, drawing his blade. Leaning on newly found instincts, he drew on his mana, weaving the energy as his skill demanded. Without the complicated instructions required of a spell, it leapt to his command. A razor-thin thread of burning azure crackled into being around his blade a moment later. So bright it was almost white. It seemed to sizzle the very air around it. Instability leashed to his desires. The very sight of that burning edge nourished the building excitement within him. Seeing that band of offensive magic threading his sword was a testament to his path. A statement, more than any other, that he had committed himself to walking a route of spell and steel. Caius threw his head from side to side, looking for something to cut. Chapter 239. Team gains gold. Light filled the gully, thrown off by the burning logs that were slowly reducing themselves to embers a good 200 strides down its length. The flames threw the corpse of the drake into relief, silhouetting it in shadow. Kaya searched for a target to practice his latest skill on, eyes piercing the gloom with ease. There was plenty of stone around, but even he wasn't reckless enough to think hacking at boulders with an explosive skill was a good idea. Even if he was protected from the detonation, he doubted that extended to shrapnel. He settled on a handspan-thick branch that had been thrown free from their deadfall trap. Rushing over, he groaned as the thin blue-white line of energy that surrounded his blade fizzled out a few seconds later. No matter. It was a cheap skill, and he'd regenerated enough mana to use it a dozen times over if he wanted to. He used the skill again, taking a high stance with his blade poised to chop. Arcane brilliance zapped along the edge of his blade, lighting his surroundings in a flat, bluish hue. It crackled, fluctuating like a lyre's string as the magic fought to keep itself contained. Grinning madly, Kaya struck. It wasn't an especially hard blow. If you went all out, mundane wood wouldn't hold up, which would ruin the test. He still cut into the green hardwood with ease. A shrill whine filled the air as dissolutive magic ate through the branch, growing in intensity over the space of 2 heartbeats as the thin wire of magic around his blade warbled and shuddered. Then there was a crack, loud enough that Caius jolted despite expecting it. Wood shattered, the branch splitting in two. Splinters and shards erupted from the site of his attack, his eyes instinctively closing. The line of energy coating the edge of his blade had seemed to contract, condensing at the point of impact. Suddenly overloaded by the density of power, it exploded. Ding! Mystic's Rend has reached level 2, with far less force than Caius had been expecting. He'd hoped for something earth-shattering, a power worthy of a heroic skill, vaporizing the branch and liquefying the stone beneath. That hadn't happened. Sure, he'd split the branch cleanly. He could have done that without the skill, though. He frowned, crouching down, only for his eyes to widen as he saw the result of his skill. Right under where the branch had lain, the stone was cratered. A hole, perhaps half a handspan deep by 2 wide, had been gouged in the stone. Caius felt like slapping himself on the back of the head. The description had said it was a shaped explosion. Even if it was small at level 1, the force had been directed outwards to a point, ruining the sturdy surface. Suddenly glad he'd had the sense to not attack one of the many boulders, Caius found himself reevaluating the skill. If it had done that to solid stone, at level 1 at that, what would it do inside of his enemies? Not bad at all, especially for only 60 mana. Satisfied? The young miss called from where he and Porkchop were sitting. It's not as flashy as I thought, Caius replied, rising from his crouch to walk back to their still-cooking meal. But yes, very. Great! That means it's my turn, Porkchop said as he sat back down. Caius only grinned as his brother's eyes unfocused before he could reply. A few minutes later, Porkchop shook his head, returning his focus to their surroundings. There's some good stuff here, he said, clearly excited. Oh? Do share, Yanmas replied. Porkchop jumped into his explanation. The first of his options was the Warden's Maw, a skill that would summon fangs of jade around his jaw, which would launch themselves deep into a target's flesh if Porkchop bit someone. Caius was immediately partial to the skill. Even if he was a bastion, Porkchop would need at least a couple of skills focused on directly damaging his opponents. Over-specialization would leave him weak if he was ever caught in a proper fight without their help. Holding his tongue, he still waited for the other options before saying his piece. After all, there was no reason to think it would be the only offensive skill. The next option Porkchop had received was the Protector of the Glade. It was an interesting option, an ability that would make him far harder to move and far tougher, and would last as long as he stood in one spot. Potent as it may have been,
especially considering the synergy it had with a number of Porkchop's general skills. Caius was still uncertain it was the right choice. Not only was staying immobile a risky proposition in any circumstance, it would also deeply conflict with Porkchop's role in their party.
Caius was an agile fighter, and if Porkchop was supposed to soak up hits for him wherever possible, he needed to move. It was as simple as that. Let alone the fact that both of them had their work cut out for them keeping Ianmus safe. The man was so terrifyingly fragile. Thankfully, Porkchop clearly felt the same, for he rejected the skill outright, in the same breath that he explained it. His brother's final option was something called concussive parry, a skill that would imbue a parry with an explosive force that was explicitly focused on the weapon and limb carrying it. If it didn't shatter the weapons that he parried directly, it was highly likely to disarm his opponents, if not literally disarm them. There was something to be said for a defensive skill with offensive applications. Porkchop did it brilliantly with his prismatic shard wall, after all. But Caius still favored the first skill.
"What are you thinking?" Caius asked with bated breath. "The Warden's Maw. I need an offensive skill, and it sounds like it would be very easy to work into my normal style." Porkchop replied, his voice clear and resolute. Caius held back from sighing in relief. He was worried that if Porkchop waited any longer to pick one, the system would start to offer them less and less. Unlikely, considering that the ability to leverage hostile force was a cornerstone of all combat classes, but a proposition that worried him nonetheless. Ianmus nodded in agreement as well, none of the team seeing any reason to pick anything else. With there being no alternative viewpoints to consider, Porkchop moved quickly. His eyes stared into the mid-space as he made his selection, before he jolted to his feet a few moments later. Mana surged within his brother's core a moment later, and 4 conical spikes of jade popped into existence. They hovered right next to his brother's jaw, flanking the position of his incisors. Caius stared at the jade spikes with glee. Each one was 3 handspans long and tapered slowly to a viciously sharp tip. Shaking himself with excitement, Porkchop rushed over to the cold body of the drake and hurled himself into a lunging bite. As his teeth sunk into its flesh, the tips of the Warden's Maw touched the drake's scales. They launched forwards in the same instant, accelerating so explosively that they seemed to vanish before his very eyes. He just barely caught the spikes coming to a halt inside the drake's flesh before the summoned jade faded away. The only remaining evidence of their existence, 4 finger-width holes left in its flesh. A strong skill, one that would keep his brother safe. That was good. He smiled as Porkchop huffed in joy and raced back over to them. "Did you see that? It punched right through its scales," his brother replied, nearly bowling him over in his excitement. Caius laughed, boxing Porkchop's ears. "Careful, you fat oaf!" Porkchop only snorted, shoving him with a paw. The casual move sent him thudding to the ground. Ianmus cleared his throat, pulling their eyes towards him right as Porkchop was about to pounce. "I do believe that it is my turn," Ianmus said, cocking his brow at them. "Ah, right. Sorry," Caius replied, pushing his hair out of his face with an apologetic smile. "Yeah, go ahead. We'll behave," Porkchop added, backing up before taking a seat once more. Ianmus only rolled his eyes, though he smiled too, before his attention turned to his system notification. He shared his findings shortly after. It was an interesting collection of skills that he'd been offered. 2 of the options were metamagic, an indication that the system was aware of his attempt to twist the class in the direction of free casting. Burning Light was the first offer. Every light-based offensive spell he used, which was all of them thanks to his solar affinity, would linger. Wounds would fill with the scorching power of the sun, leaving behind an affliction that would continue to burn his enemies from the inside out. It wasn't a glamorous or particularly honorable one, but Caius knew it would be potent indeed. Most metamagic scaled at least partially to the spell they were linked to. If Ianmus used one of his overcharged beams, or the light plane he had used at the end of the Bogart Den, the affliction that it left behind
would be the stuff of nightmares.
Even he wouldn't feel comfortable dealing with such a contagion. Not until his rapid adaptation was far higher level at least. The next metamagic Yanmas was offered was almost the complete opposite. Chlorophylic rejuvenation. When applied to a healing spell, it would cause it to also restore half that amount of stamina, and vice versa. Simple, but effective. Apparently it was rather costly, though, and Caius was unsure of its true value. There was something to be said for an efficient economy of time. He'd be pulling double duty for a single channeled spell, but he wasn't sure if it was worth it compared to the other options. After all, Yanmas could already restore both with free casting. It just took a lot of time and effort.
Yanmas's final option was a sorcery. Ray of Tender Recovery. A healing spell, one that was at the rarity cap of what his class could provide. It was of only middling strength, restoring only 500 health, but it had a minuscule mana cost and a quick channel time, an emergency response that could easily save one of their lives. In the end, he didn't get to share his input. Yanmas made an executive decision to pick the healing spell. It's simple, really. Even the most devout freecaster needs at least a few sorceries to rely on when time is of the essence. With this, I will have rounded out 3 spells that focus on the full core of solar magic. Physical enhancements, ray attacks, and restoration magic. I already rejected a heal last level to further cement my path, but now is a good time to pick it. After this, I can fully focus on abilities that will enhance my free casting, Yanmas explained, when Caius asked how he had made his choice. Besides, it's a good healing spell. With how often the two of you seemingly try to compete on who can get stabbed the most, something fast and cheap will get plenty of use, I'm sure of it. Yanmas said, giving them a knowing smile. Now it was Caius's turn to roll his eyes. They weren't that bad. Sure, they got injured more than most, but they had the skills to handle it, and it was to be expected that they'd get a little battered when they did things like fight Drake. A moment later, Yanmas accepted the skill. When he'd returned to the world of the living, he scooped his staff off the stone floor, a focused look on his face. Solar mana flowed around him a moment later, coalescing in seconds. From the conglomeration of magical potential, a white, scintillating beam shot forth to splash against Caius's chest. It felt good. The magic seeped into him with the warmth of a gentle embrace and the soft caress of a summer's breeze. "Huh," he said, looking down at his chest plate, still slightly damp from the water he had used to wash off his earlier gore. "What'd it feel like?" Porkchop asked with curiosity. "Like getting a hug," Caius replied. "That's fairly normal for solar healing magic. It's an affinity of dichotomies. Searing heat and invigorating growth handed out in equal measure," Yanmas explained. Caius nodded, only for the faint scent of smoke to enter his nose. His eyes widened in a panic, head snapping to the pan where the slab of drake meat had started to scorch. Shit! He dived for the pan, the rush of fear joined by the chuckling amusement of his companions. Savages, they had no respect for his artistry. Turning the heat down with a flutter of mana, Caius sighed in defeat as he flipped the steak to reveal a surface that had been seared far too black by half. "Guess I'll have this one," he groaned. Resigned to his subpar starter, because of course he would cook another, he just didn't want to waste food, Caius settled in to watch the cooking food with closer attention. They still had a fair few hours until Ro would arrive, so it wasn't like he had anything better to do. He just hoped she wouldn't be too harsh with her teasing for the state of the drake's carcass. Chapter 240. Beast Lore. After waking with the rising dawn, Caius pushed his way out of the tent they had pitched right by the side of their battle and set about making breakfast. His companions were still dozing, sleep claiming them deeply after the rigors of their midnight soiree with the drake. Fetching another cut of meat from the body of the drake, he decided to pair it with some bread and scrambled eggs. A simple meal, but one that would be relatively easy to make. He prepared an extra serving. It was likely that Ro would arrive within an hour at most.
Caius shook his head wryly at the thought of the woman crossing that much ground in only 8 hours. The trip had taken them the better part of 2 weeks. That sort of speed, sustained over that long, was ridiculous. Not for the first time, he wondered what level she was, and Reeker too, for that matter. The second tier was the bare minimum. He suspected that silver was a requirement to hold the sort of rank that they had within the guild. It felt too low for the kind of feats he had seen from them. Gold rank, level 300 perhaps? Regardless of their exact level, he was almost certain that they had good classes too. People who put in the sort of consistent effort required to reach that level in the low mana zone that was Central Plains almost invariably grew strong as they passed through the tiers. Before beasts had swamped the land, reaching that high in any sort of reasonable time frame required nigh constant delving, or trips far afield to where powerful monsters were able to be found. It was still hard to believe. People in the second tier were rare, almost unheard of from what he'd heard from Father and the discussion he'd had with Ianmus after they had first witnessed Ro's blinding speed. Sure, it was obvious that he'd run into far more of them in the guild, and that his own strength meant he was all but certain to brush shoulders with people of nominally similar pedigree.
But Deadacre? It was a backwater, and not a particularly pleasant one at that, from what Ianmus had said. Meeting not one, but 2 delvers of their capability was mind-boggling. It was somewhat explainable in that they clearly knew each other well, too well for the mere handful of years that Reeker had been stationed in the city. He still questioned why they were there, though. There had to be a reason. It wasn't so much a burning need to know, but there was a curiosity there. Maybe he was wrong, and the second tier was more common than he was led to believe. Certainly, both Reeker and Ikum had implied that the third tier was not the legendary achievement he had believed it was. For all he knew, bigger cities could have second tiers by the dozen, and guildmasters solidly into the third. On the other hand, maybe there was something about Deadacre that held the guild's interest enough that they'd station 2 elites just to safeguard it. It was by no means impossible. The city had its mysteries. The circle of blighted land that grew around it, and the rumors of its origin, for one. Even if that wasn't the case, it could be something as mundane as politics. The frontier was large. A poor and underpopulated region, it nonetheless was the nexus between the Hywian steppe, Mistral, the dukedoms, and the Elvish domains. With only 2 major cities in such a region, maybe the guild simply needed some display of strength to project their will through the region. Honestly, the more he thought about it, the more likely that was the case, though he hoped it was not so. The other 2 options were far more exciting secrets. Lost in thought as he dreamed of hidden lairs in the Deadacre sewers and secret societies of high-level delvers, Caius smiled as he continued his preparation for breakfast, cutting the drake meat into long strips. Fucking hells, you guys really did a number on this thing. Surprise physically jolted him at the sudden noise that came from behind him, a desperate blurt escaping from his lips as Caius jumped upwards. His team mirrored his responses. Porkchop bolted upright, hackles raised, and Ianmus snapped his head upwards from where he'd been staring mindlessly at the ground in front of him. Caius's hand lurched to the hilt of his sword instinctively, before he realized he recognized who the voice belonged to. Ro. Whipping around, Caius found the guild manager grinning at them with a knowing smile, clearly finding amusement at the fright she had given them.
"God's bollocks, woman," Ianmus replied with a glare, clutching his chest. Ro only cackled madly, the mage's protests inspiring more delight. "Never gets old," she finally said, wiping her eyes as her laughter petered out. Walking over to their group, she waved at Caius to shuffle to the side, staring at the nearly finished breakfast cooking away in his pan. "Shuffle over," Rose said. "Do you have enough for me? Some asshole activated a communication token at midnight, so I've been running for hours on last night's dinner." Caius winced, suddenly realizing the imposition they had placed upon her. "Sorry about that. Its nightly patrol was the only time that it came through this valley, and it was the best shot we had," he explained, moving to his right to create some space for Ro. "Bah," Rose said, as she waved him off, and took her seat on the stone ground. "Think nothing of it. This sort of shit is just part of the job." Craning her neck back, she took in the still body of the drake. Nearly 50 strides from snout to tail, Caius would have needed to stand on his own shoulders with his arms outstretched to just barely reach its back. "Even seeing it for myself a few weeks ago, it still amazes me just how damn big these things get. It's only the second I've ever seen, you know, and the other was in the depths, so I couldn't be sure if they got to that size naturally," Rose said, turning back to them. Caius nodded. Things like drakes were unheard of in the Central Lands. Seeing one at all was seen as something of a sign of a successful career. Hells, anything of that size was seen as a serious threat. The iron tusks around Deadacre were something of an outlier, and probably would have been culled if they didn't tend to stay low level and keep clear of major settlements.
Guess it goes to show just how much is changing, huh? Caius replied. He only got a slow nod in response. They were all well too aware of the effects the phase change had had on the settlements in the region. Finally, Ro looked up and gave them a smile. "Still, I wasn't joking about you tearing that thing to shreds. It looks like a pack of flaming dogs got at it." Porkchop snorted in amusement.
"It might as well have been. That thing just wouldn't bloody die no matter what we did. I'd bet the fight would have gone far differently if we hadn't had the sense to drop half a forest of logs on its back." Ro cocked her brow at the mention of their ambush. "Oh? Is my little team of greenhorns starting to use their brains? I saw the embers, but I didn't dare hope." Caius rolled his eyes at her jab, but smiled all the same. "We aren't that bad. You can tell me that once a few years have passed since I saved your asses from suicide by boggling plague," she scoffed. Caius had the sense to look embarrassed, but he held to his belief that they could be far worse than they were. Sure, they'd had to learn a few lessons, but he doubted that was unique to them. The fact that the dangers they faced were greater than most didn't change that. With her impeccable sense of timing, Ro had arrived right as their meal had finished cooking. Shuffling forwards, Caius served out heaping portions onto the plates that they brought with them in their spatial storage. He passed the dishes out, receiving thankful nods in return. With the smell of food in the air, the conversation died out for a short time, everyone too focused on shoving as much meat and eggs into their mouth as they could without choking. Simply put, the meat was delicious. Richer and more flavorsome than any cut he'd had before. It all but dissolved in his mouth. "Regardless of our prior follies, I would love to know why it was so hard to kill, if you know, that is,"
Ianmus asked once he was halfway through his plate. Ro chewed through her mouthful, holding her hand up to ask for time.
"It's something you'll notice more and more. A factor of endurance that becomes apparent as you grow closer to the second tier. Once you cross that threshold, it's something of a universal challenge you will have to deal with." Caius raised an eyebrow at that. While endurance made things tougher, it was hard to imagine that everything would be able to survive the level of devastation that the drake had persisted through. When he asked, Ro shook her head. "There are degrees to everything. Of course, some things will be much more fragile than others. Even so, you'll start to see more and more creatures persisting through wounds that should have killed them. You can still kill things without fully draining their health, but it will get harder to do so with every level. Thankfully, I have yet to see something that a good old-fashioned decapitation can't take down," Ro explained. She continued on, talking about how the drake was a special case. While eventually everything would grow that tough, it would take far longer, at which point their own growing abilities should be able to keep pace. Apparently, all inherently magical creatures had some decreased reliance on the mortal concerns of the body. It varied, and draconic creatures were some of the worst of the lot, at least as far as beasts went. Things like spirits and elementals were far stranger. Their blood would keep beating even through a burst heart. Their legs would hold their weight through shattered bones and torn muscle, and other such impossibilities he would struggle to believe if he hadn't seen the evidence with his own eyes. Sure, it would hamper them greatly, and they couldn't persist like that indefinitely, but that simple power of persistence made them a dangerous threat. One that he was proud to have slain at such a low level, even if it was only a lesser drake.
Why didn't we find references to that in the archive? Ianmus asked, clearly a little affronted that his research skills had been stymied.
Ro gave them an awkward smile. A failing of Rika and myself. It is easy to forget that you are only bronze when we so handedly send you on threats that most steel teams closing in on the second tier would balk at. More detailed information on threats of this caliber are usually held in the rooms which you would not have been able to access. Ianmus frowned at her response, his unhappiness at not having full access to the information they had sought evident. Why would that information be locked up? I can't exactly see the harm in people being more wary of taking on a draconic creature, Caius asked. In this case, it wouldn't be an issue, but those shelves hold far more than just bestiaries, and even those have more than just the strengths and weaknesses of strong monsters. More than one cocky idiot would try their hand at something they shouldn't if they knew that a creature's corpse could bring them more than a single mission of their tier, Ro replied. Caius struggled to believe that. People with their specific brand of reckless abandon were supposed to be as rare as hen's teeth. It turned out that Ro had an easy explanation. While yes, it was unlikely that anyone would seek out something clearly higher-leveled, there had been many cases of someone learning of a creature's value and foolishly attempting to track down a juvenile. Almost invariably, it ended up with the team in question getting eaten by angry parents or simply overwhelmed by the natural strengths of more powerful varieties of beasts. At the very least, Ro would apply for special dispensation for their access. She couldn't just jump them up through the ranks, but having individually vetted teams access information they otherwise couldn't was not unheard of.
It was likely to take some time, but in the interim, she offered to fetch any relevant bestiaries herself. As their conversation wound down, Ro finished her meal. When she had, she slapped her knees and leapt to her feet. Well, as nice as this has been, and as good as the meal was, duty calls. I can't be away from Deadacre for too long. Last time the buildup of work was unbearable, she said, before walking to the drake's corpse. Caius was about to ask her how she planned on segmenting it for her storage artifacts. He'd spotted the new collection of rings she sported on her fingers earlier, when Ro drew her sword. Eyes sharpening, Caius stilled as Ro casually pirouetted her blade through the air. It was similar to his own, though a hand shorter to make it equally comfortable using either single-handed or with both. Then Ro seemed to flicker, the only evidence she had moved being seen in the blood dripping from her sword. The drake's stomach opened, offal falling free as she flickered again. Another blur of motion, and Ro stood with her chest notably heaving as the drake slid into 4 distinct pieces. Each cut was flawlessly straight and smooth, and Caius saw no evidence Ro had truly struggled, other than a little exertion. Approaching the segments, Ro tapped each one in turn. They vanished with a pop of displaced air, disappearing into her spatial artifacts. Ro gave them a final wave, grinning at their slack-jawed expressions. "See ya," she replied, before vanishing in a blur, though one that was notably visible compared to her earlier attacks.
By the matriarchs! How the hells does she do that? Porkchop asked, still staring at where Ro had been standing.
I have no idea, Caius replied.
Interlude 4. The Oriole.
Hell's Grave Eye. What the fuck kind of job was this? I know it paid well, but the Drake was level 107? Are you trying to get me killed? Sending me to watch some team of scions like that, Ingle raved, pacing back and forth through his office. Tuning out the rest of the woman's nonsensical ranting, Grave Eye was of half a mind to have Gorm kill her, just for the sheer impudence of daring to take that tone with him. Alas, the woman was too strong, and too useful. It was hard to find competent delvers of her caliber that were willing to get their hands dirty, though even Ingle only did so infrequently, selectively, and for a good price. He could respect that. Grave Eye sighed, leaning on his desk as he rubbed his brow. Regardless of her wanton disregard of his station, Ingle was reliable. She never spilled a word about anything, not even when he tried to pay her to find out who else procured her services. And her testimony had been proven to be bound in adamant at every turn. That alone kept her alive. It just burned like gut rot that she knew it. Someone as careful as Ingle wouldn't dare to test his ire if she thought there was a hint of a risk to it. Which made the impossibilities that spewed from her mouth all the more difficult to believe. A Drake? At over level 100? 2 missions ago, the pair of fools had fought a simple spider, barely around level 80 from what he'd been able to dig up. That was an impossibility, pure and simple. Every report, including Ingle's own, had suggested that both fights were at the edges of their capabilities. That rate of growth? In 3 missions? When they hadn't left the city in between? It was simply impossible. Let alone the fact that the team was fucking bronze. To a superior mind such as himself, it was simplicity itself to deduce that there was a greater scheme afoot. The guild was up to something. He was certain that this was under their sanction, their guidance.
Impossibly strong bronzes kill a Drake, and then a day later the guild manager herself is selling off Drake remains under the proviso that the contract records stay sealed, while claiming that it was an unexpected threat that the war dog had handled himself. No way. No fucking way. Thank you for your services, Ingle. You can leave now, Grave Eye said, tossing the delver a coin pouch with the 3 platinum he owed her. Ingle stopped mid-sentence, glaring at him as the pouch hit her in the chest and fell to the floor. Still, in testament to her crude intelligence, she didn't say another word. Swooping up her pay, the delver left, stomping hard enough to rattle his liquor cabinet. That caused a vein in his forehead to throb in disgust and outrage, but with the magnanimity that was required of his station, he let it go. There were far more important things to worry about. Leaning back in his chair, Grave Eye let out a sigh as he kicked his polished boots up onto his desk. Drink? Grave Eye clutched his chest, nearly falling out of his chair in fright. He shot his hound a look that could have scoured flesh from bone. He'd forgotten that Gorm was standing in the corner. The man had a frightening ability to fade into the background for a grotesque giant. Honestly, it was a miracle his mother had even survived birthing the half-breed mongrel. "How many times do I have to tell you not to do that, you imbecile?" he hissed. "And what kind of question is that? Of course I do." Of course, Grave Eye. Tuning out the presence of his manservant, Grave Eye returned his mind to more important matters, like the fact that it was so bleeding obvious that the guild was nurturing a pair of wayward scions. They only did that when the person in question had no ties to a prominent dynasty. Exiled rejects, independent prodigies, and those in hiding. Grave Eye grinned. That meant they were a prime target. Oh yes, this was quite the valuable find. And he knew just what to do with it. His teeth bared to the world,
Grave Eye could already feel the heights that he would be able to rise to with this sort of winning hand. Glass clinked as Gorm placed his drink on his desk. He snatched it up before it could leave condensation on the rich leather cover. He hadn't spent so much on a refrigeration cupboard just for his hound to ruin his furnishings.
Gorm? Yes, Grave Eye, his hound responded, as placid and slow as always. Send a message to Old Yon. Tell him we should meet, that I have something worth his personal attention. Grave Eye replied. Gorm frowned. He must have been struggling to remember how to make contact. It would only make sense for someone so diminished. Oh, how Grave Eye wished that he could have someone capable for a servant. Too bad he always ended up killing those. They always fell to the temptation of plotting against him. At least his hound was too stupid to ever do such a thing. Are you sure you should do that? Old Yon's a hard man. His favor might not be as pleasant as you think, Gorm replied. Grave Eye narrowed his eyes at his hound. That was the problem with fools. They could never see the big picture. He was at the height of Dead Acre's underworld. Of course he should be treated with the respect of his station. A low-born fool like Gorm could never understand the ways of men of action and influence. Gorm sighed. Yes, Grave Eye. Grave Eye felt the chill touch of the grave brush against his neck. The crypt air of the catacombs beneath the church that he had been directed to were damp and foreboding. Not for the first time, he wished that Gorm was with him. It wasn't fear. No, it was just unbecoming for a man such as himself to be without his servant. He was of half a mind to give Old Yon a piece of his mind when he arrived at their meeting point. Walls of bone moaned as a gust of frigid wind rattled through the sockets of the many skulls that watched him. Grave Eye pulled his cloak around him and hurried onwards. The sooner he could return to his glass of brandy and book that was waiting for him by the hearth, the better. Glancing at the lidless eyes that watched him from every angle, he could only wish that his contact had thought to meet somewhere with a little more taste. It was all just a touch too macabre in his mind. He could respect a setting of scene as much as the next man, but did it have to be so ghastly? Thankfully, his journey through the tunnels seemed to have come to an end. Taking the next left-hand junction, he'd spent a whole hour memorizing the directions that had come in response to his request. Grave Eye found himself staring at a door. It was blessedly well designed. The gadrooning on its panels was divine. Pleasant, curved impressions that radiated from a central point where a filigreed brass knob rested. Why, it even had caryatids supporting the arch above. They were beautiful things, artful renditions of what looked like hellish denizens screaming in anguish.
Not his first choice, and a little last century, but he could respect the artistry in the work. This was a little more like it. Someone had even gone through the effort to dust the thing. Hurrying forwards, Grave Eye hammered the knocker, 3 times, as etiquette demanded. He frowned. After waiting a few minutes to politely give any occupants time to respond, he knocked again. Still nothing. Uneasy at the prospect of breaching propriety, Grave Eye tried the latch all the same. It was unlocked. The door opened into a flawless corridor of stone, if a drab one. Slabs of light gray polished stone lined the floors and ceilings, each edge set perfectly square. The place was lit by ward lights, but few of them, leaving the reaches drenched in shadow. Finding the whole thing a little unnerving, Grave Eye tentatively stepped through. His steps through the passage were hurried. The time of his meeting was growing close, and he refused to be late. Nothing else harried him. He refused to even entertain the thought, though his stomach churned all the same. After what felt like an eon in the dark, twisting through myriad turns, he arrived at another door.
This one was plain, but well built, with a kind of rustic refinement to it. Made of what was blatantly heartwood, an expensive kind, too. He could recognize the ruddy red of jetum anywhere. It had been fastened together without any visible nails. Mortise and tenon joints, the kind of expense only a man of taste would bother with. Grinning in excitement, Grave-Eye hurried over, knocking 3 times. "Come in." The voice was smooth and calm, with the kind of rich baritone more suited to court than a catacomb. Grave-Eye stepped through the passage, finding an office. Much like the door, it was a simple thing. A large wooden desk in the center of the room, with 2 chairs for guests before it. There was also a single bookshelf that sat against the far wall, as well as a fireplace that sat adjacent to the desk.
All of that fell to the wayside as he took in the man that was seated in his position of authority. Old Jan. He wasn't what Grave-Eye had been expecting. The grandeur that a man of his station should have oozed was utterly absent. In its place was an utterly forgettable visage of mediocrity. Middling height, perfectly so, the man couldn't have more than 5 3/4 strides, with brown eyes and simple features. His clothes were rough spun, but tough and well made, if utterly lacking in refinement. He didn't even inspire dread. For a man like old Jan, he'd at least have expected a glare that could kill, or something. All in all, old Jan was pedestrian. Forgettable to an extreme degree. If Grave-Eye had passed him on the street, he'd have been more likely to spit on the man than greet him. A thought that brought a rush of concern down his back as he realized who he was standing before. "Sit." Grave-Eye sat. Keeping his back perfectly straight, old Jan reached behind his desk. He pulled free a heavy leather sack, straining under the weight of its contents. "This," old Jan set the bag on his desk. It clinked loudly. "Is 1,000 platinum." Before Grave-Eye could so much as gulp, old Jan reached into his pocket and retrieved what looked to be a silver medallion. He set it down next to his absurdly large coin pouch. "And this is a communication artifact," old Jan finished, touching the disc of metal. Pausing for a moment, old Jan gave him a long look. His heart fluttered. "You mentioned you had something valuable for me. This could be your reward. Hells, if it's good enough, it might only be a down payment," old Jan said, before he tapped his fingers on his desk. "That is only if what you have is valuable. Thankfully, I don't believe that you are stupid enough to waste my time. Wouldn't you say, Rondel of Silverwind?" Grave-Eye froze. That was impossible. He'd erased everything, covered all tracks. How could the man know? Rondel finally admitted to himself that he was out of his depth, and the fear that had been waiting beneath the facade embarrassed him. Of course, old Jan. I wouldn't waste your time," he stammered, failing to keep his apprehension out of his voice. Old Jan smiled, and he saw the man's mask crack. A malevolent intelligence lay beneath, calculating and cruel. "Here's what's going to happen. You're going to tell me about these promising seeds that you have uncovered, and I'll do my own verification. If, against all odds, you've proven yourself as valuable as you believe, this platinum will be yours. And there will be more in it for you later when the job is done," the Underlord explained, every word punctuated with a conviction that the world would bend to his demands. "If, beyond all likelihoods, you are somehow this capable, I will call upon you in the future with this." Old Jan tapped the communication medallion. "I always endeavor to have fruitful relationships with aspiring up-and-comers." Old Jan smiled.
A plain thing, like what you would expect from a fishmonger who'd managed to sell a bumper crop of a haul. Somehow, that made it all the more terrifying. So, Rondel, why don't we start from the top? Grave Eye took a steadying breath. It was far too late to back out now. Gathering his thoughts, he began to talk.
Chapter 241. Princely Payment.
Caius and his team sat in a loose circle in their room at the stables, staring at the pile of new equipment that was arrayed in front of them. Their journey back from the battle with the Drake had been an easy one. With their newfound strength, they'd been left well enough alone by the vast majority of monsters that roved the wilds. The few that were too stupid to know better were dealt with easily. It seemed even the rising aggression of the local monsters had a limit. At the very least, they had provided him with the opportunity to pump a few levels into his latest skill, Mystic's Rend. Like he'd expected, due to its low cost, the current size of the arcane detonation was small. However, when it was contained and directed into his target's bodies, the results were messy. Regardless, their return to Deadacre had been an easy one, and they'd hightailed it to the guild to meet with Reeker and Roe. The guildmaster had heaped praise on them galore, proud of the fact that they had approached the battle with wit rather than simply relying on their brute strength, even if the choice had lowered the value of the Drake's corpse. It still provided enough coin for them to increase the equipment they'd gained substantially. Like the guild administrators had said, it had been enough for him to be rewarded with a full set of scale armor, on top of the elder blood he needed for his sword. With their payment in hand, they'd rushed back to their rooms in the stables, giddy as children as they ogled at their new rewards. Caius stared at the shining set of scale that was laying in front of him. It was of a different style to his old Celian scale. Where that had a sleek, almost reptilian look to it, his newest armor reminded him of the armor of an archetypical knight, but one where all extraneous plate had been replaced with thick, overlapping scales the size of his hand. Only where flexibility was absolutely crucial, mostly near the joints, were smaller scales used. It even came with a matching helmet, something he was more than happy with. His old helm had been good, but it irked him that the bronze-toned metal it had been crafted from stood out so starkly from the bluish steel of the rest of his gear. These pieces had been crafted by an artificer and designed as a complete set. That alone gave him his first look at something he hadn't expected to see. Set bonuses. It was only a small effect. Apparently only the very best artisans could manage to create them, and it was never as outrageous as what could appear if someone was lucky enough to get a set effect from depths-wrought artifacts. Still, it gave him valuable insight into how they functioned. At first, he'd been confused by the extraneous rune work that seemed to be on every piece of the armor. But when he had it all laid out in front of him, he realized that they made a complete array when used in conjunction. The runic language used was unfamiliar, but Caius could only imagine the difficulty of getting such an enchantment to function. He couldn't even begin to theorize how the enchantment worked, even with none of the individual inscriptions being physically linked to each other. Shaking his head in amazement, he analyzed the cuirass with his true sight, wanting to reread its description again. Upstart's Scale Mail Cuirass. Rare. Tier 1. I'd like to see you best this, you overstoked forge hand. Forged from high-grade steel, alloyed with the barest hint of orichalcum, this scale mail armor was crafted by an unusually accomplished journeyman runesmith. Well defended where it needs to be, this medium armor was an exercise in removing some of the limitations commonly faced by this class of defense: blunt force trauma. Artisan-wrought artifact. Medium armor, cuirass. Durability 3, impact reduction 2, self-repair 1, self-cleaning 1, resizing 1. Set effect 5/5. Weight reduction I. Caius smirked at the armor's epigraph. It had surprised him when he first saw it, and the ones of a similar nature on the other pieces, but the picture it painted was all too relatable. For artisan-wrought artifacts, the system had a penchant for pulling from relevant moments of the crafter's own life. When he'd asked about it, Ro had smiled and let him know that this particular crafter had been embroiled in a feud at the time, and this armor set had been the result of one of their many competitions. The smith had won the contest, but had been so disgruntled at having his frustration immortalized by the system that he'd been ready to get rid of the armor by any means necessary. The guild had managed to get a hold of it for a steal, under the proviso that it was shipped to a vault in the middle of nowhere, in the hopes that its creator would never have to lay his eyes on it again. Each of the 5 pieces had identical enchantments, covering his cuisses, helmet, cuirass, greaves, and a pair of gloved gauntlets. Thanks to the resizing enchantment, he'd be able to wear it over his traveling clothes. As convenient as that may be, Caius was well aware that he should really secure some underarmor at some point soon. It was an important part of medium and heavy armor, often coming with enchantments aligned to further reduce impacts, deal with weight and temperature. As he got higher in level, getting access to better tiers of equipment, it would likely become even more vital. The necessity of gear that provided more esoteric benefits than simple increases to toughness and durability became more and more necessary as the abilities of the foes he would face got increasingly varied and powerful. His new armor would also mean a moderate influx of funds to the group's coffers. While he was a little upset to be losing the magic resistance of his old Celian gear, it was ultimately inconsequential. Rapid adaptation, even with its direct damage resistance being pitiful with his current level and tier, already outstripped its effects handedly. As he grew to the 2nd and 3rd tiers, he knew he could expect his need for similar enchantments to reduce further. While not all skills followed the same development path, they grew similarly, but the system was ever fond of personalization based on usage. Caius knew that it was almost a certainty that he would quickly gain an increased measure of direct damage resistance. Father had said as much, and had been confident that even if he managed to evolve the skill entirely, he would maintain its core capabilities. The loss of his bracers of Varcosian deflection was no great thing either. As he'd grown increasingly strong, the static boost of the artifact had become less useful. Perhaps not negligible, not yet at least, but something that was no longer a deciding factor in his fights. Thankfully, it was likely a highly valuable effect, and he hoped that he could get a good price selling it to an artificer. Looking over to his team, Caius found the 2 of them ogling their own rewards. Ionmus had gotten a new robe and an Ioun stone, a chunk of crystal the size of his fist that would hover over the man's shoulder, acting as a mana reservoir. The latter was a curious artifact, something he hadn't known existed. Apparently, the transfer was slow and lossy in both directions, but it would serve as a potent force multiplier for larger spells, or an emergency reserve. Wanting to refresh himself on Ionmus's new acquisitions, he analyzed them. Robes of Theurgic Defense. Unusual. Tier 1. The only defenseless mage is an unprepared one. Made from forge silk, a delicate formation has been woven into the very fabric of this robe. Holding a reservoir of mana, this artifact is able to mitigate attacks by pulling automatically from this stored energy. Artisan-wrought artifact clothes, robe. Durability 1. Impact reduction 1. Self-repair 1. Arcane barrier 3. Cracked Ioun stone fragment. Unusual. Tier 1. A shard of jealousy personified, coaxed into sharing its precious collection. Crafted from naturally occurring Galash crystal, this Ioun stone is capable of holding a reserve of mana that maintains the signature of its user. Inscribed to allow direct transference of stored mana into a spell working, it is a potent force multiplier for any mage.
Depths-wrought artifact auxiliary equipment, Ioun Stone. Durability 1, self-repair 1, mana reservoir 4. They were a brilliant pair of artifacts for their mage. Ianmus's old robes were mediocre things, durable, self-cleaning, and self-repairing, but ultimately almost useless for any form of defense. His new ones were very different. Light and flowing, with an almost metallic sheen to their cream-colored tone, they would serve as the first real boost to the man's survivability. The Ioun Stone was similar. While it was by no means something that would radically change how they fought, it would mean that when the situation required it, Ianmus's devastating ray blasts would be just that much more destructive. Porkchop had gotten his own toys, too. Caius looked over to the artifacts his brother had received, a giant shield large enough to nearly cover a full-grown man, and a simple, unassuming ear stud that Porkchop had already had him punch into his ear. Stud of Lesser Ghost Hand, uncommon, Tier 1. Do you know how good it feels to be able to scratch the middle of my back again? To never have to reach for a stool to grab something from the top shelf? Life is about simple pleasures, my friend. A little innovation goes a long way. Forged from spirit-attuned aluminium and inlaid with ectoplasmic resin, this ear stud was designed as a mobility aid for an ailing artisan. Allows the control of a small telekinetic hand within 9 strides of the user. This hand is slow and weak, leaving it incapable of most combat functionality. Artisan-wrought artifact auxiliary equipment, ear stud. Durability 1, self-repair 1, ghost hand 1.
Autonomous Great Shield.
Unique, Tier 1. You know what beats having a shield? Having 2. Want to know what beats that? 3. Forged from high-grade steel that had been smelted using carbon sourced from a crop of mind-attuned wood, as well as force-aligned titanium, this great shield is telekinetically linked to its user. Responding immediately to their wishes, it will act to intercede attacks. Depths-wrought artifact armor, shield. Durability 4, self-repair 1, telekinetic control 2. Caius grinned as he read through the description of Porkchop's first artifact again. He'd been overjoyed when he first received it. There were few things that Porkchop disliked about his body, but the lack of opposable thumbs was something that brought him endless frustration, especially since he had entered a society that assumed their presence as a foregone conclusion. The stud of Ghost Hand would be nothing but a trinket to the vast majority of people. Niche, fun, and occasionally useful, but not much else. In Porkchop's possession, it was almost invaluable. He'd worn it non-stop since receiving it, going so far as to insist on eating with a fork when they'd eaten a meal. All in all, it was a fantastic haul. There was only one thing left. A large jar, sealed tight into the same alchemical glass used for tonics, but the size of his head. Inside was a glob of what looked like congealed blood, except with a dull metallic sheen that threw off highlights of arterial red when it hit the light. Elder blood, the next material he needed for his blade. Even sealed as it was, it called to him. Not in the sense his blade was reacting to its presence. The alchemical glass did its job. But he craved it, yearned to snatch it up and pour it over his blade, to see what changes would be wrought in his most prized of possessions as he fed it its due. It seems he wasn't the best at hiding his wanton desire, as both Ianmus and Porkchop gave him knowing looks. "I'll pitch the tent? Would give us a little extra privacy so you can absorb that material," Ianmus said. Caius nodded emphatically. "Please." The sooner he could help a father's gift to take its next step, the better.
Chapter 242. Elder Blood.
Sitting cross-legged in the middle of his team's dimensional tent,
Caius stared down at his blade. Porkchop and Ianmus watched on in reverent silence as he swept his hand across its length, feeling the hunger with which its surface tore into the heat of his body. A father's gift, his most prized possession. A gift for reaching the age at which the system integrated with him fully. One that he now knew that his father had been preparing for far longer than he had ever believed. One that had revealed the true depths of his father's secrets and the hidden mysteries of their dynasty. Who would have believed that a gruff man living in the woods would have once been capable of crafting a mythical growth item? Even with the obvious depth of their legacy, it had still caught him by surprise, had still made him dream of the lost years in which his father must have forged this piece. Had the first designs been drawn when his unknown mother's stomach had swelled? Earlier. Whenever it was, it must have been forged in the heart of Unterstern, because no object of such potential could have been created without the workshop and resources of an entrenched master. Something his father had certainly lacked in the arboreal sea. Twisting his right hand, he saw the sign emblazoned on his palm in the black of night. A cutting weapon of death, hanging like a bared threat from a burning sun. His sigil, mirrored in the fuller of his blade, and glowing with the barest motes of light in the smoky crystal. A link, like his sword was, to his past. His eyes graced its length reverently. The steel gray and charcoal black waves of alternating layered steel, sandwiched between an edge and center of smoke gray crystal. The runes that blazed above his sigil, the filigreed crossguard and pommel, and the simple binding of woven leather over its grip. It was a thing of beauty, but it was a weapon first, a tool to cut through his obstacles.
Stalwart, unbreakable, but not an implement of brute strength. For all of the supposed cracking brittleness of crystal, it bent like any sword, giving in to pressure, lest it snap. At its core, it was a weapon of control, speed, and intent. One that demanded mastery of the body, a visceral hunger and fury chained to purpose, fuel to drive oneself beyond what was possible. A dangerous tool, where lacking ability became as dangerous to the self as it did the enemy. Deep within his core, Caius felt a faint chime from one of his pillars, an aspect crooning in delight as he drank in the sublime perfection of his oldest companion. Corporus, making its presence known. It was a weak resonance, just the barest hint of a restless slumber making itself known. Caius paid the moment no mind. He'd learned from Mentis and from his brother's experiences in awakening this same pillar. Enlightenment could not be forced, and corporus was felt in the body. If his aspect demanded mastery, it would have it. There would be proving grounds aplenty in his future, but not today. This moment was for his blade, for the nourishment of a bond that would see him through to the very pinnacle. Like him, a father's gift dripped with potential, hungered for growth. It had been with him since the start of his journey, and had witnessed every triumph and tribulation he had experienced. Caius intended to reward that loyal devotion with the rich fertilizer it needed to grow into an implement that cut the path towards his goal. It was his sword, designed from the outset to be bared in his hands. No matter how slow the process was, he would gather the reagents it was worth and nourish the potential that lay in its core. Even if he had to lay it down momentarily, to pick up a lesser blade when its current power fell lacking, he would search for the means to push it to new heights. Its first step was all accounted for. First, the elder blood, then the wyvern bone. No matter what it took, he would serve it only the very best of offerings. He vowed, whispered words that hung silently in the base of his chest.
When the first step of his vengeance was at hand, when he retook his father's blade, it would be his sword that spilled the blood of his enemies. The tracker, the man with the scar on his face. He was only a small piece of the puzzle, but he would fall all the same. It was a start of a thread that needed to be followed. A man of his strength would have had little to do with the planning. No, there were others in the Onyx Temple that had a hand in Father's death. Even they would not be the end of the road. There was the looming threat soaring above the clouds, unseen from below. Someone had paid them, directed them to their vile work. There was no doubt in his mind that they were the same people who had wrought destruction on his family, had crippled his father, shattered his dynasty, and stolen his birthright. It would be a long path, a bloody path, but with his blade and his team, he would see it through to the end. With every step, every skill, and every level, he drew closer to the strength he needed to finally begin his search. The need to hunt and rage pumped through his chest, surging through his veins as his body demanded he move, demanded he fight bodily against the storm of emotion that raged through him. He held himself still. The veteran's edge had revealed his path to him, and it was not one that was slaved to the basal wishes of instinct. Today, he took another step, as he would every day, until he stood at the peak, until his desires were his own, unthreatened by the wishes of others, until those that had clawed their way up with him, just as battered and bloody, stood with him and rejoiced. His vengeance would come. He could have patience. Blood called to blood, and it was only right that the essence of that very ichor would serve to temper his blade in preparation for the coming storm.
Placing the sigil on his palm against its twin on his blade, Caius felt the spark that slumbered within. It was little more than a growing seed of power, nestled within dead iron. But who knew what would come in the future? He'd researched more in the archives. The first step of a growth weapon was an awakening, one that was most vital for defining its path and growth in the future. He'd already fed it a core of molten life. Now it was time for the vital fluid. Looking up, he met his team's eyes, feeling the weight of the moment, and, in Porkchop's case, his emotions directly. They gave him solemn nods. Caius returned the gesture before his gaze drifted to the jar of elder blood that sat at his side. Held in alchemical glass, its presence was entirely sealed, preventing his blade from crying out in desire. It looked like a glob of congealed blood the size of two of his fists. A dark cordovan, glistening wet in the soft lights that hung from the roof of the tent. Taking the chill glass in hand, the reagent rolled in the glass, shimmering with a metallic sheen. He half expected it to leave streaks, to deform and flow like a liquid. It didn't. It straddled the line between phases, as much solid metal as it was thick liquid, shifting and changing without rhyme or reason. True Sight showed him its description, refreshing his memory of his reward. Elder blood, unique, Tier 1 affinity, blood. Metal power is the essence of blood. Congealed and crystallized, it becomes accessible. A potent metal, found only in the ancient grave sites of powerful beasts. Where enough blood has spilled, the iron gravitates to the locus of residual power, shifting and transmuting in the presence of blood and metal affinity to become something more. Reagent. Breathing deep, Caius unscrewed the lid to the jar. As the scent of bloody battle and clashing swords filled the air,
A father's gift reacted instantaneously. It keened, hungering as it seemed to tremble in Caius's lap. Caius smiled down at it warmly, before he dipped his hand into the jar to retrieve the metal within. It was cool to the touch, clinging to his fingers. It almost felt wet, but when he drew it free, he saw no traces of it left of his hands. Despite the odd feeling, he was immediately taken with its heft, a solid density that dragged his hand down, forcing him to use a surprising amount of strength to move it freely. It wasn't that the weight was too much to bear, not with his current power, just that it held more mass than seemed possible for its size. He brought it to his sword, and it drank deep. Ding! Material appropriate for a father's gift detected. Facilitate absorption? As soon as the material touched the emblem on his blade, it liquefied, turning the bright carmine of arterial blood. Defying gravity, it swelled upwards, twisting in a siphon that was sucked deeper and deeper into the crystal of his fuller. Veins erupted, sprouting organically through the material as new growth wormed its way through crystal and steel alike. Everywhere they touched, changes were wrought. The overlapping layers of steel darkened, charcoal becoming pitch black, and blue steel becoming a dusky iron tinge. As the light above him struck the surface, Caius saw a red gleam shine deeply, revealing the blood within. The veins within the crystal shrunk as the transformation continued, but they didn't disappear. Organically branching through both his fuller and edge, they gave his sword a bite of the grotesque, a visage that promised to drink deep from his enemies. As the changes on his blade crystallized, the final remnants of the elder blood flowed free, dousing his guard and grip. It congealed on its surface, hiding the changes within. Heartbeats later, it seeped inwards like water thrown on sand. The filigree on his guard and pommel was revealed first. Much like the belly of his blade, it now threw off red highlights. But that wasn't all. The filigree on its surface sparkled. Vines now bestowed with the brilliant berries, each one a minuscule dot of what looked like solidified blood. His grip was revealed last, the simplest change, but one he liked deeply. What had once been a simple cross-hatched wrapping of black leather now held an intricately braided loop of leather the color of rich port. Ding! Growth weapon, a father's gift, has absorbed elder blood. Absorb one more suitable material to complete the upgrade. Grinning at the new form of his blade, Caius immediately opened its description with true sight. A father's gift, common, Tier 1. Forged in the dying days of Unterstern, quenched in the fading light of prosperity. The final work of a master. Birthright of the last scion. A two-handed longsword, forged from meteoric iron, orichalcum, and deep essence. This sword hides a sliver of morphic Cryexia crystal in its hilt. If the right conditions are met, this shard of potential may bloom. The complex network of a binding ritual is hidden under its hilt wrap. A core of crystal formed from a spent forge heart now threads the blade, honing its edge even further. Veins of elder blood have quenched the sword from within, the essence of ancient battlefields stoking its regeneration and thickening the veil of blood that hides its truth. Artisan-wrought artifact growth item. Materials needed for advancement. 1. Bound and linked longsword honed. 2. Self-repair 2. Durability 2. Bloodline veil 7. Blinking away the screen, Caius looked up to find Ianmus staring at the sword with a moderate amount of concern. Is it truly still only common?
The thing looks like it's holding enough magical weight that it could detonate if I breathed on it wrong, the mage said, staring deeply at the weapon in his lap. Caius nodded. He knew what Ianmus meant.
Even if each material had morphed his weapon and reinforced its enchantments far beyond the limits of what a common artifact should be able to bear, it was clear that the vast majority of the power of the materials had been siphoned away into the blade's core. He could feel it boiling there, waiting for the right spark to unleash it. It felt like almost anything would be enough to push it over the edge. Unfortunately, it would have to wait. He had eyes for only one piece. "Makes you think what bloody dragonbone would do to it, doesn't it?" he replied, smiling at his weapon in satisfaction. "You're willing to wait that long? You heard Rika. It might take a year with how many missions we would need to secure it," Porkchop asked. Caius shrugged. "I doubt it. He's already said that others in the guild are getting close to their own aspects without help. I would be surprised if he won't be forced to move early to secure the honors-sharing network. By that point, we'll have the full support of the guild, even if he hides our exact identities for now." Porkchop grunted. "I suppose that's true. Still, best to be prepared in the off chance it takes longer than expected." Nodding back, Caius was in full agreement with his brother. He was fully ready to set his blade aside in favor of a temporary replacement if he had to. Just because he wanted to nurture his sword with the best possible options didn't mean he had to sacrifice his own effectiveness in battle. Even with all the strength that it should by all means lack, Caius expected that as it was, a father's gift was probably straddling the line between an uncommon and a rare weapon, with much less variety in effects at that. "Regardless, I expect the next few weeks will be interesting. Rika is no doubt going to put you through the ringer, Caius, considering how close you are to selecting your next spells for both Aelina and Drakthar," Ianmus replied. "All of us are, really. A couple of my skills are close to a breakpoint, and from what I can remember, Porkchop is close enough to his shard wall expanding that Rika will want him to push past it," he continued. Caius only grinned. As harsh as the Guildmaster's training was, he had proven himself a dedicated and effective tutor. The skill growth they had seen under his direct tutelage beggared belief, and he was of no mind to discount their luck in securing his help. Few people, even the talented, could expect as much time and attention from a renowned warrior of the second tier as they had been afforded. Still, something deep within him doubted that their days of hard training and blood-pumping missions were long for the world. Everything had been going a little too easy for the last few months. He wouldn't squander whatever remained of their time. Every scrap of power they could scavenge now might be the thing that saved him when everything went to shit. Because it always did. When the hells boiled over, they would be ready. Rika would make sure of it.
Chapter 243. Sequential Improvements. Rika was already waiting for them when they entered the underground training hall. He stood casually, arms crossed over a shirt that was suited to a day at the markets, shooting them an easy grin.
"Well, lads, I hope you're ready for a rough couple of weeks. You're all at a precipice, and I intend to push you over it before your next mission," the Guildmaster said, a glint in the man's eyes setting Caius's heart racing. He smirked back, rolling his shoulders to ready himself for the day ahead. A pulsing flash visible in his mana sight was the only warning he got. A low-powered light beam flickering into place a moment later to intersect with his chest. It was weak enough it would have done little but warm his skin. Caius hurled his will into the coursing magic of Slipstep, gritting his teeth as he urged the spell to push him out of the world as he lunged forwards. Reality blurred, and the beam phased harmlessly through his chest. Ahead of him, Porkchop was waiting in a defensive stance. Light and thunder filled the hall as a storm lash crackled to life in his hand. Whipping the spell forwards, it arced through the air at a breakneck pace, aimed to bind Porkchop around his chest. Right before his attack could land, a wall of jade erupted from the earth,
dissipating his attack at a distance that left crackling secondary streamers unable to reach his brother.
Another beam flashed, this one singeing the scales of his new armor. The sudden jolt of heat was almost enough to throw off his rhythm. Almost. Lunging to the side, Caius slipped around the wall of jade that Porkchop had sent racing towards him a moment after it had blocked his attack. Spinning into a twirl, he tapped into Drakthar, discharging 3 spells at once. Writhing blue-white snakes filled the air, and Caius threw the full weight of his intent and glass mind into binding the mystic abilities to his will, urging them to diverge from the path he had set, to curve through the air around the next wall that Porkchop was actively summoning. His magic bucked against him, the runic conduits that dominated glyph binding serving as a barrier that blocked his direct connection with the mana within them. Still, even with the burdens his chosen style had fostered upon him, he managed. Somewhat. One lightning bolt jerked high. Barely 3 strides, but it was enough. It skimmed over the top of his brother's summoned wall to crack against Porkchop's chest. Faced with an opposed element, the Stormlash struggled to penetrate his brother's jade breastplate, much of its potency burning off as it charred the armor's exterior. The potent resonant force imbued in it by resonance amplification had no such limitations. Porkchop grunted, shards of crystal spalling from his armor to land on the stone floor like a glass rain. Ding! Latent Glyph of Drakthar has reached level 100. Ding! Spell available for selection. Caius skidded to a halt, his heart thumping as a wide grin spread across his face. He'd done it! After nearly a week of constant and contrived sparring, he'd managed to push his latent glyph of Drakthar to the next stage. With his focus broken by the skill increase he had been waiting for, he read through the other skills that had increased since the start of his spar. Ding! Latent glyph of Elena has reached level 86. Ding! Resonance amplification has reached level 83. Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 90. Ding! Uncanny dodge has reached level 75. Ding! Liturgical blade form. Primus Ordo has reached level 86. A new spell. A massive achievement that would do much to broaden his capabilities. Stormlash had proven itself a priceless and potent part of his kit. But at its core, he knew his class was one designed for flexibility. With only a single damaging spell available to him, he'd felt hamstrung, forced to limit the ways in which he approached combat. His latest skill, Mystic's Rend, went a long way to correct that, but ultimately it was something that amplified his abilities in close combat, and not something that could potentially add a new modality to his offense. A spell absolutely would. Especially if he was lucky enough to get something that improved his ability to deal with enemies at range. Excitement fizzing within him, Caius threw his arms in the air in celebration, a loud laugh spilling from his lips. "I did it!" he called. His team grinned back at him, their genuine delight at his latest gain plain as day on their faces. They rushed over, already having expected something significant when he'd lost his focus, a clear sign that their current bout was over. "Finally! I know Prismatic Shardwall needs work, but it was getting boring letting you wail on me all day." Porkchop replied, his armor vanishing as he bounded over to butt his head into Caius's chest, a move that nearly sent him sprawling. Ianmus wasn't far behind, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "Congratulations, and not just for the new spell. You're getting adept at influencing your spell hymns. I think you managed to force a skip a good 6 times this bout." Caius beamed, glad that his friends were with him to celebrate his victories. It was just a shame that Reeker wasn't here for the moment. He'd been too busy with his duties to spare them more than an hour that morning. Still, the people most important to him were here, and he had a spell to pick. "I'm going to see what I've been offered now," Caius said, shifting his weight from foot to foot as if he was readying to physically chase down the object of his excitement. Seeing his friend's nods of encouragement, he turned his attention to the waiting notification and the words of the system spilled across his vision.
Volcanic expulsion.
Runic hymn. Tier 1. Evocation. Affinity. Magma. Glyph. Drakthar. 150 mana. Selection available. This hymn summons a spray of liquid magma in a 20 long stride cone. The spray continuously erupts for 5 seconds. Rexia's Thorns. Runic hymn. Tier 1. Evocation. Affinity. Nature. Glyph. Drakthar. 90 mana. Selection available. This hymn summons a grasping bramble of vines, coated in steel-like thorns, that covers region 5 long strides wide. The vines automatically envelop all targets in reach. Sonic Scream. Runic hymn. Tier 1. Evocation. Affinity. Sound. Vibration. Glyph. Drakthar. 100 mana. Selection available. This hymn summons an explosive wall of sound in a 40 long stride cone, penetrating armor and damaging internals. Hateful Nail. Runic hymn. Tier 1. Evocation. Affinity. Metal. Glyph. Drakthar. 100 mana. Selection available. This hymn summons a dense spike of metal that launches outwards at high speed. Hardened and pointed, it penetrates armor with ease. Upon impacting a target, the spike rapidly expands into a dense knot of tangled hooks. Ghostly Knife. Runic hymn. Tier 1. Evocation. Affinity. Spectral. Martial. Glyph. Drakthar. 70 mana. Selection available. This hymn summons a spectral blade behind a target within 50 long strides, where it will strike directly for their undefended back. Roving over the options provided to him, Caius immediately focused on a single one. All of the spells offered sounded fantastic. In particular, there were 2 that would provide him with a much-needed ability to deal with larger crowds of enemies. Yet, Caius couldn't help but feel that they would be the wrong choice. Sure, they had struggled against the Bogglings, and having spells such as Sonic Scream and Volcanic Expulsion would have drastically changed the tides. However, it would have still been an impossible battle all the same. In the vast majority of cases, his bodily strength and skill with his blade was enough to deal with weaker opponents. As a team, they excelled at taking on singular, powerful targets. Eventually, he would need to expand from that. But for his current goals, that suited perfectly. In the far reaches of the depths, it would be champions and guardians that were the truest threats. And he currently lacked something to project his capabilities at range. From that perspective, Hateful Nail was perfect. That wasn't to say it wasn't without weaknesses. Judging by its wording, there would be little of the spell-assisted targeting that he had leaned on so heavily with Stormlash. It would require him to aim, to land his shots, something he was comfortable with. Archery and thrown weapons had been a large aspect of his training for Warforged, after all. In return, he would gain a long-distance attack that sounded downright devilish in its effects. A nail that twisted into fishhooks in his opponent's flesh. Hateful indeed. It would be crippling, agonizing, and Caius was confident that even a non-lethal blow would leave his targets crippled and wide open for a follow-up assault. After all, health couldn't heal a wound if the object of harm was still lodged deep. The only other spell that dragged at him was Rexia's Thorns. The ability to bind his foes with tearing spines was a tempting one. Bound and immobile, any enemy would be left a sitting duck, waiting for his or his brother's killing stroke. Still, he was still partial to Hateful Nail. It felt right. Filled a gap in his kit that had been left wanting since he had abandoned his original glyph and left his arcane bolt spell and its variations behind. All the same, even if he was confident in his selection, there was wisdom in seeking the thoughts of his team.
Blinking away the description of his options, Caius looked up to his team, an exuberant grin on his face. He relayed his options, sharing his opinion on his preferred choice, and watched the thoughtful expressions of his companions closely. Ianmus broke the silence first, rubbing his smooth chin as he worked his way through his ideas. I think you have the right idea. While I think that you should eventually build on your ability to handle multiple threats at once, for now I think both you and Porkchop can hold off a threat while I work on that wide guillotine lance I used against the Boglings, he started. This hateful nail sounds promising, not just because it will open up avenues for dealing with priority targets at range, but because it will be an impressive tool to weaken strong opponents if you can lodge a spike of twisted metal in their joints to hamper their mobility. Ianmus finished, nodding in agreement to Caius's original musings.
Porkchop chuffed. What he said. I saw how effective you were with your arcane bolts in the depths. This sounds similar, but more effective in every way.
Caius nodded at his team, thanking them for their input. With them all being in agreement, there was really no reason to stand on ceremony. Lowering himself to the floor, Caius sat, crossed-legged, on the cold stone. His other spell selections had come with a period of unawareness, and he had no desire to crack his skull on the floor on the off chance the experience left him sprawling. Focusing his gaze on Hateful Nail, he made his choice, and his consciousness fled, the room going black. Gasping, Caius shot up from the floor, propping himself up with one arm. Disorientation washed over him. The experience of spending days focusing on learning his latest spell, standing in stark contrast to what he knew would have been only a couple of minutes of time elapsing. How was it? Learn anything interesting from the runes? Ianmus asked, offering him a hand to pull him upwards. Caius groaned, taking the offered limb and pulling himself up to standing. Nothing concrete, but there were definitely some similarities to Stormlash's construction, enough that I'll need to spend some time properly comparing them, though I doubt I have enough to start properly inferring how the script works. Caius replied. Much like his other spells, the system had pulled him into a strange liminal space, the office where he was forced to study and practice with the spell hymn until he knew its shape and structure like the back of his hand. His latest spell hymn was a compact thing, tightly wound sigils and whorls that were woven into a work that promised pain and destruction. All in all, despite the monotony of focusing on its construction to the rejection of all else, Caius found himself positively fizzing with anticipation to test the Hateful Nail out. As much as he might have wished it, the system had not provided him the means to actually see the spell in action, even when he had succeeded in its demands of perfect and consistent inscription of its many looping lines. Shall we get lunch, then? Caius will need time to recover his mana anyway, so we might as well save testing out the spell and working on our other skills until then. Porkchop suggested. They'd gone without food since the darkest hours of the morning, and the emptiness of his stomach was clearly weighing on him. Caius nodded. As much as he wanted to see what his latest ability could do, he knew that he needed a break from thinking about the woven knots of his structure before he dived back into inscribing it in truth. Let's do it. We'll have plenty of time to practice. I doubt that Reeker will give us another mission until we have all hit our goals. Definitely not until I've managed to squeeze out the next spell from Alina at the very least, Caius replied. Smiling in hungry excitement, they made their way out of the training hall. If they were lucky, they might be able to make it back to the stables in time for one of Hench's legendary meals. Chapter 244. Sequential Improvements. Reeker let out a barking snarl, his plated boot cracking the tiled stone floor of the training hall with the force of his charge. Even laden down by his heavy plate, the guildmaster was fast, but not so fast that Caius couldn't track him. He knew that the man was slowing himself, holding back so that he could actually put up a fight. The recent spars with Reeker still felt like he was facing up against the siege ogre once again. Every trick he pulled, every burst of strength and speed, was met with even retribution, experience and age giving the war dog the tools he needed to meet Caius at a level that forced him to his limit.
Caius couldn't help but grin at the shining titan of steel that approached him. Defenseless he might have been against the man's true might, he still took pride in that he was dangerous enough that Reeker had to don his personal armaments to ensure a lucky strike didn't cause an injury that would interrupt their confrontation. This would be their final spar. He knew that in his bones. His team had achieved their goals, having spent the last day more interested in watching him getting beaten and tempered at the hands of a master warrior. Elena had a single level left, and both his Blade-Right and Mystic's Rend had grown by leaps and bounds. Another shudder coursed through the floor as Reeker kicked off again, his warhammer rising in a promise of destruction. Caius's senses sharpened, time slowing as he tapped into the rhythmic song that coursed through his blood. He hungered. To show the war dog what he was made of. To finally make him bleed. Mana surged, 2 glyphs responding to his will. Snapping his left hand up, Caius tapped into his latest spell. A spike of twisted steel screamed out, as long as his forearm with a base as thick as 2 thumbs.
The air howled at its passage, loosed faster than an arbalist bolt, and a shower of orange motes drifted from the glyph of Drakthar that lay hidden under the scale of his gauntlets. The world shuddered, sparks of azure drifting from his boots as Caius lurched forwards, slipstep shrinking space as he charged forwards, hot on the heels of his hateful nail. The metal spike crossed the hall in the barest of moments. Caius's aim was true, honed in the days of his childhood and remembered in the week of sparring against a superior foe. Reeker reacted instantly, his hammer blurring to smash the spike aside. A clear ding ran through the air, sparks flying at the collision that sent Caius's summoned attack spinning to the side. The spike morphed a moment later, cruel branches and hooks sprouting from his surface, useless without flesh and armor to latch onto. Still fast approaching, Caius hammered Reeker with another salvo, 2 nails warded off with the same ease as the first. "You'll have to do better than that, lad," Reeker said, his voice muffled from the confines of his full helm. Caius responded with a crash of thunder, Stormlash lighting the hall blue as it raced towards his opponent with sparking fury. Driving his foot into the ground, Reeker launched himself to the side. Lighting smote the earth, harmlessly scorching stone. Racing to meet him, Caius dipped into another slipstep. Seizing the mana in his core, he pushed it to his blade. He had a plan. Will surged into the spell that coursed out from Elena, held tightly constrained until the moment he needed it. A wire seared to life along his blade's edge, warping and shimmering with visible instability. Mystic's Rend. He'd left a portion of his mana unallocated, enough for a handful of uses of the skill. Grabbing his blade in both hands, Caius lunged forwards, dipping his shoulders to roll into a rising slash that would sunder the war dog from hip to opposing shoulder. Despite Slipstep making his advance far faster than it should have been, Reeker was ready for him. His warhammer swept down, smashing aside Caius's blade with a deafening clang, only for the thin edge of unstable arcane along the edge of his blade to detonate outwards from the point of impact. Caustic energy blasted outwards, drowning Reeker's arm in volatile blue. Even familiar with the skill, the Guildmaster still grunted as his arm was forced back. Caius moved, diving through slipspace as his blade grew bright with the vigor of his Bladerite. His hand flashed up from his hilt for the barest of moments, harrying Reeker's guard with a hateful nail. Reeker blurred, batting the projectile away, only for screaming lightning to follow close behind, a stormlash binding his arm tight. The first blow. It barely made the man grunt, his rhythm thrown off for only a fraction of a moment. It was all Caius needed. Pulling his blade in tight to the pit of his arm, coiled strength exploded out into a devastating stab.
The razor-sharp crystal point of his blade met the overlapping runed plates that covered Reeker's chest and stopped fast, skittering across its surface with nary a scratch left behind. Caius scowled. He'd aimed for a seam, but the bastard had dropped his shoulder at the last moment, throwing off his aim. The war dog's retaliation followed quickly. Leaping back, Caius's heart thumped as he saw the descending promise of his opponent's hammer. "Good, but you can do better," Reeker called, racing after him. Caius swept his blade up in an attempt to turn the blow, only for Reeker to sweep wide, defying the natural momentum of his swing. Bone splintered as the hammer smashed into the scales guarding his hip. Blunt force transmitted smoothly into the flesh beneath.
Hip-shattering it might have been, Caius still knew that Reeker had held back. He'd seen it once, the war dog putting his full might into a blow. It was a simple exhibition, an example of how far they had to go. That blow had atomized the training dummy, a glowing hammer strike of fire and fury. A familiar itching heat bloomed, his mashed hip re-knitting almost as quick as the wound was delivered. Ignoring the dull ache left in the hammer's wake, Caius whirled his blade overhead, another thread of explosive wire coating its edge. Reeker twisted through his hips, switching to a two-handed grip as he drew his weapon back to defend against the cleaving blow. A committed defense, an exploitable weakness that left Explorer's toolkit crooning in delight, even muted as it was in the confines of the city. Caius grinned. It was the moment he'd been waiting for. After all his practice imbuing his spells with intent, he'd noticed something interesting. Centered on his glyphs, persistent spells like Slip Step were far easier to manipulate. He could push his intent into the glyph for longer, more easily force a result the longer he worked. As he strained, bringing his sword down with all of the might in his back and arms, Caius unleashed his accumulated will. It was still a gamble, maybe 1 chance in 5 at best, but it was all he had.
If he failed, he'd be open and unguarded. At best, Reeker would kick him back and break a few of his ribs, but he wanted to see the man bleed. Just once. Right as the haft of Reeker's hammer rose to meet his swing, Caius flickered. A barest moment of intangibility, usually so unreliable, happening with impeccable timing. His blade phased right through the war dog's hammer, a ghostly apparition that brooked no barriers. The guildmaster's counterswing continued unhindered, sailing over his head. Then the blurring fuzz of slip space left Caius's senses, and the edge of his sword slammed into Reeker's pauldron. The wire of arcane coating his blade snapped, whining ominously as it condensed at the point of impact. Ding! Latent glyph of Alina has reached level 100. Ding! Spell available for selection. Blue-white fire burst outwards in a tight cone, a deafening crack stabbing into Caius's ears as the shockwave blew over him. Reeker grunted, stepping back under the unexpected result. He paused, staring at Caius, before turning his helmeted head to stare at his scorched armor. A thin drip of blood seeped out from a seam between the plates, right where Caius had struck. Standing in a mid-guard, it took all of Caius's willpower not to throw arms in the air and howl his victory. Thankfully, his own visored helmet concealed his wild grin. Then Reeker looked back at him, and his heart nearly froze as he remembered who he was facing. The war dog. Palpable violence washed outwards, seeping through his scaled armor to chill his blood like a glacial breeze. Metal and leather creaked as Reeker tightened his gauntleted grip on his hammer. Ah, crap, Caius thought to himself. Just kidding, Reeker said, his body suddenly relaxing.
Caius sighed in relief, the breath he hadn't even realized he was holding, racing free. "Dick!" he called back, rolling his eyes. Even with only a thin gap in his visor, he knew that Rieker would see it.
Rieker chuckled, a sound closer to grinding boulders than human amusement. Pulling off his helmet, the guildmaster pushed the streaks of sweat-soaked hair free of his face and gave him a teasing grin.
That was ballsy, but effective all the same. Never thought a kid who hasn't even reached his 5th skill would be able to make me bleed. Rieker shook his head with a rueful smile, before he snapped up with narrowed eyes. Don't tell anyone. I'll never hear the end of it. Caius laughed. As much as Rieker could crush him if he wanted, he'd achieved a far more important victory, a blow to the man's pride. I wouldn't dare. Who would believe little old me managed to hurt the war dog of Deadacre anyway? Caius responded. Rieker snorted before he walked over and clasped Caius's shoulder. That was a good fight. You're getting stronger. All of you, he said, turning to include Porkchop and Ianmus, who had started to make their way over from the edge of the hall now that their spar had finished. A few more months, and I have no doubt you'll be ready for your next delve, which means you'll have a straight shot to the end of the 1st tier. Even if you have to spend a bit of time working on your skills before you make the jump, you'll have more than enough strength to protect yourself from some of the more common dangers of power, Rieker continued. Caius nodded. He'd hoped so. As much as he'd enjoyed the last half a year or so, he was getting antsy. The sooner he had the strength and backing to be able to look into the bounty hunter who had tracked down him and father, the better. He'd already asked Rieker if he'd found anything about the man with the scar, but the guildmaster had little to tell him, only apologetically confirming Caius's suspicion that he wasn't a known local agent, and that he was still waiting to hear from contacts in the Green Seed dukedoms and further afield. Rieker turned his attention back to him, a curious expression on his face.
That last attack of yours, where you phased through, is it consistent? Caius winced, shaking his head. As much as I would love it to be, it isn't. Barking a laugh, Rieker shook his head slowly. Just my luck, then. You'll get there eventually, but until then, best to leave it as a last-ditch attack. Caius nodded. He wasn't foolish enough to risk leaving himself completely open in a true mortal battle. The important thing for now is that it worked. Though I would love to know if it was enough to push you over the edge, Rieker asked. Evidently, his team felt similarly, both Ianmus and Porkchop watching him closely in anticipation of his response. It was, Caius grinned. The others smiled widely, stepping in to slap him on the back in congratulations. What are you waiting for, then? Check your options, Porkchop said, nudging him in the chest. Caius laughed and shoved his brother back, but pulled up his notifications all the same, moving first to the other skills that had increased during his brawl with the guildmaster. Ding! Initiate's Glyphic Bladerite has reached level 73. Ding! Mystic's Rend has reached level 23. Ding! Tempered by Dissonance has reached level 81. Ding! Explorer's Toolkit has reached level 75. Ding! Liturgical Blade Form Primus Ordo has reached level 98. Ding! Lesser Regeneration has reached level 86. Caius took in his growth, a mere fraction of his total gains over the last few weeks of training, but significant all the same. As much as a deep part of him hungered to throw himself non-stop into confrontations, he knew that the work Rieker had insisted they put in was the reason they were keeping pace with their meteoric rise in levels. If they managed to keep this up,
there was a very real possibility that they wouldn't have to spend much time at all capped at the end of the tier. Smiling in satisfaction, he moved on. He had spells to pick.
Chapter 245. Sequential Improvements. Finale. Standing before Riker and his team, Caius took in the stream of options that coursed past his vision. His fourth spell, coming straight off the back of his third. He'd been looking forward to this selection. The type of fighter that he was, he'd been certain that an additional avenue through which to advance, maneuver, and retreat would improve his lethality almost as much as his Drakthar spells would. Judging by the options provided, he'd been correct. Tresant's Expedient Shunt, Runic Hymn, Tier 1, Mobility. Affinity, Force Glyph, Elena, 100 mana selection available. This hymn rapidly shunts the user 5 long strides in a chosen direction through an explosive burst of force mana, shielding them from the effects of their sudden movement. At any time, the user may halt their movement via a secondary opposing burst. Verdant Traversal, Runic Hymn, Tier 1, Mobility. Affinity, Nature, Life, Glyph, Elena, 200 mana selection available. This hymn twists surrounding flora to slightly assist the user's movements and hamper any opponents within 2 long strides of their person for 1 hour. Wave Dash, Runic Hymn, Tier 1, Mobility. Affinity, Water Glyph, Elena, 100 mana selection available. This hymn summons a surge of turbulent water that assists the user's movements for 15 seconds, while leaving them unhindered to its currents. Chotnik's Obscured Retreat, Runic Hymn, Tier 1, Mobility. Affinity, Dust Glyph, Elena, 150 mana selection available. This hymn summons a dense cloud of dust with every step the user takes for 30 seconds, obscuring their form. While inside this cloud, the user moves moderately faster. Shadebound Return, Runic Hymn, Tier 1, Translocation. Affinity, Dusk, Shadow Glyph, Elena, 300 mana selection available. This hymn detaches the user from their shadow, leaving it sealed in place. 5 seconds later, the user is returned to their original location.
Caius grinned as he read the spells. There were a couple that immediately jumped out to him. Shadebound Return, Chotnik's Obscured Retreat, and Tresant's Expedient Shunt all looked extremely promising. The first was simple. Even a translocation spell as limited as this one would provide extreme utility in combat. He doubted there would be any enemies at their current levels of power that would be easily able to deal with him suddenly appearing behind them. His only worries were that it would be almost useless when he eventually got a more potent and usable teleportation-style spell, and that it cost an eye-watering 300 mana. The cost, in particular, drove him away from selecting it. That was 2 storm lashes or 3 hateful nails, something that would make it exceedingly difficult to justify inscribing more than a couple of casts. Thankfully, the other 2 spells of interest seemed far less restrictive. In spite of its name, Caius thought Obscured Retreat would make for a brilliant offensive mobility spell, one that would hamper his opponent's vision and empower his ability to maneuver around them. That, and it would come in handy if they ever had to make a hasty exit. Still, he couldn't quite pull his eyes away from his final selection, the first one he had been shown. Expedient Shunt sounded extremely flexible, if somewhat complicated to utilize to the fullest extent possible. Suddenly flying in any direction would be a significant boon, and if the explosive force was large enough, he might even be able to use it offensively. That said, it was a gamble. If the shunt was uncontrollable,
it could be a liability on the battlefield. A sudden dodge or advance was one thing, but if it sent him flying into an uncontrollable tangle of limbs, it might just get him killed. It was still hard to get the idea out of his head. If it was hard to control, it might still be worth it. He was confident that he at least had the bodily control to learn if he had to.
The potential for vertical mobility alone. He could already imagine a dozen different stratagems that he could utilize the spell in, especially since the spell was cheap enough he could likely chain multiple casts together, or combine it with the distance shrinking effects of Slip Step for an extra boost. He turned to his audience, one and all watching him with expectant expressions. Grinning at their obvious impatience, Caius shared his options and his thoughts. Reeker scratched at the stubble on his jaw, nodding thoughtfully.
I think you're on the right track, if perhaps not for the reason you have considered, the Guildmaster eventually said. Caius cocked his head at the man, curious about what he had missed. Oh? Those spells will scale with you, and they are cheap. A sudden, semi-offensive burst of force to hurl you in any direction you want, capable of being halted at will? I can see that being strong at higher tiers. Ianmus's eyes widened in realization before he nodded emphatically. You're right, the mage replied before turning to Caius. You'll inevitably reach the point where it would be trivial to keep dozens of this spell inscribed. If the detonations continue to grow in strength, the spell might well become a viable method of attack in its own right. Before he could even fully process the idea of turning himself into a living bomb, Reeker chuckled. While that is true, I was more thinking about how many serious injuries I could have avoided in my life if, at any time, I could have suddenly decided to be moving in a different direction at extreme pace. That's something that you won't outgrow. Plus, with your lack of channel time, it will literally never be anticipated, the Guildmaster said. It's all right, Health Boy. I thought your idea was fun. Porkchop chuffed, nudging Ianmus with his shoulder as the mage's shoulders slumped at his assumption being off the mark.
Caius smiled, but found that he agreed with both of them regardless. Trussant's expedient shunt seemed like the best pick of the lot. I'm going to pick it. Reeker nodded. In which case, I'm going to leave you. I have work to attend to. Go see Roe tomorrow morning. We can discuss your next mission then. Turning to leave, the Guildmaster looked over his shoulder. You're doing well, Caius. While you might lack the honed class focus of someone like Porkchop, you've still got the strength expected of your class rarity, and are developing a monstrously versatile power set. You'll have very few true weaknesses by the time you've gotten all of your skills, I have no doubt. Finished with giving one of his rare compliments, Reeker strode out of the hall, his plated feet clanking on the stone with every step. Caius beamed at the Guildmaster's words, happy that someone of Reeker's experience saw the value in what he was trying to create. Well then, I best get this over with, I suppose. Then we can go eat, Caius said to his team, taking a seat on the floor. Pulling up his spell options, he made his choice and was whisked away to a familiar office. Caius stood in front of a wide wooden table, his team crowded around him. They were in what seemed to be a small library, only available to higher-ranked members of the guild. Judging by the material on the shelves, access was limited less because of the contents of the books, and more because it was private and secluded. A place for the powerful to plan without being intruded on by hopeful juniors. Roe had led them up there quickly, before flying back downstairs as soon as she was done, muttering something about chasing up on overdue reports. Across the table, Reeker stood facing away from them, his hands roving as he picked his way through the shelves that lined the walls. Ah, here we are, Reeker finally said, his hands settling on a rolled canvas.
Pulling it free, he set it down on the desk with a solid thump, rolling it open with a flick of his wrists. A move that sent a gentle puff of dust gusting upwards, the infrequently used canvas revealing itself to be a map of Deadacre and its surrounding regions. A valuable one at that, judging by the size and detail it held. Leaning over, the guildmaster tapped one finger on a section reasonably far to the northeast of the city. The region he pointed to looked odd to Caius's eyes. The map maker had drawn it in the same colors that it had in the dead zone that surrounded the city. The environment, at least, looked reasonably easy to identify. Stacked, stoned, and rocky pillars had been drawn alongside strange piles of what he assumed was dead wood, bleached white in the sun. "The bone fields. Ghastly place," Rieker said. Caius's eyes widened in surprise. The context enough for the white drawings of what he had assumed to be wood to resolve themselves into slightly abstracted piles of bleached bone. "What's there? I've never heard of it." Ianmus replied, bending down to get a closer look at the drawing. "A whole lot of not much, usually. Some think it's cursed, but it's not. Just dead, much like the lands around the city. A lot of bone, stone, and one pesky little native critter that has proven to be a growing problem," Rieker replied. That was enough for Caius to be certain that these critters were about to be served a death sentence. "What are they?" Caius asked, his focus honing. He planned on getting as much information as he could out of the guildmaster. "Bone biters," Rieker grumbled. "Not new, they've always been there, but they're bloody weird. Never really bothered to cull them. They're aggressive, but don't really leave the bone fields, which are leagues from anything important. Plus, they never really used to get above level 50 or so." Caius brushed his hand through his hair. If they were out of the way, and were generally a non-issue, he wondered what had changed. Guild contracts didn't exactly come out of nowhere. After he asked, Rieker chuckled in response. "I'll be honest, it is a relatively low-priority mission. A caravan strayed too close and got harassed. However, I wanted someone to check them out. Reports said they'd grown to level 110 and up, and it's odd for them to venture out of their habitat at all," the guildmaster responded. "Mostly, I thought it would be good experience for the three of you." Looking to his team, Caius raised his eyebrow questioningly. They nodded back, giving him their confidence. "All right, you've got our attention. I want to learn more about them first, before we commit to taking the mission on, though," he said, turning his attention back to Rieker. "Good man," Rieker grinned, pleased that he was doing his due diligence. It turned out that calling bone biters weird was an understatement. They were supposed to be dog-like, if front-heavy and over-muscled, but they were covered in thick plates of bony armor, leaving them looking bulky and skeletal. Apparently, most had assumed they were undead or abominations. Nope, plain old beasts. Weird ones who seemed to subsist by gnawing on the ancient remains that littered their domain and by hunting the various smaller creatures that lived in it. They traveled in packs, with wide ranges, and were highly aggressive. It was the main reason that a mission could even be justified. If they were starting to leave the bone fields, they could prove to be a lethal threat to the nearby caravan routes. Each group laid claim to a large territory, and Rieker wanted them to clear out the group that patrolled the edge closest to the caravan trail. Hopefully, they'd simply lost a territory dispute and had been forced to exit the bone fields. If they hadn't, they would need a larger, more comprehensive culling of their numbers. Something that Rieker insisted was not their job, going so far as to demand they leave if it turned out multiple groups of biters were ranging out of the edge, or they saw evidence of persistent hunting in the area surrounding the bone fields. Ultimately, they were being tasked with a scouting mission. They'd earn their pay on information alone. Killing the pack that had assaulted the caravan would bring a bonus, but a small one. It was a convenient source of experience, but not one the guildmaster would have them risk everything for. It was their tendency to hunt in numbers that worried him. Their levels were high,
and even if it would be nothing like the unending siege of boglings, it would still be dangerous. Thankfully, they had rarely been spotted at numbers higher than 20 strong. The group they had been tasked with investigating was supposed to be in the upper reaches of that number, but not larger, though he was loath to fully trust any second-hand report from a panicked caravan. The last few missions he had taken had proven that information from their issuers was to be taken with a large grain of salt. Still, even with that being the case, he was confident in their abilities. They had hunted a drake. Even if it had been lower level than these bone biters, it was immensely larger, and a pseudo-dragon. Two things that made it immensely stronger than simple levels could gauge. After that hunt, they had plenty of coin to make preparations, and, due to the low-priority nature of the mission, would be able to take as much time as they needed researching the surrounding area. That would be critical. With how far the beasts traveled, they'd need to bait the creatures to them. Thankfully, that likely wouldn't be all that difficult with how aggressive they were.
Rieker suggested they make use of the plentiful rock formations to create a defensible position, one where Ianmas could perch safely up high, while he and Porkchop focused on the more hands-on aspects of battle. Happy with what they had learned, Caius accepted the mission. Rieker gave them a nod before his face grew stern. "One more thing before you leave to make your preparations," the guildmaster said, stopping them as they readied themselves to leave. Caius looked up, meeting his eyes. "Stay on your toes. You're making great progress, but it's been over 6 months since you killed that spider. If anyone noticed, they'll have been watching and will have seen your growth. If you notice any sign of being followed, any suspicion at all, hightail it back here." Caius's face went grim, mirrored in the hardened stances of his team. They nodded. "I'd send Ro after you if I could, but any more absences on her part are going to be questioned, and we've both got a lot on our plates with everything that's been happening. I've done my best to keep you hidden, but just be careful, all right?" "I'm only human," Rieker said. The man was genuinely concerned, Caius realized. Warmth at the guildmaster's fondness for them, warring in his chest, against the gnawing worry at their potential discovery. "Take this." Rieker tossed him a similar medallion to the one they had been given before the drake hunt. "It's a message token. If you get in trouble, use it. I promise I'll come looking." "We will. Thank you," Caius replied, slipping the disc into his belt pouch. Rieker gave them a small nod before he busied himself with clearing away the map and notes that had gotten strewn across the table during their debrief. Taking it for the dismissal that it was, Caius led his team out of the room. Potential men of nefarious intent or not, they had a mission to plan.
Chapter 246. Intertwined Plans.
Thumping down the heavy bestiary he had found in the stacks, one of a dozen copies for the local threats, Caius brushed off the dust and thumbed through its pages, coming to a stop when he reached the entry on bone biters. A quick read confirmed what he had hoped. "Here," he said, leaning back away from the book so that Ianmas could peer at the page. "They're carrion eaters, among other things," he pointed to the relevant line. "Might be a way to bait them towards us." The entry on bone biters was small, but one enterprising explorer had confirmed he'd seen the biters traveling far to scavenge kills when the opportunity was available. "A fake kill site is a good idea," Porkchop confirmed, "especially if we can haul in a couple of deer or similar from the surrounding grasslands." Nodding, Caius pushed the book in front of Ianmas, who was still busy reading the entry. The mage was better suited to it than him, and he'd only skimmed the page. Standing up, he peered over the map they had purchased earlier in the day, more detailed than the one Rieker had shown them, but covering less area.
It was surprisingly pricey for a bit of paper, but ultimately a negligible cost compared to refreshing their stocks of potions. Hells, even the hunting knife he'd gotten to replace his old one was more expensive.
He glanced at it sitting on his hip. It still felt weird not to have his old blade, one that had been a gift. But common steel was growing useless against the hides he was having to cut through now. This one was a fine piece, a simple common with enchantments to enhance its durability and edge. Turning back to the map, Caius focused on the territory of the biters. They'd circled the supposed range of the pack they were interested in, a section right at the western edge of the bone fields. According to the map, there was a river within a day's walk. It was most likely their best bet if they wanted to find large game. That said, he wanted more assurance than just a likelihood that they would be able to bait the biters to them. They needed a way to handle their numbers, reduce their strength. The right staging grounds would be part of that, but perhaps... "Could we poison the bodies?" Caius asked, eyes still roving over the contours of drawn, stony outcroppings. Ianmus flicked to the next page, answering a moment later. "Unlikely. It says here that they have a fantastic resistance to disease and poison, and a similarly good sense of smell. We could always try toxins from other affinities, but those are expensive, and there's a good chance they might sniff them out and steer clear." "Do they have any physical vulnerabilities? Anything that might let us deal with their armor?" Porkchop asked. Ianmus pursed his lips, eyes roving the lines of text in front of him, before he tilted his head to the side. "Not exactly. They're not the most extensively researched creatures. This entry is barely 3 pages, and half of one of those is a sketch." The soft sound of Ianmus's finger tapping the page carried through the hushed silence of the archives. "There is an excerpt here about a biter struggling to turn in a pursuit and hitting a cliff face, leaving itself badly injured, but it's a comedic anecdote." It could mean that they're poor turners and vulnerable to crushing force, but it's hard to tell if it's exaggerated for effect. A single anecdote. It wasn't much. Running his hands through his hair, Caius thought through their options. Even if it was shaky knowledge, it was better than nothing. Tracing the outskirts of the bone fields, his eyes settled on a section of contoured lines. A small plateau, ringed by what looked to be sharply rising stone pillars, and finishing in a sharp drop into a ravine. It would be hard to access. Only 2 narrow routes led to the flat outcropping, one from outside of the dead space, and one from further in. It was also the only decent option he could spot on the map that didn't risk butting up against another pack's territory. There was no way he wanted to risk fighting more than one pack at the same time, at least not at first. If they did well against the first one, they'd likely gain enough levels that they could squeeze out more growth from others without too much risk. Not too many, though. Otherwise, they'd risk outstripping their skill levels significantly. Thankfully, they could at least be confident in the accuracy of their map. They'd paid top dollar for one that had been drawn using scrying abilities. It was a close recreation of the actual physical features of the land, rather than an impressionistic one for wayfinding. "Here," Caius pointed to the plateau he had found. "We can bait them up here. Ianmus can hide up in the rocks, and if Porkchop and I get overwhelmed, we might be able to bait them into charging off the cliff, if they're as poor turners as the book says." "And if you can't?" Ianmus asked, looking critically at his choice of battlefield. "We jump. The ravine only looks to be 20 long strides deep, and both of us will recover from broken legs faster than they will. Hopefully, that won't even be an issue, though." "Oh?" Porkchop asked curiously, wondering how he could possibly intend to save them from broken bones. Caius grinned. He had his new spell, and from the little he had tested it, it would work fine at slowing his descent. As for his brother, "Have you ever tried to get your shard wall to come out of a cliff?" In a darkened office, buried deep in a lost place,
Old Jan closed his eyes and breathed deep, scenting vellum and well-oiled wood. The smell of hard work and profits to be made. Opening his eyes, he took in the austerity around him.
Everything was quality. Good wood, well-carved stone, and anything else that added material value. He was no pauper, after all. It was still simple. He despised the excess of some of his peers and superiors. There was no better way to leave a trail than for someone to start questioning why parfum, art, vintage, and silk was vanishing into the wilds in vast quantities. No, simplicity was enough for him. Finery was for those of weak will, those who couldn't focus on more pertinent things. Turning his attention to the papers on his desk, Old Jan moved on to more important matters. Business. He picked up the first page on the stack, his weekly reports. Leaning back into the hard wood slats of his chair, he allowed himself a small smile as his seat didn't so much as squeak. A lack of noise was the only comfort he needed, and it was one he was more than happy to pay for. Shard price was on the up, another 10th again since the last week, and there'd been an uptick in habitual users. He smiled, far too many teeth glinting in the candlelight. Much like most things these days, there was opportunity and challenge in equal measure. His trained eyes could see the profit that was waiting to be seized, if he could handle the difficulties in securing it. The increased price was only partially due to addicts. Mostly it was due to dwindling supply. Smuggling had grown more difficult with increased eyes on caravans, and fewer in his network were willing to brave the wilds with a smaller crew. Tapping his chin, Old Jan peered into the veil, calculating a path forward as his eyes glowed a sickly purple, washing out the pale yellow of his candles. The light faded as he reached his decision, mind slowing as he returned to himself. Restricted selling was fine, but they needed that supply. If they couldn't drip-feed Shard to their growing customer base, they'd lose too many of them. They needed a stockpile, until trade normalized once again. He placed the page down, reaching for the quill he'd left in his inkwell. A stroke of ink on the page was enough for him to sign off on the expenditure of doubling guards for the smugglers. The next report was interesting. One of the governor's guards had been getting uppity, started to demand more payment for the information he had been slipping one of his men. Yossi, by the looks of it. He remembered that agent, and it seemed he was as effective as he always had been. The guard hadn't realized he was one of a dozen they had on payroll. Yossi had ensured the man had an unfortunate accident, and one of the hopefuls they had been grooming was already slated to replace him. The pages started to fly past, Old Jan's eyes glowing once more as he devoured text after text, cataloging what he had learned in the iron vault that was his mind. His quill blurred, orders and directions left in moments. He signed the death of a merchant that refused to price fix with some of their own. A gambling ring was sentenced to discovery, a few too many guards sniffing around it. Easier to cut loose to preserve the greater network, and give the dogs a bone to gnaw on. After the valuable employees were reassigned, and the useless and dangerously knowledgeable were dealt with. They had plenty of bodies to take the fall, after all. The meat markets were full to the bursting, overwhelmed by the deluge of the dispossessed and desperate. With a slash of his pen, Old Jan ordered some of the prettier ones sent to Grandbrook. Bruiser was holding up a bit better than he was. His cell was far more centralized, and had a larger population to work with. More room for profit, and more space for a tramp from an overrun hamlet to disappear. Besides, Bruiser owing him another favor would likely prove useful in the coming months. Moving to the next page, Old Jan smiled. He'd been looking forward to this one. His greatest prize of the year, perhaps only overshadowed by the pet project that Grave-Eye had left in his lap. The Hiwian was still holding strong, her mouth sealed up tighter than a guild vault.
Old Jan frowned. At this point, he was almost certain that standard methods wouldn't work. Bloody oaths. They made the most profitable ventures the most difficult. He'd hoped that he'd caught her early enough, but it seemed it wasn't to be. A few more weeks, and he'd pay for a mind mage. They'd need one if she was oathbound. Even aside from the legacy she held, she had some secret. A valuable one, by his estimation. He needed to know how she did it. She'd grown almost as fast as his other primary interest, without the backing of the guild. Grinding his teeth in frustration, old Jan leaned back in his chair and kept flicking through his reports. It wasn't like she was going anywhere. And besides, he might as well save his money, save the call-out fee for when he managed to secure the next shipment he was investigating. A single knock echoed through the room, firm and polite. Old Jan sighed, the glow in his eyes fading. It was important. No one here would dare to interrupt him otherwise. But it still irked to have his work interrupted in such a fashion. "Yes," he said. The door cracked open, and a figure draped in black hunting clothes walked in. He was tall and almost skeletal in his willowiness. One of his hunters. "That team you've got me watching is leaving the city," the man said, his voice a soft whisper, as if breaking the silence was painful to him. Old Jan nodded. Finally. "Take a silver retrieval team." The hunter cocked his brow, looking at him incredulously. "Mighty expensive for a bunch of kids, isn't it?" "First, do not question me in my own office." Old Jan's words were calm, slow, but backed by a poisonous surety of violent ends if his will was not heeded. The hunter winced, shrinking back slightly. Seeing his subordinate's fear, he smiled, wide and predatory. "Second, yes, it's a gamble, but if Grave Eye," old Jan spat the name with derision, "is right, securing them now is well worth the effort and cost, and a weaker team might not be able to get the job done. That team is growing like an invasive fungus, and I want to know how." The hunter swallowed, mustering his courage before he spoke. "And if the lordling is wrong?" The shadows pooling under old Jan's desk stretched, cloaking him in a malignancy that contrasted the white of his bared teeth. "Then we'll have our price from him, directly." Chapter 247. Bonefields. Their walk from Deadacre was a long one, filled with cold wind and frigid rain. The waxed canvas cloaks they had to keep off the weather helped, but it didn't make the late autumn climate pleasant. Thankfully, with their stats and gear, unpleasant was all it was. A mild discomfort at most. If one thing worked in their favor, it was that the local creatures were as beaten down by the weather as they were, favoring their dens and nooks instead of ranging widely across the plains and forests that surrounded Deadacre. Combined with their growing strength, they faced far less aggression than they otherwise would have, most beasts willing to let them pass as soon as it became obvious they had no interest in harassing them or challenging them for their territory. That didn't mean there were no fights during their journey. More than once, they had spotted a creature of a size and strength that could prove troublesome for the unprepared, or beasts that had grown temperamental under the ministrations of the rising mana. Easy enough for a team of their caliber to deal with, but not necessarily a hamlet or a caravan. Spiders the size of dogs nesting in the trees over a road. A rare dire bear making its den a bare league from a small village. Those were the standouts. Nothing that broached level 60, but enough of a threat to the unprepared that it felt reckless to leave them. Small breaks from the monotony, but enough for a few skill levels, and to get the blood pumping. After 3 weeks of travel,
They arrived at the river that they had spotted on the map, curling its way through meadows and cutting through clustered trees. The weather was thankfully mild, a pallid overcast that muted the colors of the world around them, with only the faintest hint of a drizzle. It was a good enough spot to try and bag a few deer or something similar that they could use as bait. The bone fields were a bare day's walk at a casual pace to their east.
Crouched on a gentle rise, Caius swept his gaze through the trees, leaning on his true sight to cut through the murky shadows cast from the clouds above. He'd spotted a few larger creatures drinking from the waters on their approach, but nothing since they were close enough to actually strike. So he sat and waited, his team clustered around him. After a quarter hour, it became obvious that the boredom grew too much for Porkchop. He shifted, looking over to Caius and Ionmus.
What do we do if Reeker is right? If we're attacked before we are ready?
Caius paused, staring off into the woods as he digested the sudden question. It was something that had sat at the back of his mind, but every time he considered it, he came up at a loss. Unless it was some common bandits, underestimating them, he really couldn't see such a confrontation going well. Anyone who had the resources to watch them closely enough to discover their strength would have the people on hand to deal with it. He sighed, shrugging.
I wish I had a better answer than fight like a demon and try to survive. But I don't.
A shallow chuff left Porkchop's throat, though Caius could feel the undercurrent of worry that simmered beneath it.
It's still probably worth thinking about,
Ionmus replied, leaning on his staff.
For all we can hope that Reeker is wrong, or that we get lucky, we should still act like it's a certainty.
Fine, Caius replied. He knew Ionmus was right, but every time he started to think about it, he tied his brain up in knots, and his chest felt like it had a heavy weight dropped on it.
Most likely contenders? Aside from some ballsy thugs, or the obvious danger of the Onyx Temple, that is, he continued.
Those two represented two extremes of the threat. One they would deal with easily, and the other one they had no chance against unless they got lucky and were underestimated.
Local nobility?
Porkchop asked.
I know you always mentioned that they were a large risk.
Ionmus shook his head. There aren't any, at least not with any significant presence. We'd have to get supremely unlucky for the blue-blooded to have noticed us. Caius nodded along to his teammates' words. It was a defining feature of the frontier. With how low value the lands were, no dynasty of any reasonable ability bothered to exert their influence here directly. Sure, agents and businesses had ties to a dozen powers across central Vastivar, but there were no strongholds. Even the governors of Deadacre and Grandbrook barely counted as powers in the truest sense. If anyone of real means took an interest in the cities, their rulers would find themselves ousted before the week was out. Caius doubted that the governor himself would have any interest. While they might envy their abilities, they would be far more likely to try to extort the guild for concessions in return for their secrecy. They relied on it far too much to risk damaging their relationship, and Caius doubted they had the resources to pull off an abduction directly under Reeker's nose. He paused, finding himself absent of the simmering tension that normally came with thinking about the danger they were in. It seemed working through it with his team really had helped.
It could end up being a team of delvers, corrupt ones. That guy from our first visit did mention that not everyone in the guild was a ray of sunshine, Caius said, thinking back on the many figures that would have seen them interacting so closely with Ro. Surely that would arouse some suspicions.
Porkchop snorted, flexing his claws so that they dug into the dirt.
I don't know about you, but I'm not all that concerned about a delving team from Deadacre. You've seen them. Unless they have a secret team of Tier 2 silvers hanging around, we'll wipe the floor with them, his brother said confidently, a low growl in the back of his throat. That was true. While most of Dead Acres delvers were putting in the work and growing like wildfire in the current climate, none of them were exactly the cream of the crop. The city was remote, relatively poor, and, from what Ianmus had told him, embarrassingly small. Anyone of any exceptional skill tended to leave for greener pastures quickly. "I hate to say it, but what if it is the Onyx Temple?" Ianmus said, his voice low. "Then we go back to my original plan, fighting like demons," Caius replied softly. He hadn't sat idle in the months since he had discovered the nature of his enemy. He'd done his research. They were too competent, too resourceful, and too strong for them to handle. Every report he'd seen implied that they watched, waited, and then struck with overwhelming force. The only saving grace they had is that they'd be taken alive. A small one, considering what would likely happen under the temple's care. Potential imprisonment made Caius feel all the more dour, made worse by the gray clouds and drizzle that seemed to be a reflection of his mood. Still, if they were captured alive, there would be opportunities to struggle. He wasn't one to simply consign himself to woe and death when there was the chance of seizing his fate in his own hands. "I suppose if it does happen, I should keep some of my spells in reserve. Slipstep and a hateful nail might be all I need to get us out of a cell and steal a set of keys," Caius mused. Seemingly unconvinced, Ianmus frowned. "There are ways of dealing with magic. Formations and artifacts that will stop us from calling on our stamina and mana." Caius shrugged. He was familiar with the formations in question. They were a staple for any jail or holding cell, and Father had covered them extensively, if broadly. The theoretical applications of runecraft had been far more important than the specifics of their construction. There was one thing he did know. They worked by binding the resources into the center of the person subjected to their effects. Glyph binding should still work. They're famously limited. If they worked by preventing the flow of mana at all, they'd invariably disrupt their own function, he replied. Porkchop chuffed back as Ianmus's eyes widened in realization. "Then we have an extra set of fangs hiding in the bushes." Ianmus nodded. "It's not much, but it's better than nothing." "What of the rest of us, then?" "I think, no matter how diligent they are, they will underestimate us, me and Porkchop especially. Just stay alert, keep strong, and be ready to act as soon as I do. If we are captured, I have no doubt we'll have to suffer through a month or two of care before their guard drops enough for us to have an opportunity," Caius said, returning his attention to the tree line. "Besides, they'd need at least high steel to handle us, potentially even fresh silvers. Porkchop and I are gaining more than double the stats of someone with a rare class. The increased stat gain of the second tier will offset that, but I doubt anyone that strong is cheap enough to be assigned simple guard duty. If we're quick and quiet, we might be able to fight our way out," he finished. Ianmus sighed. "So in the end, it comes down to hopes, ifs, and maybes." "Always has, Ianmus." "It always has," Caius said, shooting him a quick grin. After all, it wasn't like they could reduce their risks more than they already were. There were few missions suitable to them any closer to the city, and even if there were, they would risk being seen with how many delvers were crawling the countryside. Before he could continue their chat, a flicker of movement drew his attention back to the river. 2 deer, nervously making their way to the water. "There," Caius hissed, pointing his finger to their far-off forms. "Our bait. You sure you're up for taking them out from this far?"
"Of course I am. You've quite literally watched me hit targets twice as small from double the distance."
Ianmus replied, mildly affronted at having his abilities questioned. "I suppose I best ready myself then," Porkchop said, digging his claws into the earth as he prepared to chase down their prey if they survived Ianmus's attack.
Caius grinned, seeing the amber glow of solar mana start to coalesce around his friend's staff. After this, they'd be able to move on to the bone fields, and the fight he'd been hungering after for weeks. Trekking onwards, with 2 deer slung over Porkchop's back, the bone fields revealed themselves as an unending, dense stack of monoliths masquerading as a mesa. Red spires of rock sandwiched close together with weathered trails and fissures worming their way through their maze-like clusters. At first, Caius had wondered why he could see no sign of the legendary remains that had given the region its name. That is, until the cloud cover above broke, and a ray of sun revealed a wall of stark white nestled deep inside of the monoliths. He thought it was stone at first, too broad and too large for his mind to process what he was seeing. Watching it with curiosity, Caius realized his mistake as they kept moving, and his changing angle revealed the distinctive shape of a rib. It stopped him in his tracks. It was impossible, gargantuan and huge. Of course, everything they had read had said that the skeletons in the fields were large, but he'd assumed it would be something the size of an iron tusk, maybe a little larger. With the size of the rib, the creature it had come from would have been apocalyptic in scale. Even the drake they had felled would have been a small beast compared to whatever leviathans had roamed these spires in eons past. "Fascinating, isn't it?" Ianmus said, after coming to see what had halted him. You knew they would be this big?" Caius replied.
Only rumors. It's one of only a handful of oddities in the frontier, and with its proximity to Deadacre, it is rather famous amongst the more adventurous scholars. Only as a curiosity, though. There's nothing of true value in its depths, Ianmus said. Do you think they were dragons? They were the only things that he could conceive of being that large. Porkchop snorted at his words. Dragons aren't the only things that are titanic. I've even seen a few beings that big myself at the outskirts of the deep sea, and they are far more common in the deep reaches from what I've heard. Besides, dragons are solitary, so it wouldn't make much sense for it to be a whole graveyard of them. Caius kept staring at the bones until his companions urged him on, unable to free himself of the thoughts of mountainous creatures walking the lands. There was a certain level of awe that he couldn't rid himself of, a curiosity about the beasts that had left such a mark. As they continued walking, Caius found himself catching small glimpses of similar remains every few minutes, hidden deep in the craggy red stone. Not all were of the same scale as that first rib, but none of them were small. Large enough, at least, that he questioned how they could have ended up in the tight passageways between the rocks. Most were too small to pass through, but there were plenty of paths that they could have walked through two abreast. Even those may as well have been hair-thin fissures to the original inhabitants of the fields. With the map they had procured, it only took them another hour to find the natural road that would lead them to their chosen battleground. Wide enough that they could comfortably walk in a line, it wove its way through the stone, a natural highway that would take them to the plateau where they would make their stand. Caius picked up his pace, the imminent promise of battle overwhelming his curiosity as his blood grew heated. It promised to be a significant one. Even with the dramatically rising experience costs of each level, so many high-level beasts promised to push them far along their path to safety. He just hoped it hadn't come too late. Chapter 248. Bone Fields. Exiting the pathway that led them through the monoliths that dotted the exterior of the bone fields, Caius looked at the plateau that opened up before them with a pleased expression on his face. It would be a good battleground, as good as he had hoped it would be, from the scried map they had purchased. Rectangular, the stretch of dusty red stone was about 20 long strides wide and twice that in length. Hemmed in on three sides by tightly packed pillars of stone, they had entered from the east, the short side of the clearing.
Across from them, the ground dropped away into a jagged fissure, like the ground had been shattered by the blow of a colossus's hammer. With the clouds clearing, the newly returned sun revealed the bone fields in their full glory, risen as the plateau was above the rest of the region. They stretched as far as the eye could see, dipping over the horizon like a splash of rusty paint that had spread over the normal green grazing lands of the frontier. It was harsh, desolate, but also held a certain grave-bound beauty, like a particularly beautiful cemetery. The monoliths that hemmed in the fields grew larger further into the bone fields, but far more sparse, opening up the terrain into a dust-swept pit of stone. There were more bones, too, and he caught his first glimpse of a skull, half as big as a house and half eroded by wind and time. It had been pushed up against a rocky spire and half buried in debris. To his surprise, it lacked the reptilian features he had imagined, more cat-like, with long, carnivorous fangs. Caius dragged his eyes away from the remnants of dead beasts. As much as he wished he could walk to the edge of that plateau and stare at the bone fields until the sun fell over the horizon, they had a job to do and a battle to prepare for. Turning his critical eye to their immediate surroundings, Caius nodded in satisfaction at the natural walls that hemmed them in.
The shortest of the monoliths were more than twice his height, with the tallest being nearly 3 times. But their craggly exteriors had more than enough handholds for a strong classer to climb them with ease. Another passage into the stone walls existed on their left, the northern face of the plateau. It was just as wide as the one they had come from, and from their map, Caius knew that it would be the most likely route that the biters would take to investigate the bait they would be setting. Caius looked away from the passage, searching the walls of their battleground for a suitable place for Ianmus to fight from. "There," he said, nudging Ianmus before pointing to a sheltered nook nestled on the southern face. It was 3 closely packed spires, providing a vantage point over the plateau, far out of reach of any hungry beasts who lacked the digits needed to climb. It was also low enough that, if needed, Ianmus would be able to easily clamber up to the tops of the stacks and run. He was by far the most fragile of their group, and the simple fact of knowing he was out of reach would make his and Porkchop's job far easier. "Good plan," Ianmus replied. Setting off towards the raised nook, Caius looked behind him as they pushed further onto the open field of stone. It was mostly idle curiosity. The barren rock and dust of their surroundings was still entirely foreign to him. A red waste that tugged at his mind, conjuring strange thoughts of ages past. The glowing runic circle he saw emblazoned on the wall stopped him dead, surprise rooting him to the spot. It was something that had been entirely absent from their map. Not that its creator would have had anywhere near the detail or angle to capture it. Almost out of place with its artificial brilliance, a depth's entrance glowed with vibrant energy, inscribed according to the will of the system on the face of one of the larger monoliths, about 4 strides off the ground.
"What is it?" Porkchop asked, before he too slowed to a halt as he saw what had captured Caius's attention. "Well, isn't that interesting?" Ianmus murmured as he walked over to their sides, staring at the radiant runes. Caius immediately analyzed it, leaning on his true sight as he sought to delve deep into the portal's secrets. Great Depths Portal, Open Layer, 17, Biome, Quoten, Unexplored. He stifled a curse as he saw what layer the portal entered into. It meant that the average level of Depthsborn would be a full 170. Doable in the right circumstances, but lethal in the volumes and chaos that could be found on a delve. He'd hoped that its presence would be a rare blessing, a god's gifted escape hatch if something went wrong. With the way that the portals worked, there was a good chance that if they entered, it would be hours or days before they could be followed, weeks if they were lucky. More than enough time for a pack of beasts to lose interest and wander off. Unfortunately, with their current level of strength, entering so far into the depths would be all but a death sentence. They'd pulled off the impossible before, but he had no interest in tempting fate twice. Not if there were other options. "A shame," Ianmus said, analyzing the portal with his own skill. "It's not all bad. If the biters are as strong as the reports said, we are likely to get plenty of levels today. If things truly take a turn for the worst, it will still give us a chance," Porkchop replied. Caius shrugged, tugging one of the deer bodies that Porkchop had been carrying off his back and lugging it over his shoulder. In his mind, it was still poor fortune. While a fool's gambit was better than nothing, if they'd been lucky enough for the portal to be one to the 7th layer or lower, it would have been a perfect escape route.
They would have been able to blitz their way horizontally, raising and lowering through layers at random if needed, losing any potential pursuers that might have followed them in after the lockout reset. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on their side today, so he put it out of his mind. Dumping the carcass he had been carrying in the center of the plateau, he helped relieve Porkchop of his own before he waved them on. "Come on, let's get Ianmus and our gear up in that nook. I'll leave the last of the preparations for when we're ready," he replied. Once Ianmus had clambered up the side of the sheer rock walls, Caius threw him their various bags, the mage stashing them in a sheltered crack in the stone at the back of his perch. Focusing fully on taking a final inventory of his supplies, he readied himself for the battle ahead. Resources. Health, 3,980 over 3,980, 22.5 per minute. Stamina, 3,850 over 3,850, 29 per minute. Mana, 4,950 over 4,950, 32.7 per minute. Free mana, 230 over 230. Reserved mana, 4,720. His resources were fully topped off, and he had a full complement of spells. He'd gone for a fairly balanced loadout. For his Drakthar hymns, he'd chosen to inscribe 15 of Hateful Nail and 12 of Stormlash. Both would be effective against the armored bone biters. His nail had serious penetrative power, and his storm spell would penetrate the material with ease. Ultimately, he'd chosen to use more of the former skill because of their potential for hampering mobility for the full length of the fight. If he managed to bury one in a joint when it bloomed into a bramble of twisted hooks, it would likely completely lock up the limb and leave ruinous wounds. That, and he wanted to finish the fight with at least 2 extra casts of the spell, just in case. For his Elena spell hymns, he'd gone with an even split of 10 casts each for both Yelia's Slipstep and Trisat's Expedient Shunt. Both were immensely useful, one allowing him sudden bursts of mobility, and the other giving him unnatural reach and speed that was difficult to track and predict. He couldn't deny that there was a temptation to inscribe more of Expedient Shunt. After practicing with the spell, he'd found it to be extremely fun to use. There was a visceral thrill about being able to send himself flying in any direction, coasting on a controlled wave of force that left him untouched. Unfortunately, the battleground was not a place for games, and he had to balance his frivolous wants with the simple utility of Slipstep. That, and ever since Reeker had given them that warning, he'd sworn to leave himself with 2 casts of the spatial skill at all times, even if it hampered him somewhat. If they ever did get captured, it would be on that skill, and that skill alone, that he would be able to attempt an escape. The only time anyone bothered to ward defenses for spatial skills was for strategic-level defenses. It was too complex and too expensive for most applications, and he'd been extremely careful to practice influencing his immaterial flickers only when they were in private. It was dangerous, but he'd found, with enough preparation,
He could inject enough will into the spell to let him slip through solid objects if they were thin enough. After all, there wasn't that much difference between a battle axe and a barred door. Other than his inscribed spells, he'd left a couple hundred mana unassigned. It wasn't much, only enough for him to use Mystic Rend 3 times, but as he cast his spells, he'd be able to top himself off with a mana potion and increase his ability to leverage the skill. Nodding to himself, he dismissed his resources and checked his potion pouch, revealing a glimmering stock of potions for his various pools of energy. Unlike with the Drake, they'd decided against more expensive, short-term enhancements in favor of a large stock of restoratives. While the reports they'd seen had said they were only up against a single pack, there was always the chance that the reports were wrong. After the cock-up that was the Bogling's siege, he'd wanted to be absolutely sure that they had everything they needed to fight off 10 times the reported number of enemies. They hadn't quite had the funds for that much, but they had plenty of spares in their spatial storage. If the worst happened, Ianmus would be able to throw them down from his safe vantage point. Potion toxicity was an issue, but in a protracted fight, it could be managed, staving off a slow loss by attrition. Satisfied that everything was in place, he closed his potion pouch and reached into the small purse he'd attached to the side, retrieving a thick vial of brown sludge. An alchemical mixture that had cost them a pretty penny. It would accelerate the decomposition of the deer they were using as bait, and would amplify the stench of carrion so much that the alchemist who had brewed it for them had insisted they'd be able to smell it from a quarter league away if the wind was blowing right. Ianmus had been certain the man was bluffing, but even if the true effects were a fraction as good, it would be enough. One thing every bestiary they had searched had agreed on was that the biter's sense of smell was frighteningly sharp. Tightening his grip around the vial, Caius pulled his new hunting knife from its sheath. He twirled it through his hands, warming his blood and limbering his muscles for the fight ahead. "Everybody ready?" he asked, striding to the deer carcasses they had left at the center of the plateau. Porkchop nodded, anticipation and aggression flowing steadily through their bond. His brother was more than ready. "As much as I'll ever be. I have no clue how the two of you manage the pre-fight jitters so well. I feel like I'm going to vomit every time," Ianmus called back. Caius chuckled. He knew it was a common response, even in fearless warriors, but it was one he couldn't empathize with. A fight on the horizon only got him fiery, made him hunger for the meditative crash of steel and burning strain of worked muscles. It was one of the few times his brain truly quieted, when he was immersed in the flowing music that sang through his blood. Being so strongly attuned to the blood song might have made him reckless at times, but he wouldn't change it for the world. Reaching the deer's bodies, he crouched down, gutting them with a swift yank of his blade. Viscera spilled in a tide, blood and giblets running over the red stone. He'd made sure to do it badly, nicking the ropey organs so their contents ran through the creature's chest cavity. He didn't know if it would help the alchemical mixture do its work, but he did know that in his forest home, a poor job of gutting a kill was sure to bring scavengers investigating. After cleaning and sheathing his knife, Caius uncorked the vial in its hands. The alchemical stench of a wasting death and the thriving life of rot wafted free, clinging to the back of his throat. While the smell was heady, it wasn't exactly bad, not in the same way that mundane decay reeked. His synesthesia might have tied itself to smell, but it was just how he interpreted the strange sensations he naturally got from concentrated magic. Unfortunately, as soon as he used the damn thing, he would have to deal with some very real decay. Taking a deep breath, he held his breath and dripped the thick brown fluid over the open guts of the carcasses. Backing up quickly, he watched the creature's flesh bubble and rot, skin bubbling, hair withering,
and flesh sloughing off bone as the mixture accelerated the decay of days into simple minutes. Reaching his brother's side, he took a breath and was immediately assaulted by the concentrated punch of damp meat left to spoil. It was potent, all-encompassing, even upwind.
Caius heard retching from above and behind him, Ionmus losing his lunch at the sudden wave of stench. He merely grit his teeth and steeled himself. They'd been assured that it was by far at its worst in the beginning. The smell would stem in a few minutes. Regardless, now all they had to do was wait and try to keep their stomachs settled. There was no way the local biters would be able to miss this. Drawing his blade, he consigned himself to taking shallow breaths through his mouth until the alchemist's tonic had done its work.
Chapter 249. Bone Fields.
From where he was sitting in the autumn sun, Porkchop lurched to his feet, head snapping to stare out over the cliff at the far end of the plateau, into the bone fields. "They're coming. I can hear them," he said, voice broadcast widely so that Ionmus would hear him too. Caius was on his feet in a second. It had been nearly an hour since they had used an alchemical tonic to make their bait rapidly decay, and after the first 10 minutes they had relaxed as the smell had stemmed partially, with no sign of approaching beasts. He grabbed his helmet from where it was sitting beside him, the thick plated steel cold through the leather interior of his gauntlets. Slamming it on his head, he tightened the strap that would hold it in place. As it settled, he felt the set enchantment activate, his armor becoming just that little bit lighter. The helmet narrowed his vision, but only just, having been designed to maximize as much of a viewing angle as possible. A father's gift was out of its scabbard in a flash, held ready in a mid-guard as it caught the light, bands of steel caught between crystal, glinting a subtle red. Looking up to Ionmus, he found his teammate standing ready, staff held firmly in one hand as he gazed out far into the bone fields, the same direction Porkchop had been looking. Following their eye line, he took a look himself. Caius might have lacked Porkchop's ears, but he had the best eyes in their team and spotted their foe quickly. One of them, at least, just a pale cream and pink blur dashing between the red stone monoliths as it raced off to their left. It was impossible to track it for long, the winding, shadowed passages of stone and bone remnants of titans obscuring it in seconds. "I saw one, only for a second," Caius said, confirming Porkchop's alert. Turning back to the entrance he knew the biters would come from, Caius readied himself. He widened his stance, loosening his muscles so that he could react at the slightest warning. "Do you know how many there are?" he asked, still keeping his eyes trained on the passage that the biters would enter from. "Not perfectly," Porkchop replied, his ears swiveling to track the distant sounds coming from the wider bone fields. "But it sounds like a lot. Maybe more than 20. Ionmus snorted above them. "I'm starting to see why everyone treats the reports we get so skeptically," he called down. That drew a laugh from Caius. "What? You thought farmhands and caravan guards would be masters of scouting and surveying?" he joked. Even if Rowe and Reeker hadn't taken the time to hammer it in that they had to come prepared for any eventuality, they would have figured it out eventually. There were only so many times that he could run head first into a confrontation that vastly outstripped their mission briefings before it wasn't impossible to avoid drawing conclusions. Apparently, it hadn't always been that bad, but even before the rapidly changing dynamics of the phase change, it had been something that happened with unfortunate frequency. The guild did its best to assume the worst, but there was only so much they could do without sending dedicated scouts to check themselves, at which point it was far more efficient for delvers to do that legwork themselves. He still wasn't too worried. There was almost no chance that any given one of the biters had anything more than the equivalent to a rare class.
That meant both he and Porkchop would outweigh them in raw stats, even if his were spread widely. Their numbers would be an issue, but he had plenty of experience with fighting large groups. Hell, in the Great Warren, he and Porkchop had gone up against groups of goblins 40 strong again and again, and that was as unclassed. Plus, the biters outleveled them significantly. Every drop of blood they spilled, and every beast they slew, would bring with it strength.
Their levels would rise, and the difficulty with which the next creature was felled would fall. They could do this. Standing and waiting, Caius flowed through a series of slashes and stabs, warming his body as his heart pounded in his chest with rhythmic intensity. There was a tightness at the back of his throat, a tension that built at the pit of his stomach, winding tighter with every moment. He was ready. He could hear them now. The sound of snapping teeth, clacking plates of bone, and scratching feet on stone. A far-off biter snarled, vicious and low. It was a brutal sound, one that dripped with hunger, with the strength and arrogance of a creature who knew it had no betters, that it sat at the pinnacle of power and prowled through the seat of its sovereignty. All of his worries about tracking down his father's killers, gaining the strength they needed to move with some degree of freedom, and working to progress the integration, flooded away. In its place was a honed focus, everything focused on how they could pass this next challenge. There was an immediacy to battle that he loved, a flow of motion and mind that centered him directly in the moment, connected him deeply to his surroundings. The howling wind raced through the monoliths, caressing his skin with the cool touch of late autumn. The sun shone down, glinting off the metal of his armaments and focusing its presence on their battlegrounds. All of that made itself known to him. He digested it, felt it keenly, without allowing it to cloud his mind. All he could see was the passage where they would come. The hole in his center flexed, widening as he fell deeply into the bond he had enshrined with Porkchop. Even with his helmet cutting off half of his view of his brother, Caius could feel where he was perfectly. The way the muscles in Porkchop's back tensed, and his back claws dug into the hardened stone with ease as he readied himself to lunge forwards in an explosive charge. Mana flooded through Porkchop's aura, air displaced with a subtle pop as thumb-length thick plates of overlapping sacred jade were summoned onto his body. His brother's face was sealed fully, though Caius could still see through Porkchop's eyes, his magic serving no barrier to his senses. Above them, Ianmus unleashed his first spell in a searing wave of solar mana, charged to a new potency by his metamagic. The magic settled over him like a dousing in scalding water, the radiant heat of the sun soaking into his bones, stoking his passions as his physicality grew to new heights. Ding! You have been enhanced. Sun-drenched strength. Hypercharged spell. The biters arrived, howling as they peeled around the corner of the far-off passage, racing onto the plateau in a tide of bone-wrapped hunger. Strong he might have known the alchemy would be, but he hadn't expected such a fervent approach by the beasts. The rotting stench of the deer carcasses seemed to have driven them mad, the beasts approaching with abandon and all caution thrown to the wind. As they raced over the dusted stone, the biters spotted them immediately. Slavering howls and gnashing snarls echoing across the pack as they readjusted their course, sprinting straight for Caius and his team. They were curiously formed things. They would have come up to his waist, about as tall as Porkchop had been before his evolution, but far bulkier and covered in a bone carapace. Underneath their armor he could see that they were, in fact, simple beasts, though he could see how they could be mistaken for something less natural. Even if they lacked the horrific countenance, the biters almost reminded him of the bear abomination they fought in the depths, but he could tell they were creatures born, not made.
That didn't mean they were pleasant to look at. Each beast had an oversized dog-like head with shriveled pink skin poking out from between plates.
It was plated in a natural helm, leaving their heads reminiscent of a smaller creature wearing a discarded skull. Their torso was tapered, like a stretched triangle lying on its side. Massive shoulders and a barrel chest supported oversized front limbs tipped with wicked claws, while their rear narrowed to thin legs and a stubby nub of a tail. Caius reacted to their presence immediately. A quick count confirmed that Porkchop was right. There were 22. Not completely outside of the realm of possibility, but still slightly more than they were supposed to expect. His eyes honed in on their armor, searching for any weakness he could exploit. Explorer's toolkit came alive, working in conjunction with his glass mind to evaluate the threat. The plaiting that covered them was thick and stout, but it looked to be simple bone, tough, but not undefeatable. Plus, natural as it was, it lacked the reticulation and overlapping layers of true plate. Thin gaps ran along the seams of the plate, revealing pink skin. The insides of their joints were even less covered, lacking any armor at all, including on their throat. If they were covered, the biters would have been immobile. As it was, they might as well have been completely unarmored. The beasts seemed to rely heavily on the strength of their front limbs to move, using their overdeveloped shoulders and upper torso to haul themselves forwards at a breakneck pace. If he could shatter those joints, they'd be all but crippled. His hand snapped up, a salvo of 4 hateful nails flying out as motes of orange flaked out from his gauntlet, the remnant byproduct of his burnt spell inscriptions. A high-pitched crack echoed through the air, each projectile flying fast enough that a blast of wind hit him in the face. The biters jolted at the sudden sound, but none of them expected his assault to come so suddenly, and none of the beasts seemed used to dealing with an attack at range. Twisted steel stakes flashed through the air, driving deep into the shoulders of 3 of his targets, blood showering as they howled in rage as pain bloomed within their bodies. Only one of his targets was able to dodge, lurching slightly to the side in what Caius was sure was more luck than intentional evasion. It still took the bolt in the chest, the steel nail punching halfway through the thickened bone and causing cracks to spiderweb through the rest of the natural breastplate. The downed biter's howls of fury quickly turned into desperate whines of agony as his hateful nails bloomed. Cruelly barbed spikes and twisted hooks erupted from the steel, tearing through the bodies of the beasts as binding brambles seemed to claw their way through delicate flesh with willful malevolence. Muscles were shredded, bones cracked, and, just as he hoped, their shoulders gave out completely. Losing the use of their limbs so suddenly sent them crashing down, a flail of clacking bones that forced the beasts behind them to slow their sudden charge so they could safely leap over the prone forms of their crying packmates. Even then, more than one stumbled over the newly formed roadblock. The one he had shot in the chest fared worse. Crawling wires and spikes were injected straight into the center of its torso, shredding the delicate organs within. Caius watched it outright collapse, panting weakly as a deluge of foaming blood seeped from its mouth. The blow must have ruptured its lungs, he realized. With the metal of his spell still embedded deeply in its flesh, its health could do nothing, burning impotently as it elongated the beast's suffering. Caius knew that as soon as the precious resource expended itself, the beast would suffocate. First blood was his. He'd already killed one. Light flashed overhead, searing beams sinking into the eyes of another frontrunner, leaving it yelping and blinded. Porkchop roared, a furious bellow that announced his primal dominance. The effect was immediate, enraged howls rolling over the pack as they narrowed their focus, snapping at each other as they raced to be the first to punish the challenger to their territory. Clad in sacred jade, Porkchop was unfazed by the rage of the pack, confident violence oozing across their bond. He charged, a wall of jade preceding him as he entered the fray. Kios grinned. He couldn't let Porkchop have all the glory. Focusing on his glyph of Alina, he tapped into his newest spell. Light blue shards burst from his glyph, and a sudden crack echoed off the stone walls that surrounded them as explosive force detonated behind and below his back. He went airborne. The ground blurred beneath him, wind racing over his face as he flew. Even with a slavering horde of grotesque beasts at his landing point, he couldn't help but laugh at the simple joy of moving very fast, very suddenly. Howling glee ripped its way free of his throat, stamina flooding into his blade as Caius used his blade right and fanned the flames of its enchantments. This fight was going to be fun.
Chapter 250. Bonefields.
Caius raced through the air, riding a wave of force as he held a father's gift at the ready, aiming to impale the first bone biter he could. Howling laughter bubbled up from his chest, the simple exhilaration of flying across the plateau spiking his heart rate and amplifying the hunger he felt for the blood that was about to be spilled. Life truly was about the simple things. Twice, a pair of solar rays shot over his head, momentarily blinding two of the front runners. The crack shot that he was, Ianmus cared little for the pack's erratic sprint and hit the biter's recessed eyes with ease. Whining in pain, the sudden loss of their senses caused them to stumble, breaking the momentum of their charge as the greater pack was forced to race around their crippled vanguard. One bone biter lunged for him, its strange, skull-like jaws widening in a double row of teeth, one of which sat external to its true maw. Bringing his blade up into a defensive stance, Caius tapped into the connection he still held to his expedient shunt. A secondary detonation erupted directly into the face of the biter, his forward momentum bleeding off. Dazed by the explosion that had seared its face and forced it backwards, the biter scrambled to the side, clumsy in its confusion. Caius lunged inwards, the tip of his blade-right-infused sword sliding perfectly into the gap of unarmored flesh on its throat. He ripped his blade to the side, tearing open its flesh as hot red blood poured onto the dusty stone below. More beams glittered over Caius's head. They lanced into the pack, keeping the beasts disoriented and on edge. Clacking its jaws in rage at the pain of the wound, the biter ignored the gaping hole in its neck and corrected its course to rush him with a blur of swiping claws, each one rippling with the force of an unknown skill. The telltale blue motes of Aelina rushed from his feet as Caius cast Slip Step.
World warping around him as he pushed mana through his blade, a thin wire of unstable arcane energy forming around the edge of his sword. As he moved, his brother joined the battle. A shard wall slammed into the body of the charging pack, forcing them back and breaking the momentum of their assault further. With the compulsion of his bulwark's challenge forcing most of the biters to focus on his armored form, they were too closely packed to evade, especially since the wall was now nearly twice as wide as it was to begin with. The sound of bone carapace shattering filled the air, natural armor splintering as biters, half blinded by Ianmus's continuous assault, all but sprinted headfirst into the collision. It was music to Caius's ears. He grinned, keeping his focus on his current opponent. At the end of his lunge, distance resumed its normal hold over him. Crouching slightly, he leaned forwards to slip under his target's snapping jaws. He rose, leading with his blade. Uncompromising in its assault, small bone shards split off from the biter's carapace, pelting Caius in a hail of fine needles. He barely saw a flicker in the beast's mana before the attack, and with its wide spread, he had almost no way to dodge.
Heart pounding in his chest, a lucky flicker into the dimension that Slipstep attached him to saved him from the worst of it. Stepping back into the material world, the final dozen needles clacked against his armor. Fast and sharp, more than one found its way between his scales, pinpricks of heat that grew slick in moments as his blood pooled from the injuries. Grunting stoically, Caius weathered the wounds, his health already burning to push the foreign objects free as blood stained the gleaming steel of his armor. His rising slash landed right on the writhing wound he had left in its throat. The wire of energy's
Caustic arcane ripped through the tattered remnants of the biter's neck.
flesh tore and bone shattered. The biter fell limp, just barely hanging onto life as its head was held on with a thin strip of flesh and cracked spine. In the cold focus that the Bloodsong and his glass mind impressed on him, Caius watched the flopping beast with impassionate eyes. It was out of the fight, would die soon, every beat of its heart spilling more vital fluid onto the plateau. Caius switched his focus. His brother's challenge was wearing off, and the pack's attention was steadily drifting away from the towering figure in green crystal armor. Uncanny dodge flared a warning in his mind, preceding another biter lunging towards him with its mouth agape. He moved. Even with Slipstep and the burst of speed from his general skill, it wasn't enough. The beast activated a skill of its own, advancing with a sudden alacrity. Jaws closed over the thick plated metal of his pauldrons, clamping down like a vice. The metal squealed, but held. Unfortunately, with the high degree of flexibility of his scale armor, it was also forced into his flesh. Only having a moment to curse his luck, Caius felt a crack shudder through his chest as something in the joint gave way. Chill sweat beaded on his face as agony coursed through his nerves like lightning. Growling in frustration, he dropped his good arm from his blade, slapping the occupied biter over its eye. Hateful nail. A spike of twisted steel burst the delicate organ, blood and jelly expelled over him, as the nail continued through the bone beneath. Then it bloomed, and the creature's brain oozed from its ruined sockets as his spell grew into a twisted gnarl of hooked and spiked metal. The beast dropped, its lifeless jaws slipping free of his shoulder. Ding! Level 110, Bone Biter, Shatterjaw slain. Experience gained. Increased experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Ding!
Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 75, +3 End, Strong, and Int, +2 Dex, Will, +1 Vit. Free from class and racial traits.
Ding!
Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 78, +3 End, Strength, and Intelligence, +2 Dexterity, Willpower, +1 Vitality. Free from class and racial traits. Snatching his blade from his wounded hand, Caius allowed his left arm to fall limp by his side as his health went to work resetting his shattered shoulder. He turned about face, the floating point of his sword held between him and the pack, a duelist's stance. Taking a slow breath to steady his heart rate, he ignored the twinge in his shoulder. Even injured, he knew they could do this. The power of his level-ups roared through him, every facet of his being expanded all at once, reinforced by the dead biter's energy. His pools expanded, the influx of usable power a more than welcome addition to his arsenal. Caius grinned. With the added mana, he wouldn't have to down one of his mana potions to make use of his Mystic's Rend. He wasn't the only one happy with the sudden jump in levels. Porkchop let out a deafening roar, redoubling his hold on the pack's focus. His brother dived in, massive jade jaws appearing as a shadow to his own as he tore his way into the bone-plated creatures. With Porkchop's heavy plate, they struggled to retaliate.
the bone biter's own strikes skittering off the armor. Feeling a pop as his shoulder slid back into place, Caius hurled a storm lash into the pack. Blue-white light paired with a deafening crack as he stunned 3 beasts that had started to make their way to him. The threat he presented too immediate to be completely ignored. Capitalizing on the opening, he rushed towards the biter whose throat he'd ripped out, the beast's chest fluttering as it clung to the final vestiges of its life, space warping with his every step. A radiant beam splashed against his chest, warming him from the inside out. The remaining pulped flesh of his shoulder reknit itself at a rapid pace, while the restorative power of the sun slightly replenished his missing health. Ding! You have been healed. Ray of tender recovery. Thanks, he called, before he was forced to abort his advance as the targets of his spell recovered and charged towards him with a snarl on their bone-covered lips. He knew he'd done them damage, the telltale blood on their fangs revealing the extent of the injuries storm and vibration had done to their internals. Porkchop threw his weight into the pack, forcing them back with a barrage of smashing claws and jade-sheathed bites. The 3 beasts who had focused on Caius snapped their gaze over to his brother, but upon seeing the weight of bodies that occupied him, they continued their advance. With the strength of his injured arm renewed, Caius put up an adamant defense. His blade blurred as he smacked aside raking claw after raking claw, leaning on his bodily control and mastery of the sword to redirect the beast's strength, using their momentum against them. Mana flared deep within the leftmost biter, its raised paw infused with an overwhelming sense of weight. An unknown variable, he lurched back, only for the pink skin of the middle biter to start to steam between its armor, the creature's speed redoubling. Before he could react to the flared warning of uncanny dodge, a raking claw tore across his chest. His scale breastplate saved him from the worst of the wound, but he still felt his ribs crack and the bright fire of the biter tearing open weeping lines in his flesh as its claws tore through his armor. Knocked back and off balance, with 3 biters bearing down on him, he knew he needed to move, to disengage. An expedient shunt blasted him back and up, his feet leaving the ground. As violent as the skill was, at least to others, the blast singed the delicate eyes and ears of the biters, forcing them back as they yelped in surprise. Ding! Runner Blade, Initiate has reached class level 79, plus 3 End, Str, and Int, plus 2 Dex, Will, plus 1 Vit, free, from class and racial traits. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 82, plus 3 End, Strength and Intelligence, plus 2 Dexterity, Willpower, plus 1 Vitality, free, from class and racial traits. Ding! Class skill available for selection. Another burst of energy coursed through him. Eyes flicking over to where Porkchop was fighting, he saw the shattered body of a biter lying broken beneath his brother's feet. A hungry grin spread across Caius's face. Best he see if he could keep that momentum going. Another wave of force erupted above and to the side of him, his trajectory violently altered as he shot towards the dying biter he had left bleeding on the ground. He hit the beast sword point first, his knees cracking painfully as he crouched to bleed off the force of his landing. Crystal and steel punched straight through the biter's skull, piercing its brain. Ding! Level 116, Bone Biter, Hunter of the Long Dead, slain. Experience gained. Increased experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 83, plus 3 End, Str, and Int, plus 2 Dex, Will, plus 1 Vit, free, from class and racial traits. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 85, plus 3 End, Str, and Int, plus 2 Dex, Will, plus 1 Vit, free, from class and racial traits.
Spinning back to the other 3 biters, he waved his hand, pealing thunder filling the air as he slashed at the group with another writhing band of lightning. Howling at his assault, smoking char coated the creature's carapaces as leaking fissures appeared in their flesh, resonant force tearing them apart from within. In that moment of stillness, Ianmus acted. 2 rays of burning starlight burst the eyes of the beast closest to Caius, the spell boring its way through the thin bone to ravage the fatty matter within. Caius felt Explorer's toolkit chime in his mind, an opening that he could not resist. Racing forwards, he used his last spatially contracted step to appear right next to his enemy. Stamina flooded from his soul, the crystal fuller of his blade alighting in ghostly fire that burned from within. Empowered by his blade right, he thrust his blade deep into the beast's open mouth. Crunching through the back of his throat, the point of his sword halted against its bone carapace. It stiffened, before going limp as he severed its spine. But it didn't die. The tough bastard. Grunting in dissatisfaction, Caius ripped his sword free, hurriedly spinning to block an overhead slam from the remaining biter, no longer stunned by his spell. The paw hit his blade like a hammer blow. Shuddering force rocked his body, and as much as he raged against the enhanced attack, Caius was forced to one knee, the edge of his blade cracking like a spider's web. Reacting on instinct, he spun his blade, pulling the beast's paw to the right as he rolled left. Thunder boomed once more, magical lightning binding the beast totally. A secondary arc branched off, wrapping the biter he had stabbed in the eye in its embrace. His primary target seized, chest heaving as it bent over and let loose a rancid mix of half-digested meat and its own blood. The other biter died, too injured to survive the lightning and vibrations racking its body. Ding! Level 118. Bone Biter, Tracker. For the hungry slain. Experience gained. Increased experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 86. +3 End, Strar, and Int. +2 Dex, Will. +1 Vit, Free. From class and racial traits. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 87. +3 End, Strength, and Intelligence. +2 Dexterity, Willpower. +1 Vitality, Free. From class and racial traits. The sea of bodies around him heaved, Porkchop calling out once more. The constant bay of the biters rose to a fever pitch, his brother's renewed skill seizing their fury with avarice. In that moment of stillness, Caius quickly dumped his accumulated free points into Vitality, as he had done with every level since he had placed 50 into Intelligence. Porkchop was an anchor in the storm, the waves crashing over him, leaving him unmolested in his vestment of sacred jade. Not to say he was uninjured. Grievous wounds aplenty covered his unarmored rear, but they writhed with uncanny speed, taking a life of their own as his regenerative skill sealed them at a pace that left Caius feeling more than a little jealous. With his latest artifact, the massive floating great shield, he was even more of an unassailable fortress than before. The shield darted around his right side, warding off a whole avenue of attack to narrow the directions that Porkchop had to pay attention to. Every so often, another one of Ianmus's healing rays would splash over Porkchop, healing his wounds all the quicker and aiding him in keeping his health topped up. Racing forwards, Caius finished off the last biter who had separated from the pack with 2 slashes backed by Mystic's Rend. Ding! Level 116. Bone Biter. Maw of the Mountain slain. Experience gained. Increased experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 88. +3 End, Strength, and Intelligence. +2 Dexterity, Willpower.
+1 vitality, free from class and racial traits. Reveling in his power increasing once again, he advanced to dance through the edges of the distracted crowd. He fell deeply into the rhythm of battle, relying on his glass mind to focus on the complexity of the heaving wave of bodies. Each of his general skills contributed, keeping his movements sure and safe as he slipped through gaps and weaved around the angered retaliation he incited with his blade, slipping his sword into every undefended vulnerability he could. More than once, he was attacked from behind, only for the screaming warning and burst of speed from uncanny dodge to help him lurch away. Danger was everywhere, seen in the movements and tells of more than a dozen beasts. So was opportunity, thanks to his skills and mundane experience. He saw openings galore as the creature's feral strength broke impotently on his brother's superior endurance and physicality. 4 more biters died under he and Porkchop's combined efforts, 3 of them thanks to Ianmus blinding the beasts. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 89, +3 End, Strength and Intelligence, +2 Dex, Will, +1 Vitality, free from class and racial traits. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 90, +3 End, Strength and Intelligence, +2 Dex, Will, +1 Vitality, free from class and racial traits.
When Porkchop sent the crush flying back with a prismatic shardwall, Caius saw his moment. 2 hateful nails flew from his outstretched hand, the spikes of iron buzzing from the potency imbued by resonance amplification. One punched straight through the shattered bone breastplate of a biter who had just discovered the power of his brother's Warden's Maw, killing the creature in seconds as the sudden growth of hooks and wires shredded its heart and lungs. The other nail crippled the biter, the beast screaming in agony as his spell shattered its shoulder and locked the limb in place with cruel barbs. Then a furious howl echoed from the back of the mob, washing over Caius in a statement of the supremacy of a pack at hunt. He could smell it, the magic of the skill, the way it ignored him and inflamed their enemies' passions. Everything changed after that. To the last, every biter grew just that much faster, and to the last, Porkchop's hold over the pack shattered. Immediately burning another charge of slipstep, Caius raced forwards. Right as he was about to ram a biter through the eye, 2 more suddenly lunged towards him, pincering him with their dripping jaws held wide. A portent of doom screamed a warning, and Caius planted his front foot with all of his might, the soft stone of the bone fields cracking beneath his heel. The first ambusher was too slow, his space-warping steps narrowly carrying him out of the range of its desperate follow-up swipe of his claws. Unfortunately, the other biter reacted just as fast, bounding into another leap to correct for his dodge. Its fangs burned with a ghostly fire, sickly oranges shining bright in Caius's eyes. Then they closed over his shoulder. The heavy plates of his pauldrons did little to stop the skill-empowered bite. A weak gasp slipped from Caius's lips, his vision closing in as thumb-length fangs crushed through the metal to tear at his flesh, utterly shattering his shoulder, upper arm, and several of his ribs. Ding! You have been afflicted by the bite that fells. Bone. The chill of fear shot up his spine. He was stuck fast, no way out, with the biter's fangs buried a palm width into his chest. Chapter 251. Bonefields. Finale. Heart thumping in his chest, Caius shut out the pain of his injuries. Agonous it might have been, the pain was drowned out by the roaring heat of his fury. He would not be cowed by simple pain. He would not be bested by something little better than a mangy dog thing. Hoarsely crying out,
He ignored the feeling of his shattered bones punching through his skin as he twisted, driving the point of his sword deep into a gap between the bone plates that covered the biter's chest. The beast yelped, yanking its head to the side. With as good of a grip as it had, Caius was yanked off his feet, the world going horizontal as his flesh tore further. Using its overdeveloped strength, the biter hauled, tossing him away in a desperate attempt to dislodge his blade. Somehow, he managed to keep a grip on it, the world blurring around him as he spiraled through the air in a splay of limbs. He came down hard, tumbling across the plateau in a flail of limbs and streaking blood. Groaning at the rough treatment, Caius pushed himself to his feet. He coughed, wincing at the flare of pain that radiated from his shoulder, and from the flood of blood that filled his mouth. Spitting out the red, he glanced at his wound. It was ruined. An injury far worse than the cat that had almost done him in when he'd first landed in the depths. His armor was in tatters, stray strips of flesh and white bone protruding from the hole where his pauldron had once been. Hot blood pumped from the wound, slow as treacle, but soaking him all the same. Trying to lift the arm was useless, and whatever skill his enemy had used was inhibiting his healing. Every thump of his heart pushed more blood from the torn mess of blood vessels, even with lesser regeneration causing his vital fluid to flow like thick treacle. Every moment sapped him of his strength. His stark lack of fear made Caius pause. He'd grown.
The last time he'd had his shoulder broken like this, he'd cried, fearing his death. Now the thought of that only made him bare his blood-stained teeth, the blood song rising to a fever pitch. Rapid adaptation was already burning through his system, fighting the affliction off, but there was no way he would bet on it happening soon. His glass mind made it clear that was folly. Adapting to what was happening now is how he'd see another day. Seeing his wounds, a trio of biters peeled off from the pack, stalking towards him with the one who had wounded him at the lead. Caius's smile widened at their approach, and he tightened his grip on his blade, adjusting his stance to better use it with one hand. And to think he'd been worried the fight wouldn't be enough of a challenge. Leaping backwards, Caius relied on his slip step to put a decent chunk of distance between him and the approaching bone biters. His shoulder fucking hurt, and his health was burning faster than it should trying to fight through the affliction that was stifling his recovery. Abominable, undead-looking dog things they might have been, these beasts hit as hard as a hill giant. And now he had to take on 3 of them one-handed. He knew he shouldn't have found that prospect exhilarating, that it should have sent a wave of dread rushing up his spine, constricting his throat. Unfortunately, he'd long since accepted that he seemed to have lost his mind in the depths. Just a few bits, really. The unimportant ones, like a healthy sense of self-preservation and a good understanding of reasonable risks. Grunting at the jolt of pain, he shoved his blade under the pit of his ruined arm, forcing himself to hold the weapon against his body, flexing muscles making bone shards punch deeper into his flesh. As quick as he could, he pulled 2 potions free from his pouch. One the green of grass shoots, the other the silver blue of heated steel. 2 restoratives, mana and health.
Holiday both at the same time, he ripped the corks free with his teeth, before pouring both down his throat. The tonics mingled on his tongue, a confusing alchemical mixture of the icy chill of a sacred wind and the warming fuzz of taking a nap on a field of wildflowers. Ding! You have imbibed a tonic, superior life infusion. Ding! You have imbibed a tonic, nourishing kiss of the moon. As the alchemical mixtures hit his stomach, energy coursed into his soul, both his health and mana recovering by a full 1,000. They'd been costly things, but more than worth it in his honest opinion. Discarding the bottles, he reset his stance as they tinked against the stone. His blade was leveled, held angled upwards with his elbow bent. His chosen opponents were still approaching cautiously, wary of the figure who had slaughtered so many of their packmates. Seeing their caution, Caius risked a quick glance at Porkchop. He'd felt his brother's burning rage and the pain that had been building on his back and hindquarters. A raid against what had to be half of the pack's original numbers, Porkchop was doing his best, but without Caius there to sow confusion and discord through their ranks, he was having a rough go at it. Oh, sure, he was still a terror. Even outnumbering him 10-1, the biters shied away from Porkchop's every movement, doing their best to never be caught in the range of his deadly claws and fangs. But they did have the numbers, and even with his autonomous great shield, Porkchop couldn't defend from every assault. Great gouges had been torn from his lower back and hind legs, some as deep as Caius's wrist, where the biters had torn chunks of flesh out of his brother. As much as the sensation of his brother's pain drove his battle fury to a fever pitch, he was confident that Porkchop could hold his own, especially with Ionmus supporting him.
In that brief look, another of the mage's silvery white rays of tender recover splashed over his brother, his healing rapidly recovering. Confident in Porkchop's chances, Caius turned back to his own struggle. Brandishing his blade with a flourish, he turned to his side, leaving his injured shoulder pointing away from the biters. No point providing them with an easy shot at his injury if he didn't have to. The world wavered as he stepped, moving thrice as far as he should have. His advance seemed to shake the biters out of their caution. Low growls ceased, and they attacked as one. A screaming bark came from the leftmost beast, a skill that stabbed his ears like an ice pick, waves of crushing force buffeting him a moment later. Muscling through the attack with brute force, Caius covered his face with his arm, only partially defending from the shower of bone needles that pelted him from another of the beasts. Half of the needles punched through his armor, but they did little else besides, a few needle pricks, far from enough to truly injure him, and pain meant little to him now. As soon as the initial assault was over, Caius summoned a shunt, riding a wave of explosive force as he closed the distance. It was a snap decision, each cast was precious, but he wasn't about to let the beasts wear him down from range. A discordant whine filled the air as he sheathed his blade in the burning wire of Mystic's rend. The biters scattered in the face of his assault, but Expedient Shunt was fast. Too fast for all of them to escape. He descended like a holy avenger, bringing his blade down on the neck of the bone biter who had used the bone needles against him. Unfortunately, with his awkward angle, he wasn't able to strike directly for its undefended throat. Fortunately, Mystic's rend cared little for bone armor. The skill collapsed, explosive arcane shattering the plate that covered the back of its neck. The beast whined, its armor and flesh corroding under the hungry touch of raw arcane. Before it could recover, or its packmates could force him back, Caius rolled through the downstroke. Bringing his blade around again, he struck the same wound, this time layering Mystic's rend with the enhancing power of his bladerite. His sword bit deep, cleaving into the biter's spine, before the resultant explosion blew the bone out through its neck. It collapsed, eyes going glassy. Ding! Level 114, Bone Biter, Far Hunter slain. Experience gained. Increase experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 91. +3 End, Strength and Intelligence. +2 Dexterity, Willpower. +1 Vitality. Free, from class and racial traits.
Caius howled his victory to the air, and then quickly refreshed his slipstep so he could avoid the furious retaliation of the other two rapidly approaching biters. As he raced away, searching for an opening to exploit, another of Ianmas's healing rays burnt through the air. It was easily thrice the thickness of his previous spells, and so potent that he could see the raw solar mana arcing across its length. The beam splashed over Porkchop, every one of his wounds repairing themselves within the second. A complete restoration, one that allowed him to turn the tide on the mob that assaulted him. Porkchop charged, exploiting the sudden shift in the battle to sink his jaws around a biter's head, his warden's maw crushing the creature's skull. More power raced into Caius's soul with its death, though not enough to push him over the next level. As much as he hated it, the growing experience burden was simply too much for a single death to fulfill, especially with the rapidly shrinking gap in their strengths. The ray still burned, and Caius couldn't help but stare in awe at the spell that had enabled Porkchop's kill. How'd Ianmas managed it? He hadn't spent anywhere near the channeling time he would need for such a trick, even if he used his hypercharged spell. Then he saw the telltale traces of another affinity threaded through the ray, hidden almost completely by the sheer intensity of the spell. A subtle, pale green. Life mana. He'd used the condensate. Thank the gods they'd found it. Lunging to the side, Caius narrowly avoided a clawing swipe from his own opponents. He swept his focus inwards, finding that rapid adaptation was making good progress against the affliction. Plus, even with it in place, he was still healing.
His bleeding was almost entirely stopped now, and most of his bones had set themselves, even if they hadn't properly healed yet. Another heavy paw strike came for him. He reacted on instinct. With only a one-handed grip on his blade, he risked losing it if he tried to block or parry. Instead, he dropped his shoulder. Thick claws smashed into his pauldron. A deep gasp shot out of Caius's mouth as the air was driven from his lungs, partly from the force of the strike, and partly from having his wounded shoulder jostled so heavily. But he still had his sword. Bursting to the side with a shunt, Caius shot straight into the face of the nearest biter. Right as they were about to collide, he bled off his momentum with a secondary activation. The resultant explosion knocked the beast off balance, its claws scrambling at the hard ground, conveniently leaving it unable to deal with the rend that took it in the throat. Another explosion rippled out, this one joined by chunks of flesh. A moment later, more strength exploded through him as unseen beasts were found wanting before Porkchop's claws. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 92, plus 3 End, Strength, and Intelligence, plus 2 Dexterity, Willpower, plus 1 Vitality, free from class and racial traits. Burning through his body, rapid adaptation excised the last of Caius's affliction, and his flesh writhed with renewed intensity. "Heal!" he screamed, needing to finish the fight quickly. A radiant beam, like getting a warm hug from a loved one, washed over him. Ding! You have been healed. Ray of Tender Recovery. Between it and his lesser regeneration, he regained the use of his offhand a moment later, even if his shoulder would take another half a minute or so to fully recover. Caius rolled his shoulder, wincing as it twinged. It'd do. It was enough. 2 crackling snakes of lightning burst from his hand, binding his opponents tight.
Refreshing his slipstep, he rushed the beasts, burning stamina and mana like water as he hammered them with Mystic's Rend and Glyphic Bladerite both. In his haste to return to Porkchop's side and render assistance, he got sloppy. More blood spilled on the plateau as a lucky claw strike bared his ribs to the world,
scything through the flesh that had been exposed by the rent in his armor. The biters still fell before his fury, arcane explosions and heavy slashes tearing chunks from their flesh, until they collapsed dead. Ding! Level 120. Bone Biter, Maw of the Mountain slain. Experience gain. Increased experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Ding! Level 119. Bone Biter, Rabid Pursuer slain. Experience gain. Increased experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Without waiting for a moment, Caius raced towards his brother. Only 6 biters were left, 4 shattered corpses lying at Porkchop's feet. Still more than enough for him to struggle to ward them all off. Using another shunt, Caius flew in, snapping off a hateful nail right towards a biter who'd managed to circle around and sink his jaws into Porkchop's hip. The metal spikes screamed through the air, punching straight into the beast's eye. The creature dropped dead a moment later. Ding! Level 112. Bone Biter, Rabid Pursuer slain. Experience gained. Increased experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. 3 more nails left his hand, but his other targets were wary of him after the sharp crack of the explosion that had sent him flying towards them. They lurched away from the projectiles, the spells burying deep into their flesh, but failing to leave lethal wounds. Gritting his teeth, Caius switched to Stormlash, 2 crackling arcs leaving the entire group momentarily stunned. It was enough of an opening for Porkchop to kill 2 of them, punching into their skulls with his reinforced claws. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 93.
+3 End, Strength, and Intelligence. +2 Dexterity, Willpower. +1 Vitality. Free from class and racial traits. Landing next to one of the last living members of the back, Caius cut deep into its neck with a rend. Claws raked his back. Even though the armor held, white fire lanced into his mind as his ribs and spine cracked. He ignored the injury, removing the head of the beast in front of him with a double helping of rend and his blade right. Ding! Level 117. Bone Biter, Hunter of the Long Dead, slain. Experience gained. Increased experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Blue motes trailed Caius's feet as he sprinted forwards, taking himself out of the range of the biter behind him as he flickered in and out of the world. Barely a moment later, burning rays shot across the plateau, blinding one of the last 2 beasts. It was the only opening Caius needed. Blind and defenseless, it was simplicity itself to send a hateful nail into its skull. Ding! Level 114. Bone Biter, Mountain Maw, slain. Experience gained. Increased experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. With only a single biter remaining, Porkchop took out his frustration at being mobbed by the vast majority of the pack the whole fight. He descended on the beast in a fury, cracking its carapace with raking swipe after raking swipe of his claws. It tried to dodge, escape from the danger of a furious greater melees, but it was no use. Porkchop ended it like he had most of his kills, squeezing its brains out of its ears with a crushing bite of Warden's Maw. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 94. +3 End, Strength, and Intelligence. +2 Dexterity, Willpower. +1 Vitality. Free from class and racial traits. Ding! Significant feat of strength performed under observation. You have been awarded an honor. Hordebreaker. Class skill notifications consolidated. Ding! Latent Glyph of Drakthar has reached level 111 to 118. Ding!
Initiate's Glyphic Bladerite has reached level 74 to 79. Ding! Latent Glyph of Alina has reached level 103 to 111. Ding! Mystic's Rend has reached level 27 to 46. General Skill Notifications consolidated. Ding! Rapid Adaptation has reached level 91 to 94. Ding! Liturgical Blade Form, Primus Ordo, has reached level 92 to 98. Ding! Explorer's Toolkit has reached level 72 to 77. Ding! Tempered by Dissonance has reached level 83 greater than 90. Ding! Resonance Amplification has reached level 84 greater than 87. Ding! Lesser Regeneration has reached level 87 greater than 98. Ding! Uncanny Dodge has reached level 89 to 97. Ding! Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus has reached level 98 to 109. Caius stood, staring at the notifications with a wild smile on his face. He laughed long and loud as he reveled in his latest victory. Another honor, and one that likely had later variants too. This fight had been even better than he'd hoped. More than that, he felt the visceral satisfaction of stinging wounds and burning muscles, of the sweat streaming off of him like rain, and his lungs billowing in his chest. It had been so long since they'd had a decent fight. Everything since leaving the depths had been so different. The spider had been desperate, but awkward. He'd been too unused to fighting with Ianmus's support. The Infernus Hound had been tainted by the memories of Reeker's lessons, and the Boggarts had been a grind. Even the Drake, relative of dragons it might have been, it hadn't exactly been a straight-up brawl. This, though? This had tested him, left him injured in a way that had felt so normal in his life below ground. He hadn't even realized he'd missed it. Caius turned to his friends, simple joy on his face. "We got another one," he called, thrusting his blade in the air. Porkchop chuffed, immediately taking a seat as his remnant wounds healed, while Ianmus clapped, his own smile wide and broad. "A great showing, you two. Very hair-raising display," the mage quipped. Caius was about to reply when a sharp twinge radiated through his chest. It was like he'd been stung, right where the hole in his armor left his skin exposed. He looked down, expecting to find some bit of scrap scale that had gotten caught. Instead, he found a dart. What the fuck? Ding! You have been afflicted by grave-bound slumber. Poison, dream. Tier 2.
Chapter 252. Watchers in the Wings.
Ding! You have been afflicted by grave-bound slumber. Poison, dream. Tier 2. Caius stared down at the dart in his chest, struggling to process what it was doing there. It was a small thing, really just a weighted needle with a few fins to stabilize it in flight. Then he noticed the creeping numbness that was slowly seeping across his chest. A circle, barely a thumb width wide. It was joined by an insidious fatigue, one that felt soft and comfortable, fuzzing the edge of his senses. Horror dawned, a yawning pit in his stomach opening as his mind caught up to the reality of the situation. "Shit! Ambush!" Caius screamed, knocking the dart from his skin. His eyes snapped up to Ianmus, just in time to watch the mage suddenly collapse. Furious rage bellowed from behind him, Porkchop having enough vitality that the poison was struggling to bring him down quickly. Despite scanning his surroundings, Caius saw no sight of their ambushers. That was good. they still had a chance. If they were lucky, the shot had been taken from range, and they hadn't expected them to be able to handle their toxin. His hand dropped to his belt pouch, ripping out the medallion that Reeker had given them for this very eventuality. Before he could channel the mana to activate the enchantment, he felt the smooth disk of metal rip free of his hands, catching the sun as its twisted and deformed surface spun through the air. Right off the edge of the plateau. Fuck, he swore. They had an archer. A good one. Caius grit his teeth and ran, struggling against the liquid weight that pressed down on his muscles. A quick glance showed Porkchop listing, confused at his sudden intoxication. "Behind me, now! We need to use your shield as a stretcher," he demanded, still sprinting for Ianmus's prone form. He felt Porkchop steeling himself through their bond. He listened without question, taking off at an ambling run.
Reaching the base of the stone wall that surrounded the plateau, Caius jumped at a full sprint. Sailing through the air, he just grabbed a handhold that jutted out below the ledge that Ianmus was lying on, insensate. A single heave brought him up, landing on his feet. Instantly, he saw that Ianmus had his own dart, sticking straight out of his shoulder. Ripping it free, Caius swooped the gangly man over his shoulder, grabbing their spatial bag nestled at the back of the outcropping in the same motion. There was more up there. Their tent, and the pile of other belongings that didn't quite fit in their stores. He left it. There was no time. Refusing to wait for a second volley, Caius leapt down, bleeding off the force of his landing with bent knees. Porkchop was waiting for him, his great shield hovering horizontal at his side, inverted so that Ianmus could rest in its concave depression. "Where now?" Porkchop asked, his eyes hard but slightly glassy. "The portal, as fast as we can," Caius replied, roughly dumping Ianmus in his stretcher. The shield bobbed under the mage's weight, but held. Their worst fears had been realized, and an escape into the depths was by far their best shot. Whoever had come for them was powerful and well-connected. They needed to be if they had used a Tier 2 toxin. Fuck. With the affliction having dream affinity, he didn't have a full resistance, and even if he did, he had no confidence in his skill being able to fight it off before he succumbed. The clock was ticking. They ran. Mid-step, he ripped open his potion pouch, downing a tonic for each of his resources before he tossed another trio to his brother. Porkchop was listing, almost stumbling from the effects of the poison that coursed through his veins, but he was still plenty fast. Even then, Caius could feel the slowly creeping exhaustion that was building in his brother's body. His brother still had enough wherewithal to snatch the bottles out of the air. They shattered between his jade teeth, glass ignored as it cut deep into Porkchop's cheeks and gums. "More! Health and stamina!" Porkchop demanded. Caius ripped them out of his pouch and sent them flying, 2 more potions shattering in his brother's mouth. He could feel the exhaustion of his own affliction. Rapid adaptation burned like wildfire, but the toxin was too strong and too unfamiliar. The best he was doing was slowing its encroachment, but he knew he would be consumed all the same. It was inevitable. Thankfully, it was a gradual process. They could make it to the portal, even if his leaden eyes and clouded mind made it feel like he'd been up for a day straight. Halfway across the plateau, he noticed something atop the monoliths that surrounded the glowing ring of their salvation. It wasn't even a blur, just a certainty from true sight that something had just moved. A pervasive feeling that he was being lied to. Not for the first time, he blessed his fortunes at having had access to such a valuable legacy. He felt the patches of wrongness drop down in front of the portal, even if the coast looked clear. "Attackers guarding the portal. Shard wall on my mark," Caius said, through beast speak,
refusing to give their mysterious visitors any indication of their plans. A flood of determined acceptance crossed their bond. Leaning into the connection deeply, Caius fed his brother every sense he had of where their targets were waiting.
The growing sense of falsity was still, waiting just a half-dozen strides in front of their escape. He grit his teeth, pretending nothing was wrong as he sprinted onwards. It couldn't be too early. They had one shot at surprising their ambushers, and even if they were out-leveled, all they needed was to break through their line. The less time they had to react, the better. The distance shrunk with every step. 50 strides. 30. 12. Now! Porkchop feinted a stumble, driving his front claw into the red rock of the plateau. Sharped Jade slid home with ease, his pace correcting with the fluid motion of practice as he ripped his paw free of the earth. Sacred Jade erupted, 7 strides high by 15 long, the skill having grown with the levels that had come with their most recent training. Racing forward with the grinding crash of tortured stone, the shard wall accelerated straight for the group that he knew to be waiting for them. Caius heard a curse, and their targets reacted, dashing away from the approaching skill. His arms might have felt like lead, and his heart might have raced like he'd been running for a full day, but when an indistinct patch of lies shot straight for him, Caius was ready. With an iron grip on his will, he ripped at his stamina and mana, pushing both resources into his blade. With the levels he had gained, and the potions he had consumed, his resources were doing just fine, all of them above 4/5 of their total. His spells? Less great. He'd spent more than half of the casts he'd prepared for each one. As Caius raised his blade high, light burned within his sword, a sheath of arcane joined by the burning light of his blade's enchantments. He cut. The shroud of sensed lies shattered. In its place was a weathered man, his skin cracked by age, who was cloaked in a heavy set of inscribed black splint mail. A colossal greatsword in hand, the man swung, catching Caius's slash in a textbook rising block. Pressing hard against the attacker, Caius grunted as his back and arms ached with the pain of exertion. He was strong, but the other man was stronger, and he knew it. Caught in a bind, Caius analyzed the man, hoping to learn anything he could, only for his probe to shatter helplessly against the man's mask, barely gleaning anything. Human? Cos? Whoever they were strong. The swordsman smirked, lips parting to reveal yellowed teeth. Caius ignored the taunt. Mystic's Rend detonated, the expulsion of raw arcane forcing his opponent's greatsword back a hair, breaking their bind. A corrosive wave washed over his opponent, causing the swordsman to grunt in frustration as it scorched his flesh. It was the opening he needed. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled the greatsword off-center, levering against the swordsman's strength to slip into a stab that raced for the man's throat. The swordsman's grin faltered, and he blurred into motion. Relying on the heft of his weapon, he smashed Caius's blade aside, countering with a hacking blow of his own. "Feisty one, aren't you?" the swordsman spat. Caius only lunged in, another wire of arcane infusing on the edge of his blade. Aborting his attack, the swordsman backed up out of range, leery of his skill. Rather than press the opening, Caius raced away. He had to get to Porkchop before they were hemmed in. The portal was all that mattered. His brother was already fighting, 2 more figures dancing around him to capitalize on his clumsy weakness. One, a black-haired rogue with a pair of daggers, the other, a masked woman with flaxen hair pelting him from further afield with arrows. Porkchop wasn't letting them off easy. A shard wall erupted, blocking the archer's view before he explosively launched forwards, only for the black-hair man's daggers to glow with internal light. He plunged them deep into Porkchop's back thigh, stopping his charge dead. Somehow. And yet, for all their aggression, They ignored Yanmas. There was only one good reason for that. They wanted them alive. Caius couldn't let them stall for time, even if each of their opponents was stronger than them. Before he could come to his brother's assistance, the grizzled swordsman blurred in front of him, forcing Caius to come to a skidding halt lest he get skewered by a cleaving stroke of the bruiser's sword. Diagonally to his left, a final figure appeared. Short and thin, with a staff taller than he was, a mage wove a stream of glowing mana. Caius's eyes widened. A full team. Whoever wanted them was taking no chances. Worse, the construct the mage was casting was growing by the second. It had already reached a terrifying potency. He needed that man gone. He lunged for the caster, only to lunge back as a blurring stab from the swordsman carved a thin line across the surface of his stomach. Pulling his blade back with a flick, the wrinkled warrior wove a tight flurry, some sort of skill causing a dozen duplicates of his blade to appear. Even with true sight, it was impossible to keep track of. If he hadn't already been certain that this team drastically outleveled him, he was now. Cursing under his breath, Caius abandoned any hope of parrying the attack, kicking off the ground in an attempt to create space. Only his reactions were too slow. The progressive creep of his affliction leaving his muscles weak and placid. Pain exploded through his chest as the bruiser's greatsword tore through the tattered remnants of his chestplate and severed his pectoral. Swallowing a gasp, Caius allowed the force of the swing to spin him and used the momentum to thrust straight for the warrior's eye. It was a perfect counter, fast and on target, and perfectly timed to slip over the swordsman's guard. His opponent only grunted, racing away in a flash of mana to avoid the blow. Away from the mage, who was left undefended only a few long strides away, with his spell still moments from completion. Caius moved without hesitation, burning a charge of slip-step to close the gap as fast as he could, his eyes promising a violent end to the mage who had dared to confront him. The mage panicked, unleashing his spell early. An uncontrolled wall of fire erupted between Caius and his target, hot enough he felt his hair curling. He didn't care, not with the fury that roared within him. Why did it have to be this way? Why couldn't skills just be shared openly rather than coveted and killed over? Stubborn in his pursuit, Caius pushed on. Fire was one of his oldest resistances. He'd live, even if his defense wouldn't be as strong as it was against an affliction, especially since the mage had cast his spell early and the magic fueling the blaze was flickering and inconsistent. A burst of force exploded at his back, shunting him forwards as glyphs flared within his blade and a wire of arcane burned at its edge. He flew straight into the conflagration, sword point leveled at the exact point he knew the mage to be. The flames cared little for his wants, scorching ire blackening his flesh. It hurt, more than almost anything he had felt. Feeling his charred skin blister and curl, the flesh underneath sizzling. Then he was out the other side, quick enough that his burns, even if all-consuming, were only skin-deep. Without the radiance of flames obscuring his sight, the first thing he saw was the mage backing up. Unfortunately for him, he was far too slow to escape. Caius's blade caught him in the throat, punching straight through the delicate flesh to erupt from his spine. Time seemed to slow. Caius stared deep into the mage's eyes, seeing the fear there, the confusion. Just how little the man could comprehend his own end. Couldn't grapple with the strides of steel buried in his flesh. For a fleeting moment, Caius felt the heavy weight of guilt. He'd never killed a man before. Then Mystic's Rend detonated. The mage's head flew free. Blood, viscera, and shards of bone splattered in every direction, a good portion of the gore stinging painfully as it stuck to his slowly healing burns.
Ding! Level 200. 4. Human. Immolation Mage. Tier 2. Slain. Experience gained. Increased experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Ding! Significant feat of strength performed under observation. You have been awarded an honor. Ruthless Underdog. 3. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 95. Plus 3 End, Strength and Int, plus 2 Dex, Will, plus 1 Vit. Free. From class and racial traits. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 106. Plus 3 End, Strength and Intelligence, plus 2 Dexterity, Willpower, plus 1 Vitality. Free. From class and racial traits. Ding! Class skill available for selection. Caius stared at the notifications mutely, horror slowly rising as he took in the level of the mage he had just taken off guard. At the fact that he'd just killed a man. His chest heaved, the exertion of battle only hastening the progress of the poison that slowly sapped his strength. With every movement, fluid, sodden clothes stuck to his raw flesh. It was a stinging bite that mingled with the roiling itch that covered him from head to toe, his health plummeting as he recovered. He could think about it later. They needed to get through that portal. He'd been just about the worst matchup possible for that mage, and had far less confidence against the rest of the ambushers. Dashing away, he raced towards Porkchop, eyes roaming as he searched for the swordsman. Pain exploded just above his left hip, a stride of steel erupting from his stomach. Ah,
That's where he was. Chapter 253. Watchers in the Wings. Finale. Staring down at the stride-long length of the greatsword that was sticking out of his stomach, Caius wondered how he got here. It seemed more than a little unfair that going out of his way to kill powerful monsters that were a threat to the people of Deadacre had led to a sword sticking out of his gut. Then the stinging heat kicked in, and with it came fury. He knew he should be saving his spells, knew he should hoard them for if they were captured. Yet if he did, he would all but consign them to that fate becoming a certainty. It was a risk, the chance of escape now, or a chance later. He made his choice. Expedient shunt. Caius flew forwards, the swordsman behind him cursing at the sudden blast of force. Before the crack of the first explosion had faded, he activated his spell again, another wave of energy bursting free of his chest, canceling his movement the second the blade in his stomach had been removed. Front foot touching the ground, Caius leaned on every scrap of bodily control he had to spin on the spot and lunge back towards the swordsman. Burning stamina to fuel a blade right, he wove into a series of tight thrusts and economic cuts, testing his opponent's guard as his burns and the wound on his stomach healed. The warrior was strong. Every blow was blocked with ease, his slab of a sword smashing aside Caius's probing strikes. And yet, Caius was beginning to realize he might not be as strong as he expected for a Tier 2. Certainly, he was not as titanic as Reeker. Between his honors and his class, his own strength was monstrous. His stats, while spread out, were similar to a freshly risen Tier 2 with a rare class. More than that, he was a giant of a man, standing head and shoulders over the swordsman, and in the prime of his life, with beast blood running through his veins. The swordsman was old, and only of middling height. Even with more strength, it had far less to work off. Caius grit his teeth, cursing the poison he had been afflicted with. Without it sapping his strength, inexorably pulling him closer to slumber, he would have been far more sure in his victory. Now, with his body ailing and his agility crumbling by the second, he had to rely on his skill with the blade,
and his confidence in his constitution. The warrior thrust, his blade racing for Caius's chest. Caius swept his blade up, catching the man's sword at the tip with the strong base of his own. Twirling his sword, he yanked the weapon off-center, smoothly transitioning into a counter-thrust. It cut through the warrior's ear, his ambusher only saved from a sword through the eye by a last-minute twitch of his head. Snarling in fury, the swordsman pulled back, carrying the inertia of his heavy weapon into a sideways cleave. The blade burned, empowered by another of the warrior's skills. It shattered his defense, blooding Caius further with a cut that trailed over his hip. Capitalizing on the opening, the swordsman guided his weapon's momentum and carved another furrow through his flesh. This couldn't continue. He was being beaten down, his mind too clouded to fight effectively. Porkchop was faring even worse than he was, their bond revealing just how badly he was succumbing to the poison. Faced with two fighters faster and more mobile, it was all Porkchop could do to stay standing. His brother was running on fumes, and unless something changed, they were done for. Giving ground before the swordsman's onslaught, Caius's glass mind raced.